It's really a benefit to the city because what we do here is we provide a place for play that's more reasonable than any of the other golf courses in the area. We have guys that come out here that are 80 years old. For them, this is an exercise. It's a chance to get out of the house and to do something. And for the kids, it's an opportunity to get off of the streets and to learn the game. My day begins around 5 o'clock. Make the assignments for everybody, make sure everybody's got the tools and protections that they need. So we set up the golf course, get that done, and then we'll do all of our other stuff. We'll mow fairways, we'll mow rough, we'll trim trees, we'll do hedges, and any other thing that pops up. So it becomes pretty daunting at times, but we manage to get it done, one bite at a time. So every day is a different adventure. When I got on this particular property, we didn't have fairways, we didn't have moguls, we didn't have mounds. Now we have a primary place to play where it looks like an 18-hole manicured golf course, even though it's 9 holes. There's a satisfaction that you get when the transformation process, to see it go from what it was to your vision, is so fulfilling.
The American Rescue Plan Act provides relief funds to governments negatively affected by COVID-19. The city of St. Petersburg has received about $45 million in the ARPA funds for investment and have identified key projects that will directly impact St. Pete residents, focusing 75% of funds on affordable housing and support, and 25% of funds on health and social equity efforts. These projects also fall within Mayor Ken Welch's 5 pillars of progress: housing opportunities for all, neighborhood health and safety, equitable development, arts and business opportunities, education and youth opportunities, environment, infrastructure, and resilience. So, what happens next? We plan to spend ARPA funds in the following categories: $34 million for housing affordability and support, and $11 million for health and social equity. Here's a closer look at the plan. To address the affordable housing crisis in the city, 75% of the ARPA funds will be allocated to affordable housing and support. The city received the Housing Champion Award from the Florida Housing Coalition, which recognizes the city for dedicating the highest percentage of COVID-19 state and local fiscal recovery funds from the ARPA to affordable housing. What might that housing assistance look like? Financial assistance toward things like new housing units, shelters for families in need, and additional supportive services. With the rest of the funds, the plan addresses mental health challenges and food insecurity. 25% of the ARPA funds will be used to develop projects that treat root causes of these conditions and situations. Things like food security programs, mental health counseling, youth development and nonprofit funding, and other neighborhood services. For more information about the city's use of ARPA funds, visit stpete.org/ARPA.
I think a trailblazer is a person who looks at the needs of now without high regard for the status quo or the way we've always done things, but focuses their work on how you make our community better today and for generations to come. None of us stand on our own, and so in order for me to be elected mayor, there were so many folks in generations before me that had to fight even for the right to vote, or even for the right to be a full-fledged police officer like Leon Jackson. I just looked at myself as the next in a line of folks who are working to move our community forward. Without the Leon Jacksons of the world, I certainly wouldn't be in this position. And without guys like Bob Stewart, former city council member and county commissioner, who's one of my mentors, who served with both me and my father, without those folks also pushing, we wouldn't be where we are today. I attended the last segregated class at Melrose as a kindergarten student, that I'm able to go back to that and talk to those students as the 54th mayor of our city. That's a lot for one lifetime. As I go around the classroom, I do this for Great American Teach-In, and ask the kids, what do you want to be when you grow up? And the last time I went, there were 3 kids that said, I want to be mayor, and 1 young lady who said she wanted to be president. That's what it's all about. It's just making sure kids understand you really can achieve. Progress doesn't happen without someone who challenges the status quo, the powers that be, and speaks up for folks who are largely silenced. There is such a thing as a silent majority, folks who are too busy putting food on the table, taking care of their kids or their parents, to be involved in the political arena. And so the folks that do that represent a lot of folks who can't be engaged. Find someone, reach out to someone that you admire who's made it, and reach out to them. Email, Facebook. I guarantee a lot of folks will actually respond to that. I certainly will if someone's interested in elective office. Reach out, make that first step. Never be bound by the status quo or someone else's opinion of what you can or cannot do.
Welcome to the City of St. Petersburg City Council meeting. Your elected officials are Mayor Ken Welch, District 1 and Council Chair Copley Gertis, District 2 Brandy Gabbard, District 3 Mike Harding, District 4 and Council Vice Chair Lisette Hanowitz, District 5 Deborah Fig Sanders, District 6, Gina Driscoll, District 7, Corey Givens Jr., and District 8, Richie Floyd.
Good afternoon, everybody. We'll call to order the February 6, 2025 City Council meeting. We'll start with the roll call, please.
Gabbard.
Here.
Harding. Here. Hanowitz.
Here.
Fig Sanders.
Here.
Driscoll.
Here.
Gibbons.
Here.
Floyd. Here. Curtis.
Here. Okay, we'll begin today with an invocation from Reverend Ada McFarley from Elder Bethel Community Baptist Church. Then please continue to stand for a moment of silence for fallen officers, and then please continue to stand after that for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Almighty, let us bow our heads, please. Almighty God, as we stand in awe of your goodness and mercy today, we invite you to be present among us by the power of your Holy Spirit. Father, we declare that we love you. Thank you that you have made the way of love known through your Son, Jesus Christ. May we voice our truth and listen with our heart. May we discern your will to unite and fulfill fruitful outcomes. We ask for your wisdom and grace to use the talents of those who serve our local government and throughout our nation for the betterment of others. With gratitude, we offer this prayer in your name. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in a moment of silence for Officer David S. Crawford, end of watch, February 21st, 2011. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Reverend McFarley, thank you for joining us today. Thank you for that beautiful invocation. Okay, council members, we have an agenda in front of us. Originally, I had pulled CB6 for reports to F7. If it's okay, I'm going to place that back on consent. Staff was able to answer the questions that I had, and I don't have any concerns there, so I put that back at CB6. So I'll entertain a motion for approval of agenda.
Move approval. Second.
Seeing as no council members wishing to speak, we have a motion and a second. Clerk, please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Councilmember Harding? Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve the agenda passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, we've got a consent agenda in front of us. Clerk, do we have any public comment on the consent agenda?
Mr. Chair, we do not.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion on the consent agenda.
Move approval.
Second.
Seeing as no council members wishing to speak, we have a motion and a second.
I'm trying to push.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not see it. Councilmember Gabbard. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair.
My apologies.
No, you're fine. Just real quick on CB 13, I just want to give a shout out to the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. It might be a small dollar amount on this. However, I just think it shows their continued collaboration and support of the work that we're doing here in our city, and I just want to thank them for their collaboration.
Thank you for pointing that out. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. I also want to just highlight something that's in the consent agenda. It's, I think it's CB1. It is one of the pieces of artwork that are going to go up at the Obama Library when it reopens. I'm really excited about it. I was on the selection committee for this. It's a nice, beautiful, natural scenery of water with some 3 dimensions to it, and a nice quote from President Obama that relates as well. And so it's a really exciting day for art in our city.
Awesome. Thank you, council members, for highlighting those. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve the consent agenda passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll move into open forum. Clerk, could you please read the rules?
If you wish to address city council on subjects other than public hearing or quasi-judicial items listed in the agenda, please sign up with the clerk. Only the individuals wishing to speak may sign the open forum sheet. Only city residents, owners of property, business owners in the city, or their employees may speak. All issues discussed under open forum must be limited to issues related to the city of St. Petersburg government. If you're speaking to an item on the agenda, you may only speak once during the open forum or when the item comes up on the agenda. In order to provide an opportunity for all citizens to address council, each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak, and after which the microphone will be muted. If you wish to address city council through the Zoom meeting, you must use the app or enter *9 on your phone at the time the agenda item is addressed. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and asked to state your name and address. At the conclusion of your comments, or when you have reached the 3-minute time limit, you will be muted. All raised hands will be lowered after each agenda item. Regardless of the method of participation used, normal rules apply, including the 3-minute time limit on comments. The requirement that any presentation materials must be submitted in advance of the meeting and the rules of decorum. If live public comment is disrupted by a violation of the rules of decorum, the chair is authorized to accept public comments by alternate means, including by email only. And Mr. Chair, we do have some comments.
Okay, let's call 2 at a time, please.
The first 2 speakers is Dr. Perry G. Washington and Matt Widener. Please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council. Dr. Perry will use the mic.
I'm Dr. Perry G. Washington. I come here with reference to case
Mr. Washington, we need your address, please.
St. Petersburg, Florida. I will not have the Proud Boys easily coming to my domain. St. Petersburg, Florida. You can laugh, but you are not me, and you'll never be me, and you'll never experience what I experienced.
Could you give us your neighborhood or cross streets, please, Mr. Washington?
South St. Petersburg.
Okay, go ahead. You have 3 minutes, Mr. Washington.
I come here to tell you that I was assaulted on this very property behind this building. Case number 2022-011211. Your security person witnessed the assault and battery, would not assist me whatsoever. I am a 100% disabled United States veteran. I had just left this audience. I asked for the police, she wouldn't call them. Someone did after he started beating on me. She told him to leave before the police came. I had my phone and I took pictures of him in his vehicle and a license. He left. The police finally came. They disrespected me after I informed him who I am. I had to sit down because I'm 100% disabled. 65 years old and being beat up by a 32-year Latino because I wasn't moving fast enough for him. When the fire department finally arrived, I was told to get the f up while I was sitting on the
Washington, don't use language like that again, or I'm going to cut you off.
That's what he told me. I told him he don't really talk to me like that. After all of that, finally the paramedics came. They wanted me to walk from green light to the road. I told them no, I can't. Bottom line, I asked you all for a copy of that video, because the video shows what happened. The police did nothing. I have the police report. Also, I wanted to tell you, instead of being on TV doing video shots, I want you to do your job. And that's not your job.
Thank you. Brought this issue of recording the liens to council, and they dumped it in your lap.
That's not fair, it's not right, because quite frankly, they haven't exposed to you the real problem with all of this. There are 11,000 plus liens out there. Do you understand the implications of that to citizens? We have the permits walk through as it is. And so what happens? 11,000 people try to sell a house and it can't get done promptly because we don't have time to address these liens in a timely manner. I know you guys are going to sign off on $60 million to the raise. Can we get a couple $1 million to the citizens to get this stuff closed and address the problems that really are affecting all of us? Thank you all for your service.
Thank you. Next two speakers, please.
Don LaGrove and John Chen, please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
I think that's where the squeals come from. Sir, if you could go to this podium right here, I believe there's something wrong with that microphone.
My name's Don LaGrone. I live at 2620 13th Street North. It's here in St. Pete. Sort of follow on for what the last gentleman said. We've lived here for about 8 years now, and our water bill has always been between $125 and $138 a month, every month. Our bill for September was $1,587. There was no leak at our location. There was nothing running. There was no leak in the plumbing. My account was on auto pay because we had been out of the country. And so, you know, the city simply took the money from us. I contacted the water department and they said, hire a plumber, find the leak and prove that you cleared it. Well, there was no leak. I didn't hire a plumber because there was no leak ever. I don't know what went on, but evidently there have been a lot of people who've had the same problem, and the city needs to look into it. $1,000, $1,500 water bill in 1 month is outrageous. With that, I want to thank you for your support and work with the gas plant development.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is John Chen. Address is 718 93rd Avenue, North St. Pete, Florida, 33702. I'm here to talk about same thing this gentleman just talked about. Our problem started roughly about the July. This is when we started seeing there was a spike. And at first we just thought maybe it was because of that rate increase. When the hurricanes came, we evacuated. So we weren't home for a week to 2 weeks at a time. Yet we'd come back. Helene was a different story. The meter was not red because of the hurricane. So they guesstimated how much we would use based upon previous year usage. But then the difference was made up in the next bill. Not a problem. But these bills were what used to be about 179 to 209 jumped up to 400, 410. I believe in August, my sister had sent in an incorrect check. It was the incorrect amount. It was for $800. So we had this massive amount of credit. So it was just coming straight out of from the positive balance. We tried calling time after time. I can't tell you how many times I've called. I've been hung up on. As soon as I mention outrageous bill, gets kicked off. Then when I speak to a supervisor's name was Terry, we got cut off. And then she called back and left a voicemail for me to call her directly. Every time I call her, she doesn't answer. I leave a voicemail, she never calls back. We can't afford this. Like last month, we had to gather money from several family members just to make that bill so they wouldn't turn off the water. So something's amiss here. We did a leak detector test. There's no leaks. The flow seems correct. We didn't go as far as measuring hundreds of gallons, but we measured about 20 to 30 gallons, and the flow seemed to be correct. So we don't know where this usage is coming from, because it's showing we're using more water now than we were using last year this time, and we've actually used less. And as a matter of fact, in the last 2 months, we've consciously used less water, and still the water usage is roughly about the same. So don't know what else to say. So hopefully we can get down to the bottom of this. I think it's faulty meters. They told me I needed to come here to speak in a forum for meters to get replaced. That's all I have. Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Next two speakers, please.
Mr. Chair, we have some speakers on Zoom.
Okay.
Jerome King, I'm going to ask you to please unmute yourself. You'll state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council. You can go ahead, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jerome King. I live at 4546 10th Avenue South, St. Petersburg, Florida. And I'm here today to speak on what sounds like redundancy in the fact that there is a increase in our water bills, and that you guys had a massive overhaul of the meters that are at my house, all of Charles Park area, my sister's house. And prior to you guys doing this meter haul, the meters were easily accessible, meaning you could lift the metal cover up. And for us, our bill was high and no one was even living in the home. So we cut the water, and it was still a bill, but it was within reason. So now that you guys have replaced all of the meters, you can't do that. And the bill is what I would consider to be high. Now, with me saying that, I would like to say that my sister's meter, it was her bill's like $1,000, okay? And come to find out, you know, we went out there and looked at the meter. We couldn't access it, but you could hear that the water was skiing out. And when the folks came to look at it, we were able to take a couple pictures. The point I'm making is that this overhaul may be a part of the spike in the bills, and that there's a possibility that they're faulty, they weren't installed properly, or something of that nature. And a lot of people like myself are dealing with high water bills. And you do get a blanket rebuttal when you go to the water department. And with that being said, it would seem like our only hope for some type of normalcy would rely in you all's hand and whatever limits of power you guys had to address this matter and take a look at what's going on with the water department, with the new installs of these meters, and how has that offset the normalcy of what folks have been paying prior to that. I also would like to say that when you do have a leak, it isn't the easiest thing to go through the system that you guys have in place right now, and that someone could take a look at it to see if there may be a better way to have people actually submitting the documentation that they need to submit, and just the whole process itself. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the next Zoom speaker, please.
There's no more speakers.
No more speakers? Okay, we'll go ahead and close open forum, and we'll move into awards and presentations, starting with D1, Rebuilding Together Tampa Bay Proclamation, presented by Councilmember Gabbard. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to invite the team from Rebuilding Together Tampa Bay up to join me. We have Jose Garcia, who is the CEO, Anthony Baldo, Board President, Margaret, and I don't want to mess up your last name, I'm so sorry, Bonzen, VP of New Construction. We have Sharon Painter, who is our Senior Manager of Marketing and Communications, Bob Watson, the VP of Operations, and Justin Coles, the VP of Development. So we brought the whole team out today. Yes. So before I read the proclamation, you know, I just want to say how honored I am to recognize Rebuilding Together Tampa Bay. Their unwavering commitment to our community even before the storms is remarkable. If you're not familiar with their organization, definitely get involved with them because they do fantastic work, but especially in the wake of the natural disasters that we have been through in our community. They have stepped in to provide no-cost support to homeowners and families and address the most urgent needs affecting their well-being. Their work focuses on ensuring safe and healthy homes and is the foundation of every project and every program that they have undertaken since their beginning in 2000. They have impacted thousands of families through home repairs, assessments, educational initiatives, supplies, affordable housing opportunities. Is there anything you guys don't do? I'm just saying.
We are doing education now.
Oh, okay, education. So the list goes on and on. Their bandwidth for what they can do for people is remarkable. And their mission to repair homes, revitalize neighborhoods, and rebuild lives envisions a future where everyone has access to safe homes and thriving communities. Now, we're not the only one recognizing them because, if you have not heard, in late 2024, Time magazine honored Rebuilding Together Tampa Bay as Dreamer of the Year. This is a prestigious recognition that is awarded only to those who work relentlessly to protect and restore the dreams of others. So I just want to thank you all for what you do. We are so fortunate to have you in our community. And on behalf of Mayor Welch, I'm going to read the following proclamation. Here, I'm going to go ahead and actually give you the tiny print one because I can't read that one anyway, so might as well go ahead and pass it along.
Let me get my
Can you
glasses.
read that one? All right. So here it goes. Whereas Rebuilding Together Tampa Bay is a vital organization driven by a dedicated team of more than 25 professionals with diverse backgrounds ranging from construction management to community development, and they began with a simple act of neighbors helping neighbors. And whereas Rebuilding Together Tampa Bay has provided critical support to low-income residents by offering free post-storm repairs, ensuring that vulnerable families have safe and livable homes after disaster strikes. And whereas, in the fall of 2024, after our state faced the devastating impacts of Hurricane Debbie, Helene, and Milton, the response provided by the team at Rebuilding Together Tampa Bay was immediate and impactful. And whereas Rebuilding Together Tampa Bay's unwavering commitment to assisting those in need was not only to repair homes, but also strengthen the spirit of unity within the Tampa Bay region. And whereas Rebuilding Together Tampa Bay was deservingly recognized as one of Time Magazine's 2024 Dreamer of the Year honorees, a title reserved for individuals and organizations who work tirelessly to protect and restore dreams. Now, therefore, I, Councilmember Brandy Gabbard, on behalf of Kenneth T. Welch, Mayor of the City of St. Petersburg, do hereby officially recognize Rebuilding Together Tampa Bay for the significant impact their organization and its post-storm recovery efforts have had on the citizens of the Tampa Bay region. Now, on behalf of City Council, I also want to go a little step further, and we are going to award the City Council Challenge Coin.
Oh, God.
I have two of them, so you'll have to share. So I'm going to give one to Jose as the
Thank
CEO and to Anthony as the board president as well.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon. Councilwoman Gabbard, thank you very much for everything. Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and the rest of the City Council members. This is nothing but more fuel to the fire. It's motivating us, it's committing to you that we will continue help as much as we can, working with our partners, corporate foundation, and other groups that help us to get where we are. We're committed to you, we're committed to the residents of St. Petersburg, and hopefully you will hear more about us as we continue doing the work. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the support. There's a lot of work to be done, and I think when the storms hit, there's a lot of attention to it right away, but there's so much more to be done, and we're going to be here. We're committed to the community. We're going to do great things together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for being here. Thanks for all the work that not only you were doing before the storms, but continue to do after the storms. And Councilmember Gabbard, thank you so much for celebrating them and bringing Rebuilding Together Tampa Bay forward. Certainly the right timing, and very appreciative of all the work that you do in our community along with them. Thank you so much. Okay, we'll move on to D2, the Babe Ruth Day Proclamation.
I love it. It's so cute. I love it.
Good job, buddy.
Well, City Council, it's obviously no surprise. I'm a massive baseball fan. You all know that. And when you grow up in this town playing baseball, one of the cool whispers that happens when you play across this city is you hear from your dad or your uncle, or your grandfather that brings you to the field, and they say, Babe Ruth played here. And it's a really cool feeling because when I grew up playing baseball, one of the first clips you see is of this left-hander, number 3, hitting what are absolute bombs in black and white. And you go, man, I really want to do that. Well, and then my dad turned me around and I swung right-handed, so that never could happen. But it's an amazing celebration, and Babe Ruth is an amazing part of our history. And both as a baseball fan and as a St. Pete fan, and frankly, even as a West Sider, having where Babe Ruth played a lot of golf, hung out, maybe had a cocktail or two on the water. And the history that he brings, along with the baseball history we have in St. Petersburg, is something certainly to celebrate. So we have Tom Stevens here, Babe Ruth's grandson, along with family members. Will Michaels from the Kids and Cubs, come on and join me. And Steve Elfman, the president of Azalea Neighborhood, who on Saturday evening we're going to have a celebration commemorating 100 years of Babe Ruth coming to St. Pete, and a golf cart parade and a couple of unveilings, and have a little celebration on the west side. But it's my pleasure today to offer this proclamation on behalf of the mayor to celebrate 100 years of history with Babe Ruth here in St. Petersburg. And the proclamation states, whereas George Herman Babe Ruth Jr. played baseball during spring training in St. Petersburg with the New York Yankees from 1925 to 1934, and again with the Boston Braves in 1935. And whereas Babe Ruth gave generously of himself while in St. Petersburg to support children's and other civic causes and organizations, including what is now Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, the American Legion, YMCA, the Women's Club, the Kids and Cubs, St. Petersburg High School, and the former Military Academy. And whereas Babe Ruth's presence in St. Petersburg highlighted the city's association with sports, outdoor leisure, and just plain fun, and greatly contributed to the city's sense of place. And whereas Tom Stevens, Babe Ruth's grandson, and his family are celebrating the centennial of Babe Ruth's first year in St. Petersburg with a visit, and will throw out the first pitch at the annual Kids and Cubs Mayor City Hall and City Council game on February 8th, 2025. And now, therefore, I, Copley Gertis, Chair of the City Council, on behalf of Kenneth T. Welch, Mayor of the City of St. Petersburg, do hereby proclaim Saturday, February 5th, 2025, as Babe Ruth Day in St. Petersburg, and encourage all of our residents to celebrate a legendary baseball great who 77 years after his passing is still fondly remembered and honored by fans everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having us here. It's our honor and pleasure to be here to join you. And thank you for recognizing the many humanitarian things that Babe did. He received the Sports Humanitarian Hall of Fame Award in 2010, and I read an article saying, they dragged in the bottom of the barrel. I guess I couldn't find anybody else, which elicited a response from me, of course. I had to point out to him his ignorance in he wouldn't have, if he really knew the history, he never would have said that. Matter of fact, I just recently read a paper I'd never seen before, written by an oncologist, who said that Babe's greatest contribution to humanity had nothing to do with baseball. It was the fact that he volunteered for what at the time was brand new, cutting edge chemo and radiation therapy. He was one of the first in the country to, he said, well, you know, it may not work for me, but at least if you learn something, it'll help somebody else. But that was the very nature of Babe Ruth. So thank you very much.
We have a great grandson here. Can I get great grandson?
Yeah.
Two of them.
Let me just say on behalf of the Kids and Cubs, there were some pictures up here a few minutes ago that showed Babe Ruth at the Kids and Cubs game back in 1933. If you look at that picture very closely, you'll see Babe Ruth had a beard on. There's a backstory to that I won't go into here, but it's a great story. But Babe Ruth was celebrated by the Kids and Cubs. He was there on many occasions. His family came, his wife came, his kids came to the games. Babe Ruth served as a coach from time to time, as did other members of the Yankees. And it was a great interaction there, a great sharing and bonding there between the Kids and Cubs back in 1933 and the Babe Ruth family. And we're very happy to be having this second Babe Ruth Day, the first one back in 1933, and now again in 2025. It's great to help our community celebrate Babe Ruth. I think I won't go into any of the history here, but I think everybody knows that when Babe Ruth played in the city, the population of the city doubled and tripled, and he contributed greatly to the advancement and the prosperity of our wonderful town. So thank you.
Mr. Stevens, you've considered there a minute. We have council member comments. Council member Gabbard.
Thank you. So just wanted to say thank you so much, not only to Chair Gertis, but to the mayor for bringing this forward today. Unfortunately, I won't be able to be with you all this weekend. I'll be watching my own left-handed slugger on a ball field somewhere in Florida, but I'll definitely be with you in spirit, and we'll be grateful that I won't be blowing out my knee this time playing you all. So, you know, Babe Ruth is one of the first things you learn about the history of St. Petersburg when you move here, when I did 20 plus years ago. And it's just such a rich history. It's such a beautiful history. It's something to brag about, and raising someone who plays baseball and loves baseball and wants to be an MLB player someday. You know, it's just really something that's special to our family. And so thank you your family. Thank you to everyone who's here today recognizing it. And I will definitely be with you all in spirit on Saturday. So congratulations.
Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Oh, no.
Oh,
sorry.
Okay. Well, I want to first thank you and your family for being here and joining us here in beautiful St. Petersburg. Thank you to Will Michaels, who, by the way, could, if he said the history, we'd be here a long time, because he knows every bit of the history when it comes to baseball and our city, and he's a treasure, and he makes sure that we preserve our history in our city. I have to invite the family, and I said this before the meeting, but I'm going to say it again. You have to go to Crescent Lake Park, visit Huggins Stengel Field. It's a local and national historic landmark, and that Babe Ruth played there. And you'll be lucky to catch white pelicans that came from up north in the lake this year, this time of the year. Your kids will have a great time. It's a treasure. It's a beautiful place. And it's a place where right now our high school plays baseball. So they play baseball on hallowed grounds. It really is a special place in our city. So I hope you make it there. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Okay, and now we turn over to reports, and we have F1, St. Pete Police Department Quarterly Report. We welcome Chief Holloway. You're welcome.
Morning, Chief. Afternoon, Chief. Jeez.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm here to go over the last quarter report for 2004. Also, I'll be summarizing the report for 2024. Again, I want to thank the men and women of the St. Petersburg Police Department for the outstanding work they do each and every day. We're not able to reduce the fear of crime in our community without the community support. So when you see these numbers, it's really the police department and the community working together as we continue to reduce fear of crime in our city. So the overall crime reduction for 2024 is 4.6%. Auto thefts are down by 36%. Burglaries are down by 22%. And property crimes are down by 7%. A homicide for the quarter, we had 5 during that period of time. 4 were by firearms, 1 was by a knife. Of those 5 cases, 3 were related to arguments and 2 related to argument/drugs. What I want to compliment our detectives on is this is the 3rd year in a row that they had 100% clearance on our homicide cases. So every homicide was cleared with an arrest. We did see an increase of homicide for this year. In 2023, we had 13. In 2024, we had 18. So that's an increase of 38%. But again, they were all cleared with an arrest. As I talked about previously for the new council members, we were able to partner with ATF. So we have a machine that's called NIBIN. It's the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network. What we used to do, have to send our shell casing out to Florida Department of Law Enforcement so they could tell us identify that shell casing. It probably would take us months to get information back. Now with the
No, go ahead, Chief.
now with the machine in our office, we get it within 2 to 3 days. So we can tell you where that shell casing, how many times that gun was used in our city. It was used someplace outside the city or anywhere within the United States. And again, that's thanks to our partnership with the ATF. Our gun report, still trending down. We can get better. Again, only 30 that period, only 30 guns were taken out of cars. Again, about 90% of those vehicles were unlocked. Where you see the buildings, of those buildings, 39 were taken out of residential, 6 commercial, 1 from a bar, and 1 from a convenience store. But the good news is we had 66 guns turned into us, and we also found 84 guns during that period of time. Our crime rate is staying steady. It's not trending up, not trending down. It's just a little up in different categories. But again, thanks to the good police work that's being conducted and also citizens calling in and telling us what they see in their community. Our arrests stayed about the same, and I know council wanted to make sure that I kept them aware of the motor vehicle thefts. Again, we're still having our juvenile, so 60% of the motor vehicle thefts you see there, 66% of those are juvenile arrests. Our officers are still doing traffic enforcement. We use our neighborhood groups so they can inform us where we need to go out and put extra patrol. Our second chance program, to break down that, the 4 kids that did not complete, were 2 were failure to show up for the training that weekend, and the other 2, the juvenile and the parents, declined to participate in the program. And again, for our new city council members, if the child per se is charged on Monday and he or she admits that they've done wrong, what we do is then we work with our Parks and Rec division. We get that child some type of counseling service, and then that report is not forwarded anywhere. It stays within the police department. So if that child completes that program, there is no record on file that he or she was ever arrested in our city. Our home program, again, is going very strong, and that's with all the law enforcement participating here in Pinellas County. When they say a child is on radar, that's a child is on probation that has 1 felony conviction. A child is on intensive supervision, that child then has 5 convictions of felonies. Our PATH team continues to work quite well with unhoused people that live in our city. And as you can see, they're making a lot of contacts out there. Our park walk and talk, as you see, we're starting to increase. There was a slight decrease over per se maybe past 2 years because of COVID and everything else, but we're going to get officers back out there, start knocking on doors and getting to know our community like we did a couple of years ago. Our Eagle Eye program, again, we're starting to get more people, and as you saw this past week, we were able to make an arrest just because someone had their cameras on. We were able to identify the subject that committed that crime within 24 hours. Our use of force, as you can see, is staying steady for our new council members. We are one of the police department that any time an officer uses force, he or she has to document it. So if they have to take someone down to the ground, that's one. If they use their tasers, that's two. If there's 2 officers there, then there's 2 reports because each officer has to write a report. So that's why you see our numbers up because, again, we document every time someone uses force. Our complaints are down. The one complaint you see is not a complaint of use of force. And the last thing I have is our call program is still going very strong, as you can see from the slide there. And again, thanks to the mayor's office and also thanks to City Council for funding this program. We're getting calls from all over around the country, continue to ask about our call program. Last time when I came to council, I told you 93% of the calls were independent of law enforcement. Now it's 97% of the calls are being, again, those are calls that officers should not be responding to those calls. If someone is going through some type of medical issue or the parents need supervision, or this is a non-criminal issue that we don't need a badge and a gun going there. We need someone going there to help someone, help someone through their crisis. And the most important thing on that slide is people talk about it is 0 incidents. Everybody thought when the civilian was gonna go there, something was gonna happen. Our call team is very well trained. I wanna give kudos to them. They go there, it's triage to our 911 system to make sure that we're sending our navigators into what we believe is a safe scene and they're handling those calls correctly. And these are some of the other things that they were involved in during this past quarter. They helped out with Thanksgiving and they helped out with Christmas. So with that, I'll open it up for any questions for City Council.
Council members. Councilmember Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a quick question, Chief, and maybe I'm reading the numbers wrong. In the sheet you say, I guess, October through December 2024, the call team made 933 contacts, and then last year in the quarter was 868 contacts. When I see the chart, it says total contacts made in 2023 is 368, and 2024 686. Are those the same numbers? Are they different? I was trying to figure out.
Are you talking about call, ma'am?
It says the call team, it said made 933 contacts. I'm just, is it PATH? That's what it was. Okay. I had it confused. That makes sense. Okay, now, the other question I had, and I was looking at the number, is it like, because it was 868 and the other one was 686, and it was backwards. The question I had on PATH, total contacts made increase a lot. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Sure. So we were down people, so now we have more officers assigned to that. So now we're making more contacts.
Okay, great, great. And then in total referrals, those went down this year.
Total referrals, yes, ma'am.
Yes. But the contacts made were much higher just because there's more staff.
There's more staff. And also, again, you remember we have Director Foster and her team are out there also. You also have call out there. We have so many resources available that we're double and tripling up on some of these calls.
That's wonderful. Okay, that was it. Thank you so much, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for being here. Chief Holloway, good to see you again. Questions for you.
with Florida's new Civilian Police Review Board having limited powers now because of the Florida legislation, you mentioned the use of force. Do you foresee there being any issues with the department with there not being any powers by the Civilian Police Review Board?
Well, our Civilian Police Review Board, sir, is going to still be in place, but what they're going to be doing is looking at the policy. They can no longer look at the cases. But I can tell you the way the use of force cases are investigated are the sergeant reviews it, then it goes to the lieutenant, then it goes to the major, and then it goes to the officer professional standard. If the officer, after it's 10 incidents in 6 months, then it automatically goes to officer professional standards, and we go back and review all the cases. So every time an officer, he or she uses force, it is reviewed by everybody in the chain of command.
Thank you for that. And then my second question for you is, with new policies coming out from the federal level, do you believe that you have the resources that you need to enforce or to mitigate the new policies as it relates to immigration control?
Sir, until that comes out, I can't give you an answer on that because I don't know exactly what's coming out from the federal government. We will abide by all the guidelines that comes out from the federal government, but I haven't seen anything yet that they're asking us at this time.
I appreciate you. Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Thank you for the report, Chief, and for all that you and the rest of the police department do every day for us. Regarding the slide on the path numbers, there were 100 for 2024, 132 total referrals. But 135 transports. So where did the other 3 people go? Were those actually arrests?
I really can answer that question for you, but I can guarantee you by the end of the day, I can get it for you first thing tomorrow.
I'm just wondering, and then I think this question is different from what Vice Chair Hanowitz just asked, which is, it says that, I think she asked about the total contacts being made going up quite a bit. But then if you look at total referrals, that number from 23 to 24 is down quite a bit. So can you tell us about that?
Sure, and again, I would have to check with the sergeant to see exactly if they're just not, they're doing it a different way from last year. So like I said, it's a difference of 200, so let me look into that, and I will definitely send City Council a response on that.
I know that the unit is very active, and so I was thinking maybe there was a change in the way that things are being reported. But we certainly, I mean, you would think if the total number of contacts made went up that much, that the total referrals would go up too. And that's kind of what you're shooting for, right? Is as many referrals as possible, which means people are agreeing to go get some help.
That is correct, ma'am.
Yeah. If you could follow up with some additional information on that, I'd appreciate it.
I'll get it to you before you.
All right. Thank you again for this great report and for all that you guys do. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Fix-Sanders.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief, for this report. I have just a couple of things that I want to first echo, that the Eagle Eye program was an excellent addition to the city of St. Petersburg, because there was an extreme accident right on the corner of my street where the young man lost his life, and to see that car roll and to know that he did not get out of that car, watching that video was very disheartening. But the initial narrative was that he was in the wrong until you got that video. And so it did my heart well for his family to know that once they received that video and that you caught the other person in Georgia somewhere a couple of months later, that could not have happened had we not had that video. So again, I don't know if that homeowner is in the Eagle Eye program or not. I'm going to go and ask. But they did call me and say, Councilwoman, we have that video, and it's not what they're saying it is. And so I'm so grateful for that. The report is wonderful, and we love to have the statistics of what's going on. But one of the things that in your report we've never done or asked for, I do see where you've reported some awesome things that the call program has done. But I've been out with our law enforcement doing a bunch of great things. The bicycle giveaway, the POPs programs, and I know we don't want the report to expound too much in regards of time, but I think some of those things should be taunted. I think some of those things should be shared with our constituents. I know we're on a website and things like that, and we're looking at these numbers, but there are a lot of things that are going in correlation, such as the call program, that's helping some of these numbers and helping our police department to look as effective and impactful as they are. So I just want to say thank you. Great work. You know, whenever I look at my text and I see something from the police department, I know I'm going to be sad when I read the message, but you all have done an excellent job of keeping us informed, and I do appreciate that. So thank you so much, Chief. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Chief, thanks for the report. I guess my first question is, I'm sure the storm impacted our officers personally, and I'm very thankful for everything. They kept doing the work despite that. But it looks like I was expecting when we got this report for numbers to look a little different, but it seems like they were flat, even though these numbers include directly after the storm. So it seems like things stayed relatively status quo. Would that be an accurate statement?
That is very accurate, sir.
Okay. The one thing that I did notice where I thought there was a relatively big jump, and my guess is it's because of that and having streets closed and lights down, is traffic citations, crashes, and stops were significantly down. I don't know if that's because for a couple of weeks a lot of people weren't here, but I hope it's a trend, I guess is what I'm saying. And then also for the officers and our PD to do the amount of park walks and talks in the fourth quarter, and to see this grid map of them being spread out, I love seeing this. This is awesome, and I'm really glad you highlighted that you're trying to get back to big numbers, because I really think, and I have seen this occur in my district, I really think this goes a long way. To be honest with you, I think this is me and it's a total guess, I think there is a direct correlation with people slowing down when you have more park walk and talk. When there is an officer out in the neighborhood walking around, when people see those cars parked, people tend to just be a little bit more cautious. And so when I see these numbers go up, in the past, over the last 3 years, you have seen citations, crashes, and stops go down. And so I'm very happy that you highlighted it, very appreciative. And I'll just echo one more time, thank you to all of PD and our first responders and the teams for, and I mentioned this at the State of the City, for just the continuous work throughout the storms. It's nothing short of heroic. And I'm very thankful for you and all the department. So thank you for the update, Chief.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Council.
Okay, we're moving on to F2, a resolution approving a second amendment to the agreement with Global Rope Access. And we've got Raul Quintana. Raul, we're going to do F2 and F3 together, but we'll vote on them separately? Yep. You can vote on them together. Okay. All right. Thanks, Raul. We'll turn it over to you.
Appreciate it. Council, my name is Raul Quintana, City Engineering Capital Improvements Department. I thought this would be kind of besides the fact that we've got two items before you, just kind of a moment to kind of give you a sense of where everything is. And I know it's been a lot of contracts and we have new council members. And since the storm, this gives you kind of just an idea of the number of contracts that we've entered into, the way we're approaching it. On the left hand of the screen are the emergency services that we entered into essentially right away. And the dates below are the dates that we either entered into those agreements or that council authorized the agreements. So on the far left, under GRA, the Global Rope Access column, The third one down is the first item is F2, but I just wanted you to see how that fits in. And Global Rope Access was the team, the very highly skilled team that came in, and through a series of rope climbing activities, they were able to remove all the remnant torn roof materials off the roof. We had an amendment to that in December. There were a series of metal panels that were still up on the roof. They came down and took that down. And effectively, this change order is just to catch up. There was some additional work, additional hours that were necessary to perform the work, additional effort. And it was 6 or 8 men that were out here pretty much all the time. So this is the kind of the closeout change order to catch up with the actual work. So the rest of the items under the emergency side had to do with the assessments of the facility, the waterproofing efforts that have been done and are still underway, and then the remediation efforts that most of which have been completed and some that are still underway. So on the right side of the columns here, those are the restoration. That is actually the restoration work. That is what we've been focusing on. A tremendous amount of effort going into this. I've got 3 categories here. That the first 2, the roof replacement is its own standalone tranche here. Council authorized the design build agreement with pre-construction services on December 12th to Hennessy Construction. That is underway. A lot of activities happening, both engineering, studies that are going on. The intent, the hope, and you'll see in the schedule that I have here, is to try to bring back the guaranteed maximum price for the design build of putting back the actual fabric roof, hopefully sometime in the month of March, towards the end of March, if everything goes through the way we're projecting right now. And so the column in the middle, those are the non-roof events, and that's kind of what F3 is. In December, we brought the design side of that services to begin the development of the drawings and the plans, to put down onto documents all of the work that needed to be repaired. That's the panels on the building, ceilings, areas of some of the low voltage areas, some of the audiovisual components. So there's a tremendous amount of effort now going on to try to identify what those are exactly, and that's what we're doing with F3 and Hennessy Construction with AECOM Hunt. They're going to provide pre-construction services for us to better define all of those elements, make sure that we all understand that there's a lot of work being done with both the Rays and Major League Baseball to really understand what those are and develop documents that are going to be permitted. And then there's going to be a series of probable bid packages that may be more than one GMP. We might have multiple GMPs to perform that work, and that's going to come forward through, between, I would say, April through June. We're going to be bringing a series of elements. And the last one on the right is just, we all know that the field itself is a standalone element we're working on, and that's going to happen, once we get through it. So I thought it'd just be helpful to kind of, this is going to get heavily populated. There's going to be a lot below the line. We'll have to squeeze it all in here, but a lot of work going on. So just, again, F2 is the $55,000 change order, basically amendment number 2 to Global Rope for the additional time and effort they needed to complete the work. The work is now done safely. All the materials are off the roof, and they have basically completed their scope. And F3 is the construction manager at risk agreement for the non-roof repairs. Like I said, it's $896,000. This will get us through, most of the summer. The actual activities, again, those are going to be provided in various guaranteed maximum price packages. But this gives you a sense of what kind of that work is. It's the cladding on the building, the interior cladding and the perimeter cladding on the outside. It's all of the sound, the PA system, the video boards, the broadcasting system, anything that's relevant to baseball and the ability to conduct games in this facility, we're tackling, we're identifying, we're scoping, we're having experts in each of these areas provide us those details, and then again put those on the drawings, get them permitted, and go out for bid. So we've got elements of this that's going to be I've already started working with our SB folks and making sure that we're reaching out to the community for the elements that can be competitively bid and provide those services. So there's a lot of, drywall work that has to be replaced, ceilings, flooring, that sort of thing. And that is generally where we are, just real broadly on the schedule. Again, the first 3 rows there is the roof work, which is underway, and our goal, if everything falls in place here, is to try to bring this GMP proposal for the replacement of the roof towards the tail end of March. And what needs to happen in order to make that happen, we got to get our engineering into the building permit division, review those permits, approve them, and make sure that the testing of the acoustics and the playability all fall within the standards that are required by Major League Baseball, and make that happen, and the Tampa Bay Rays. And then the non-roof repair work, which, again, today is the CMAR agreement that we're bringing to you. This, again, it's going to take us several months to develop that work. In the meantime, the ordering of the roof and the installation of the roof, you can see between April of this spring, when we with the approval from council of the GMP, release the order, start the fabrication, deliver the material in August, start the installation in August, and take us through November for the completion and dry-in of the roof. And then simultaneously, we've got all of this work outside of the roof itself. And it's going to be challenging to do much of that work without the roof. We need to get the building dried in. There are things we can do within the bowl, but a good portion of that work is going to have to happen after we dry in. And then the turf installation would be one of the last things we do. So we're working really hard. We've got a lot of people working on this. We've got a very strong team of experts. We still feel confident that we're going to get this done within the schedule. But, all things said, we're going to continue to pursue it. And if there's any issues, we'll obviously be communicating that very much as it happens. So that's the presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Raul. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Raul, for the presentation. And just a couple of questions. So one of the things, that we've talked about a lot and I've been concerned about is kind of these MLB approvals that have to happen as part of this work. Has that been happening ongoing? Is the Rays still the liaison to that? How is that going?
Great question. We actually have Major League Baseball representative at our weekly meetings.
Oh, good.
And they've brought on a series of experts as well, structural engineering team. Thornton Tomasetti is part of that team. So every week we have a full meeting of all hands on deck to go through the schedule, any issues. The Rays are a major part of that. Melanie Lenz is our contact, and she's been at all of those meetings as well. We've had 2 weeks ago, we had a major walkthrough of the entire facility with Major League Baseball, with the Rays. It was a full-day event. So yes, that activity is happening, and they're very much engaged.
Okay, that's great news, because that's always been a concern of mine, was that we would be doing all of this, trying to put it back, and then you get to, close to the end, and they say it's not good enough, or it's not able to be played in. So I'm glad to hear that that's happening. Thank you for talking kind of more in detail about the roof. I did have some questions about that, but kind of understand, where we are on the timeline of that, so I appreciate that. The offices. So their staff in their offices are currently relocated.
Right.
Let's just say we do all of this, but we aren't quite able to get them back in their offices necessarily. Have we had conversation about if that could potentially hold things up from opening day 2026?
Have not had that conversation.
There's a lot of damage in the offices,
Yes, so
right?
I think it's something that we're going to need to dive into, quite frankly. Our goal is to bring back the stadium to be able to be played baseball.
Right.
We are aware of the damages to the office. We have not settled on what that looks like, and the responsibility of who performs that work is still an open question.
And legal, I just want to clarify, because I'm just kind of predicting where we may end up with this work. We are only obligated to make sure that they have a place to play in, correct?
Right. The operative provision here relates to the ability to play home games.
Right.
In the stadium. We have had internal discussions about that, and our position is that those offices are not required for the playing of home games.
Okay, that's good news, because I am very concerned. From when I did my initial walkthrough a couple of weeks after Milton, that was, I mean, the devastation inside the offices alone was a lot. And I just can't imagine us doing all of that work and still being able to get them back in their offices too. And I don't want to have conflict with that. I want us to be having those conversations throughout. So that's good that we are touching on that, because you never know. They may have to stay in their temporary location, and as long as we can play, that's the goal. So, okay. All right, very good. I'll move approval of both F2 and 3.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Just to continue along those same lines, in those weekly meetings, do we have someone from the city attorney's office present?
No, we do not.
Why not?
Really, it's you know, establishing, you know, kind of the path forward and establishing the communication with the construction team. It hasn't been necessary to have legal. I deal with the city legal staff on all issues outside of those meetings, but within those meetings, no, we have not found the need to have legal at those.
So who is making the decisions on how the word suitable is defined? Because per the current use agreement, we have to make it suitable for playing home games. And in the backup material here, you've got wall cladding, both interior and exterior, drywall, flooring, and ceiling damages in specified areas. What are those areas? Please tell us what you're asking us to have to fund. Suite cabinetry and furnishings, is that required by Major League Baseball? Audio made suitable, AV equipment and broadcast infrastructure, sure, I can understand that, and other associated work. Have we defined suitable? Has the list of requirements by MLB on what they require been given so that we have that checklist? And as Councilmember Gabbard pointed out, we don't want to miss something that later is required. I don't want to spend a dime beyond what we absolutely have to meet those requirements. So please tell me that someone has legally defined suitable.
I'll jump in first, Councilmember. Our interpretation of that is based on the wording in the agreement. So I'm not going to say that, I mean, it doesn't break it down in the detail, obviously, that you've inquired. I certainly understand your question. If it helps, I would say administration has been in frequent contact with our office about the nature of the repairs, what they're intending to progress with, to ensure that they are not going beyond our interpretation of the agreement. So although we are not in the meetings, as MLB attorneys nor the race attorneys are in those meetings either, that doesn't mean that we're not working hand in hand with administration to make sure that this is not going any further than necessary based on the wording in the current use agreement.
Thank you. And has Major League Baseball provided a list of what elements make the dome suitable for playing home games?
Good afternoon, Council. I don't think we have a specific list from MLB on what makes it suitable, but I think the key elements from MLB's perspective are the roof material related to the acoustics and the playability of light and the field conditions. I think those are the main things that MLB is concerned about. Beth Herrendine's really our lead on this, and she's in these meetings every week. We talk continuously about you know, what repairs are required in accordance with the use agreement. We continue to have those conversations with the Rays and the city attorney's office and continue to work through those things. And Raul could probably give you more information on certain locations related to drywall and things of that nature, if you'd like that information.
Thank you. Has it been determined that suite cabinetry and furnishings is a requirement by Major League Baseball to make the dome suitable for playing home games?
I can say that. I think the best I can say is that, you know, this has been a very collaborative effort. We don't have all the answers. I don't think the Rays have all the answers on this. So that's part of what we need to have happen over the next couple of months with the work that's being done now. I mean, the walkthroughs through the building, the detailed list of all of the elements that we know that have been damaged, the determination of what goes on to those final drawings and get priced out still has to happen. And that's a discussion that we're going to have. So I can't, yeah, there are things that we are looking at. We're looking at everything. What makes it to that final list that's going to be bid and we're going to be providing pricing for, or we're going to actually perform, I can't stand here today and tell you exactly what's on that list. But we're working it. I mean, there's just a lot. And there are a lot of things that shouldn't be on the list that won't be on the list.
But what you're giving us here is not.
No, what I'm giving you here is just a sense of the things that
Right.
we're going to be looking at. These aren't absolutes. The sort of things that Hennessy is going to be, and his team are going to be inspecting and providing. For example, the seating. We're going to have somebody come out and actually inspect the seats, make sure that there's no issues with the seating due to the storm. That may not make the list, but we're going to inspect it. We're going to evaluate a lot of elements of this building and make sure that, yeah, if it's required in order to conduct a baseball, and we're all in agreement with that, that makes the final, it's a component of the work. There will be packages of work that will identify and target specifically to that group, and then that work's going to be brought to City Council, and we're going to share it with you. We're going to tell you this is the package of work that we need to have that we've priced out and we need to perform in order to make this work. So I can't tell you exactly right now all those things that are going to make that list, but we know we have a very challenging activity that over the next several months to continue to, I mean, the roof is really the easy part. The roof is, with all the complexity of that we understand, that we've got engineers, that we've got, folks working on the testing and the evaluations of it, but the balance of it is not. Balance is very challenging.
Mm-hmm. I will say that I'm really surprised that at this point in the game, we do not have a definitive list from Major League Baseball on what is required. That is the only thing that keeps us from overspending unnecessarily. And when you have something that's this broad, it worries me. Now, I understand that the request that you have before us today to approve is for the planning and the services from Hennessy, who I respect and have great faith in. I have no problem with that. I know that we need them to help us with this. I just want to clarify for everyone that this amount that we're approving today is not for repairs. It's for Hennessy to help with the planning of the repairs.
It's to identify those issues and components of the work that need to be included onto the documents. It's to do the testing, the evaluations, and it's a broad group of experts underneath the Hennessy umbrella. So it's MEP work. It's a lot of experienced folks that are going to have to be helping us on this. So, yeah, and that component, that pre-construction effort is going to take several months.
Right. So I will approve this, but I will tell you that I'm going to have a really hard time if you guys start coming to us with vague requests for funding for these repairs without being able to explain how they are required by Major League Baseball, and in order to have the dome suitable for playing home games as according to the current use agreement.
Fully understand.
Please be more specific, and please someone find out what everyone wants for us to fulfill our obligation, because that's all we want to do. I think we can agree on that. But the way that this is starting to come out, the examples you gave today of the non-roof repairs are not going to be acceptable to me if they're brought to me this way for approval when it's time to fund those repairs, okay? All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you, Mr. Quintana. I appreciate you being here. You mentioned that this is an easy decision. It's not. This is not easy. When you're dealing with taxpayers' dollars and you have such vague requests and you're missing information, it's not easy. It's not easy being in our position having to make such a call. You know, I get this. This is for services, not necessarily for repairs, but it seems like we just keep getting these blank checks. You know, these requests that have no cap on the price tags. And I just want to make sure that this is something that we are obligated to make a decision on today. So if legal can clarify for me if this is something that needs to be decided on the day or if we can delay this, that would be great.
Councilmember, it's a good question. So the last time that an item came forward, there was an exact time period in the agreement. So if you would have asked me that question in December, I would say it had to be on that day to be able to comply with the agreement. Now we're in the phase of we've checked that first box, and the thing that the city has to do now is diligently pursue repairs. So I'm not going, I can't sit here and tell you that in order to comply with the contract, you would have to approve it today. At some point, failure of the city to move forward could be a lack of diligently pursuing the repairs. There's not a definition of that phrase in here, but this one is not a hard and fast date. I think this is in consultation with administration feeling like it's the appropriate time in order to say on the schedule that has been discussed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. I pretty much just wanted to put myself on here to say, you know, this is design work, and I'm happy to support it today. It's not super impactful, but I am still in the same position I've been in the whole time, in that I want to see us have a very broad and open discussion about the future of Tropicana Field before I am willing to spend money on funds to reconstruct it. I think, you know, in the past there was discussion of settlement, and now I know the Rays have changed their mind and they want us to rebuild it. I think that any discussion we have on actually expending funds to do the reconstruction of it has to include what the potential for a settlement looks like with the Rays, in order to not do something that on its face does appear to be wasteful, rebuilding a building that's life is not very long. And so, again, not about today, just wanted to make sure everybody understood where I was at still concerning this issue. I appreciate that last question to Councilmember Givens about the necessity. I mean, if there's a different path forward that you're interested in, I'd love to hear it. But I see the reason why administration's presented this to us, so I understand, and I'm ready to make sure that we're meeting our legal obligation. I don't want to get us in trouble either, so thank you.
Councilmember Fix-Sanders.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate everyone's feedback and concern, and we've had the same concern about spending additional dollars, not having the detail to support that. But I will tell you, as someone that is sitting here trying to rehab a home, and understanding that the process I thought would take 6 months to a year is now rolling into the third year. And every time we go to do something different with the permitting or the construction insurance, there's something different. You know, there are different dollars. And when we talk about the design phase, some things that we had not planned to change has to change. So I think I'm looking at a bigger picture on this, and I'm still in the same place as to not trying to forethink what may happen, because we did not know we would be in this situation when we approved it the first time. And I'm still in the same place that regardless of what we do with this stadium, there is still an open door for us to move forward as a city to benefit from the original Trop, should that be an option, as well as staying with the same conversation and requirement of us having to meet the terms of the last agreement. So I wish I had a detail as to how long it would take me to get this house done that we're working on with all the details, but that just hasn't happened to this point. So I think that's where I am being diligent in understanding some of these things that are coming up. Now, I was one of the first ones to say we're not putting any more money into this. that we're going to go ahead. We've met our obligations. We've done what we said we're going to do. But again, being in this situation, I get it. But again, I do agree that having additional information, as much as can be provided, would be a great selling point moving forward. But we do have to get this done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Harding.
Thank you for your time and your presentation. Raul, the repairs that we're doing, does this alter what we had looked at? Pre-storm, nothing happened. Does this change the math on the useful life of the building? Is it the structure is fine, but the roof was really what we were worried about? Or is this still, are we still on the same path that we were before?
We're still on the same path. We're not altering structurally or extending the life of the building. We're actually, as we start looking at the details and start packaging that work, I mean, we're all cognizant that this is, potentially, has a finite life. But the roof, for example, there's really no way to not get the roof. It's got to be designed for the current wind loads, so it's going to be a robust system. We have not taken the approach that we've got to do things to extend the life of the building. It's just put it back as, in order to play baseball, in order to accomplish what we need to do to honor our agreements.
As options unfold and change, and you may not be prepared for this question today, but what is the useful life of the building? Where are we at in its life cycle?
It's a great question. I'm sure we can get you an answer. We'll take a look, take a dive into that and try to give you an answer.
Thanks again. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you, Chair. Raul, thank you for the presentation. I think everyone knows where I stood on the issue of the Tropicana Field from the beginning with other council members when there were large asks in terms of appropriating a lot of money at the front without knowing and having clarity, and with a lot of unknowns. There's still a lot of unknowns, but the reality is we will find out much more come, I think, into the end of March, and we'll have more clarity. Today, the ask isn't so large. Obviously, we have to do this. There's not a legal requirement per se in terms of timing, but obviously we need to diligently pursue these repairs, and it's just not a big ask. What I ask of you, and I think all council members want this, is to make sure that you advise us of any surprises that you find out in the process. And I know that you've been doing that, but we got a schedule here. It's not a hard schedule, obviously, and things may come up and things may change. And I think we just kind of need to make sure once you're doing this work, whether it's you all, Hennessy, whoever is doing it, as things change, to let us know. But right now, there are no new surprises. This is as expected is what's happening right now, pretty much.
This is the process that we need to have in order to bring these answers to all these questions. I mean, it is us diligently pursuing what we need to do here.
I understand that. In terms of reports that you get, make sure that you just share that with council in terms of the reports you get that have the specifics in terms of the work that they uncover that need to be done and all that. That's all I have. So with that, I will support, but I have the same concerns that other council members have expressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to try not to belabor, but I just want to make sure I'm seeing this the way I think I'm seeing it. This essentially creates the list and the cost of everything that needs to be done outside of the roof to bring the building back to, essentially back to the way it was before. It's irrelevant whether it's necessary for baseball or not to play home games. This will give us that list and the cost. Then the next decision will be what goes on to the next list that we have to do to play home games, and that would be the next decision for us.
Correct, and that second...
I know that was really that was big time kindergartner.
And that's what we're going to bring back in terms... We're not going to go through an effort of pricing and getting bids for work other than what's on, what you just said, your second list. That's what we're focusing on. And we'll have all the support for that, and we'll have the details of it, but we've got to go through this effort. I mean, it's going to be a very intense couple of months.
Yeah, I just wanted to understand, because twofold. One, I want to know that entire list. I think that's important for us, and I think it's important on two fronts. One, because then we can separate what it is that we need to do to uphold our end of the use agreement, and also we can have a relevant conversation. Because I agree with Councilmember Floyd, if we want to try to go that route, we still are going to need to know everything that's on that list. And I think that was the point that I really wanted to make, that either road that we pick, upholding our end of the current use agreement and fixing it, we need to know that list so we can make sure that we're picking the ones to make sure we can play home games. Or if we go to a negotiation to end the use agreement and not make these repairs, it's vital to know what would be the repairs necessary in order to be a part of that negotiation. And so I just wanted to make sure I was seeing that clearly. Okay. All right, we've got a motion and a second. Seeing no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
The motion to pass agenda items F2 and F3 passes unanimously.
Thank you, Raul. Okay, we'll move on to F4. We're going to be talking about Salt Creek Pump Station project, and we've got Brajesh with us. Brajesh, welcome.
Good day, Council. Brajesh Prem, Engineering Capital Improvements Director. It is a pleasure to be here and discuss this project. It is, I know it was presented at the COW, and we'll go through an update on that later on. But I did put together a short presentation, and also for the benefit of some of the council members, the new ones, also this presentation sort of gives a little bit of history of how these projects developed and how we're progressing in the future as well. So with that, this is a design-build project, a progressive design-build project, because it's at an accelerated rate we're implementing this project. So what you're seeing here is and you'll see a C in the middle of Lake Magori. This is Basin C. All the stormwater basins within the city are ironically labeled A through Z. The forefathers of the city had a great way of actually coming up with exactly 26 stormwater basins in the city. So they labeled A through Z. This is Basin C, and you can see by the sheer magnitude of the size of that basin. And I've used the explanation in the past of stormwater basins are essentially little depressions in the general topography. So while the topography of the surface generally flows towards Lake Magori, there are other dimples within the surface that creates floodplains, and I'll go through that explanation as we continue. But what I really wanted to grasp here is the sheer magnitude of that basin. But also, the basin boundary between each of those are probably inches. Inches. So, you take that information now, and then these are the sub-basins. So there are about 1,200 sub-basins within the city. These are the sub-basins within this Basin C. Again, you'd see that generally all of those are within there. And we also go in the model into a deeper level, the stormwater model, and we break it down to over 12,000 basins. So we understand what's going on in any individual block. Now, as we continue on, this is where the stormwater floodplains come into play. So I'm going to flip a little back and forth here. You would see how the stormwater Basin C and that line as it flows through Salt Creek goes out. So you can generally see that area is a center depression point, the lowest point of that stormwater basin, and how that outflow of the system occurs. So during a 100-year rain event, we expect to see level of water staging within these areas. During the Hurricane Milton, we noticed the excessive staging in this area, particularly because going back to the previous slide, and I'll flip back up to it quickly. As I mentioned, the blue line is probably inches because that's the apex of that basin. So if the intensity of the rain, and we got rain in the 1 in 1,000 year range, so if the intensity of the rain was so much, it's basically flowing into Basin C. It didn't stay in the other basins. It's just trickling over into the next basin and the next basin. And that's what we experienced, and that's why Basin C had so much impacts. So it's already big enough, and now it's getting impacted by all its neighbors. So we noticed that the floodplains closely replicated it. Now, the Basin C project was an early deliverable in the Stormwater Master Plan, as well as the shore acres. Those were the two basins because we knew those general areas were problem areas we had to focus on. So those were early deliveries in the Stormwater Master Plan, and because of that benefit, we implemented projects. And I'll get into those projects generally in the next slide. But I wanted to share the topography. So this is the LiDAR data that we generated from the Stormwater Master Plan. This data is accurate within 1/100th of a foot of accuracy. But what I want you to see is that repeating band. So where you see Salt Creek, as it flows out, you could think of that as NAVD, and you're going to hear me say NAVD 0, because that's sea level. And as it goes up, the first red band to the north is 10 feet. The next red band is another 10 feet. The next red band is another 10 feet. So you're looking at 40 feet of topography going towards Lake Magori. And we noticed that as you drive down MLK in general vicinity of 22nd and 18th. So that's the intensity of that flow going towards Lake Magori. So generally you would see that overland flow, even though you have all these basins, sub-basins and micro-basins, the general topography flows towards that area. So it's going to flow when you have that severe inundation of a 1 in 1,000 rain event. Now, because we had that Basin C project as an early deliverable, we were able to start implementing projects, planning for these projects efficiently. So led towards that strategic planning element. So I didn't label my alphabet in the correct direction. I tried to keep it sequentially how we're planning the projects. So Bartlett Lake dredging, which was one of the longer, because we knew the permanent implications of that project. That's going to create hydraulic capacity. The lake itself is, it needs dredging. It needs a major rehabilitation. Then B, which is the channel cleaning, because now we have to create that hydraulic capacity to get to that lake. C is the pump station. Now, I want to mention as well, what we noticed during Milton is the intensity and severity of the storm event. We've not only trying to push the project from a regular design build, but a progressive design build, but we've also expanded the scope of the project to help with the floodplain impacts and increase the size of the pumps. That's the intention of that project, and I'll touch on it on the next slide, well, after the next slide. And then Project D, which is again another SPAR project, the Basin C delivery project, the Basin C analysis identified a bypass line coming from Lake Magori. So we know that channel B, the channel itself, Project B, is hydraulically limited. It's an existing channel, there's a road on either side. We can't make it any wider. We can't take away that road to these residents. But providing that alternate bypass will help during a severe rain event. So we'll have a pump station on C, and then we'll have a bypass outfall as D. And again, those are two projects, again, SPAR projects that we're accelerating. Now, the ability and I would say one of the critical elements why we try to balance how we develop projects, and I tend to say we use some seed money. Councilmember Driscoll has spoken a lot about this as well, is that we put, as we develop these projects, we do what we call pre-applications as far as developing preliminary design reports, and I've spoken to a few of you all about this. These preliminary design reports get us to the level that we can pursue grants. And Project A is a good example. A $3.5 million project, we're able to leverage both state and federal funding to fund the project. Project B, we are, again, 50% grant funding. And Project C, we're in the magnitude of, about a third of the funding. And we will continue to pursue other funding. Project D will also be pursuing funding on that as well. And we'll continue that approach. So you'd see on a lot of our CIP projects, we put those initial projects in early, and then design and construction in a later year, because we want to start that project early, try to get alternative funding sources to minimize the impacts on our residents. So let's talk a little bit about this specific project now that we've kind of finished a little bit of the background. And I want to touch on that property on 18th Avenue South and 4th Street on the northwest corner. So essentially, where you see that blue box, that's where our pump station is going to be. Then we'll construct that force main for the discharge of the stormwater system across 18th Avenue, then up 3rd Street and discharging on the east side of the 3rd Street Bridge. Why on the east side of the 3rd Street Bridge? That's where the channel widens. So we don't have that hydraulic restriction on the channel flow itself. But there's also another strategic reason. Because 4th Street, topography-wise, is where it breaks and starts flowing towards Lake Magori. So that's, again, an apex in the basins for us. So where you see that gate, that flood control gate, that helps us now in the fact of if there's a surge or severe rain event or a high tide, because rainwater is and stormwater is affected by the hydraulic grade line. So if we do start to see that impact, we could close that gate and pump. So that means we mitigate the impacts of sea level rise, mitigate the impacts of surge, and provide that ability to flow. Now the red area, the red box that you see, is where we are widening the channel. Bartlett Lake will function essentially as a maintenance area, a sediment sump area, where the velocity of the water comes in, slows down to less than 2 feet per second, sediment falls out. Now it flows into that upper area, which we have poor water quality in right now. But because it's wider, we can now have a larger area for the pump station to draw from. But to continue on the project, and it gave us a great opportunity right now, which the team's extremely excited about, is to the west of the project, west of this that red line, to the edge of the property limit, which is essentially the edge of that aerial. We're going to turn that entire area into a depressed wetland and restore natural flora habitat, natural flora vegetation. By creating and expanding that floodplain, we can help mitigate some of that surge as well and some of the stormwater impacts, but also creating something you really don't get to do in an urban environment, a green space, and bringing it back to a more natural form. And that will also help us with water quality. So with that, I will open up for any questions.
Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you, and thank you, Brajesh, for your detailed explanation. It's amazing how much information you have in your brain on the Stormwater Master Plan, which is incredible every time I see pictures and how you put it together. So I appreciate that. In terms of the proposed flood control gate that is on the other end, I'm just trying to understand, obviously, you're trying to prevent flooding in one area, and you have other businesses and homes and other things at that other area. I just want to make sure, does that impact anyone by where that gate is?
Okay, so that's such a good question, because the idea that you're putting a gate up means that, oh my God, that water is going to come somewhere and it's going to come on my property. And I could understand it, but ultimately the gate is going to be, the intention is not going to allow more water up the channel, but in reality, that's open water body at that point. So that's really the tide level of Tampa Bay. So if Tampa Bay goes up or down, just because that gate is closed, if it closed or open, that doesn't change the impacts to adjoining properties.
And that's what I want to hear, because obviously and look, I get questions on Crescent Lake because it's part of the stormwater system, and how when you make modifications to it, is it going to affect my property? So you have the same issue with this and the properties once you start making modifications to the stormwater system, and whether or not it's going to affect the adjacent properties.
Yeah, just because we close that gate, it does not mean if the high tide was going to be at 3 foot NAVD, if we close the gate, that does not mean it's going to change the high tide to 3.8 feet, because that's Tampa Bay there at that point.
Okay, great. Thank you.
No, good question.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Thank you for this explanation. It's just exciting to kind of see the evolution of this project. And my favorite part is the page that shows all of the grant money that you've been able to pull in to help pay for this project. So thank you for those efforts as well. At the gate there so the new gate, is that going to change or modify that bridge?
No.
Because, we got a lot of Thrill Hill fans out there.
Yes, there's no intention to modify the bridge. So Thrill Hill will stay the way it is.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you. Thank you, Rajesh, for the presentation. And we've talked about this a couple times, but I could not remember. Once this is ready to go, and I pray we never have another storm like we experienced, but you remember the long-term standing water on Lake McGorry between 18th South. Did we not have, and help me understand, that this implementation of this new station will help that drainage long-term?
Correct.
Okay. As long as I got a yes out of that, I'm happy.
You are absolutely, and just to help clarify, so all the properties along Salt Creek it flow into Salt Creek. All the stormwater systems flow into Salt Creek. And then all the properties immediately adjacent and the residences adjacent on the east side of Lake Magori flow into Lake Magori. So you have competing flow coming through that channel. So as we open the gates at Lake Magori and it's flowing into the channel, then you're adding flow from all these residences on the side. And that's the challenge. So you're not only battling the hydraulic grade line of the tailwater condition of getting to that outfall, but you're also adding, so it's almost like you're putting hoses and adding water along the route. So you're slowing down the flow, you're creating more, basically you're increasing your hydraulic grade line on that tailwater condition. And that is true. So what the intention is to do is with the bypass pump station, it's going to help relieve some of that impacts on the channel, but the channel will have that ability to flow towards the pump station on the other side. So we're balancing it to get as much flow out. And because of the gates, we can keep that if we do see that higher tide coming in, because right now the gates are at Lake Magori. But if the gates are closer to the open water body, we can control that water level within Lake Magori and the channel much more efficiently. Because if we open the gates at Lake Magori, it takes minutes for that flow to start flowing down that channel and get enough drawdown. But if the gate is all the way at the outfall, once we see that tide change and we close it earlier, it doesn't affect anything in the channel. So we have more hydraulic capacity in the channel as well.
Okay, so I'm going to ask another question since I live not too far from there, and definitely for the residents that border the north side of Lake Magori, who we've been having that conversation for years, not just a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. Are they going to see any relief from this?
So on the immediate north side, yes. And I wish I could go back to the floodplain, but if you look at generally anybody within that pink area that touches Lake Magori, they'll see benefit from this project.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Brajesh, thank you for the presentation. My really only one question, could you provide that topography for the entire city?
Yes.
I would just be interested to see that. That was, especially in that area, that was,
I know.
I won't call it cool to see, but I mean, it's very informative, and I think it would be helpful for all of us to see it. But thank you for the presentation, and I'll say what I said in the cow, whether it was last week or the week before. I love it when a plan comes together, Councilmember Driscoll. So, Councilmember Driscoll, you want to make a motion?
I move approval.
Second.
Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item F4 passes unanimously.
Thanks, Brajesh.
Thank you, Council.
Okay, we're going to move on to F5 and our utility billing update with Tom Green and Candace Winter. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and City Council members. Tom Green, Assistant City Administrator. I wanted to take just a moment before we got started to introduce the members of the billing collection team who are here with Ms. Winters. We have Lauren Gwantner. She is the manager of the billing side of the operation. We have Chris Barnes. He's our manager of field operations. We also have David Flintham, customer support manager. Additionally, we've got Claude Tankersley and John Palanchar from Public Works. And what I would like to do is turn it over to Candace and have her present the information that we've shared in the backup. And certainly I know there will be some conversation following this presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Candace Winter, Interim Billing and Collections Director. As you all may be aware, we have been experiencing an increase in customers questioning their utility bills since Hurricanes Helene and Milton. We are here this afternoon to provide you with an update on utility billing post-hurricanes, and we'll touch on the utility billing review, the impacts of the hurricanes on billing, estimated utility bills, delayed utility bills, high consumption issues, leaks, adjustments, and touch on the Utility Billing Review Committee, also known as the UBRC. There's approximately 103,000 utility customers here in the city of St. Pete. They're broken up into 20 cycles/zones with an average of about 12 routes in each cycle. We have 15 meter readers that reads about 5,000 meters every day. There's an accounting technician team of 8, and they bill 5,000 bills every day as well. We were hit with Tropical Storm Debbie. While there were no city closures due to Tropical Storm Debbie, we estimated one cycle and suspended lockoffs for one day. With Hurricane Helene, the city offices were closed for 3 work days, and with there being over 3,000 inaccessible meters, customers' bills were either estimated or delayed. We also suspended lockoffs for 5 days. With Hurricane Milton, city offices were closed for 5 days, and there being more than 10,000 inaccessible meters, customers' bills were once again estimated and delayed. We also suspended lockoffs from October 1 to mid-January 2025. In response to Hurricanes Helene and Milton, Mayor Welch issued an emergency waiver of late fees, notices, and a temporary suspension of lockoffs through early January 2025. As mentioned earlier, thousands of customers' bills were estimated or delayed due to city operations being closed or the meters being inaccessible, such as covered by debris. In cases of estimated bills, there's functionality in our utility billing system to calculate the estimates using the previous 3 months average or an average from the same period the previous year. As of this past Tuesday, there's a backlog of approximately 1,200 customers whose bills are delayed due to the meters being inaccessible for several months. As Tom mentioned, our billing manager, Lauren Gawanta, customer support manager, David Flintham, and field operations manager, Chris Barnes, are all working diligently to bring those accounts current, and we anticipate those to be completed within the next 60 days. We are also evaluating changes to city code to potentially provide relief to those customers. At the start of the fiscal year, utility rates increased as a part of the city's annual adjustment. This year's rate change occurred between Helene and Milton. Combined with estimated billing, the change may have contributed to higher than expected totals for some customers. As you will notice, this comparison table reflects the rate increases in the usage tiers, particularly Tier 3 and 4, coupled with the tier restructuring are driving up bills, especially in cases where a customer has a leak on their property. High consumption bills may have similar characteristics, however, each customer's private property issues are unique. Some customers did experience storm-related damage that directly impacted their water service, and those situations are handled on a case-by-case basis. Any customer who contacts us with questions about their higher than expected utility bill are given the same options such as leak adjustments or payment plans. In the event a customer experiences a leak on their private property, they may request a leak adjustment pursuant to City Code Section 27-6. Under this section, a customer may receive a water and/or sewer adjustment depending on whether or not the water leaked into the sewer system. We know it's a lot to read, so we have included a summary of the relevant section of City Code on the next two slides. Customers also have the ability to dispute a bill by petitioning the Utility Billing Review Committee, also known as the UBRC. And last, I would summarize by saying what a customer should do if they think their bills are too high is contact our utility accounts customer service call center Monday through Friday, and any of our staff would be happy to explain the details of their bills and offer payment plans, the other options, long-term payment plans, assist them with paying their outstanding balances. That concludes our presentation.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to public comment, please.
Chair, we have one speaker. That's Jean Marie Leon. Please raise the podium on your right. State your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
Good evening. My name is Jean-Marie Leon. I live at 1015 48th Avenue Northeast. I'm here to speak on behalf of District 60. I'm their new chairman, and I've been hearing about this issue with the bill. Mine is very high as well. And just talking about mine, I was charged $1,800 for 4 months. So when you average that from what I was using prior to that, which is about $300, it does not add up. I decided to speak here today because it's personal to me. My neighbor across the street, 95 years old, more on lawn, always strong, walk twice a day. She knocked on my door crying in tears. Her bill was $400. She lived by herself. 95 years old. Her bill has always been lower than $100. 2 months, $400. It does not add up. Her husband passed away, POW. I'm a veteran. We relate on that and multiple factors as well. We both retired. So we spend a lot of time talking. But the point is, there is something wrong. It does not add up. And it needs to be explained in a way that makes sense to the people so that they don't feel like you guys are just not caring about issues that they are facing. She was in tears. The strongest person that I know in existence was in tears on my porch. That's what they're going through. This is real for them. $1,800, okay, all right, my wife and I, we'll skip a couple of fine dinners, whatever. But for her, it's more than that. It's more than that. And if you time that, every person that is in a situation, it's a big deal. And it needs to get fixed. It needs to be answered properly, not to slide that fly by like an F-115. It needs to be explained with normal words and caring. People are suffering. District 60 people are suffering. And as your chairman, I'm here to state that. Thank you very much. God is good.
Thank you. Please no applause. Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, and thank you to the the administration. I had gotten some real concern from residents who received very high utility bills. I also saw comments on social media under the city's post about it, and I requested that we have this report given, because I could only assume that my colleagues were hearing from people too and had concerns, and it's good for us to have these conversations out in the open. There was an article in the Tampa Bay Times about it. In the backup material here, in the memo that was sent out, it gives 4 issues that may have impacted a customer's bill. The estimated utility bills, the delayed utility bills, the rate increases, and a leak. Seems like everyone who's calling with an issue because they have like a 4-figure water bill is being told it's the rate increases or you have a leak. And then people come back and they say, we do not have a leak. In the Times article, Tom Green, you told the reporter that there was a chance that it could also be human error or computer error. So those can be reasons too. And that's what I suspect, because the people are, you can tell how frustrated people are. And it doesn't seem like it's just a handful. And it doesn't seem to be concentrated in one part of our city either. Now, in the backup, it said that the estimates that were done were calculated by the Naviline system, which has been spoken of as being very antiquated, and we are in the process of doing that upgrade. Would it be possible that this system really got it wrong?
I will say that we have estimated bills even in other times, and it's just the magnitude of it being the back-to-back storms. So there were thousands of customers whose bills were estimated by the system. And Naviline is antiquated. It's, the billing estimate is complicated. And there's no manual intervention, so it's a system that did that.
Yeah.
And for some customers, if I can expand on it, for some customers, the time period that was used, they could have had a leak, and there's no way to know. It could have been a period, the prior 3 months could have had a leak, but that is the consumption that's registered in the system. So the estimate would have been higher.
Yeah, it's just kind of hard to imagine that this many people would have a leak that would be showing up on their water bill all at once. I can't get there.
If I could address that, council member, I think one thing that that you bring up that is a good point is that there's a lot of focus on leaks and repairs, and I think part of that is because of some of the stringency in our city code, and some of the flexibility or lack of flexibility really that we have administratively to deal with unusual or abnormal circumstances. So there was a portion in Ms. Winter's slide about taking some look at the city code, at some potential changes, some things we might be able to do to have more flexibility. And I think one of the reasons that the customer service agents are so focused on the leaks is because the remedy here is in the city code very limited to leaks which are repaired. And under the circumstances that we've had with the storms and some other issues, that's really not broad enough to cover the scope of what appears to be happening here. And so, that's what we're really focused on that as well.
Right. So long-term, I would like to see that changed. I'm glad we've identified an opportunity for an amendment that would improve the situation in the future. So it sounds like you guys are working on that, and maybe the city attorney's office is involved, and we'll be seeing that coming straight to, I would like that to be resolved quickly. So do you think it will come straight to council?
Yeah, I think we would prefer to go to a committee or a CAL and have a discussion with city council. And I know I don't want to speak for the city attorney's office. We're still researching a lot of things, but it would be our hope that, you know, potentially this could be retroactive. So not only could it potentially address going forward issues, but it could potentially give us an opportunity to look back. But we're still looking at that, so I don't want to get too far out in front of that issue right now.
Right, and it's great if it is retroactive, but in the meantime, we'll have people who are getting their water shut off. So how do we fix that part?
Yeah,
I mean, do we put a freeze on this right now? Do we put a freeze on lockoffs until we get this ordinance passed and then make that retroactive? And that's gonna make things right for the people who are begging us for help right now and for some mercy. And you know, many of them haven't even been living in their homes. So we can all put ourselves in these shoes and say, yeah, I'd be freaking out too.
Absolutely.
And we can help, and we can do that today.
I totally agree with you. I can put myself in their shoes, and I would be freaking out as well if I got a very unusual bill. So I certainly understand that. You know, some of the things we can do is we can look at the lockoffs. We can do that administratively. We're also considering pushing the UBC hearing because we wouldn't want somebody to come to a UBC hearing and get caught up in this leak and leak repair issue when maybe we're going to look at some ordinance changes. So we're trying to work through some options to give us some time to look at these potential code changes.
Thank you. And in the meantime, if people do suspect that there is a leak, we should be very proactive in encouraging people to check for that. Is there a way to, I'm wondering if these leaks, they are probably going to be storm related, right? Because of this timing.
It's possible.
That maybe that's hypothetical. I'm just wondering if there is a program that we can quickly put in place to help people identify leaks without, I mean, how much does it cost to have somebody come out and do all of that? A few $100? Okay, you know what? That gets added to the cost of this high utility bill. So what can we do for people right now? And then that code long-term.
Yeah, one of the things that we're you know, I don't think every circumstance is going to be the same, but, you know, one of the things that we've seen is that when you do have surge, it can actually disconnect some of the water utilities, right? So a person may have had a leak based on storm surge that they weren't even aware of. One of the things that we've seen in other communities is laundry machines becoming disconnected from the water source. The person has evacuated, maybe they don't come back for 3 weeks. They may not be aware that you know, that they're losing water there. So in our current city code, it's very difficult to address circumstances like that. And that's why we really need to dig into our city code and see if we can provide some more flexibility here.
I think it would be, and if you need us to make a motion, vote on something, whatever, I need some reassurance that we're going to get people some help right away while we're working on that long-term fix. And I like that customers are being encouraged to at least pay what they normally pay. And I don't know what that needs to look like. But I think if we put a freeze on it, we know that we might have some people who have trouble later on catching up. So I'm going to leave it to you all. But I don't want anyone's water to get cut off because they owe $2,000 when they should owe $200. Okay?
I believe Mr. Green, and I hear you, and thank you for that. Just going back to your other question, I think Mr. Green spoke to the council coordinator, Ms. Ullman, and I think maybe at the end of February, we could sneak onto that CAL and have a discussion there. So maybe if there was a motion from City Council today to do that, we would like to do that.
Yes, I think that would be fantastic, and I really would like a commitment from the administration today that we're not going to take anyone's water away while we figure this out. And I know I've gone over my time, so I will leave it at that with your comments, and I will thank you very much for the generosity, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Gavin, it's okay, we have one more public comment.
Oh, yes, please.
We'll go to public comment real quickly and then come back to Councilmember Gabbard, please.
Okay, Lindsay, I'm going to enter you into the meeting. When I enter you in the meeting, please unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to address City Council. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I am Lindsay Anderson. My address is 238 Northwest Lincoln Circle North. I'm a prior resident of Snell Isle and am now in Fossil Park. I am a disabled veteran who is contacting you guys between doctor's appointments today, and I apologize for not showing earlier. That is my reasoning for that. However, I've been trying to contact folks, including the UBRC and all of the things that they tell us to contact since September before these storms. I have had excessive bills. I have contacted the commissioners. Mike Harding's office was the only one that responded to us, excuse me, and replied that we attend this meeting today. Again, I'm attending between doctor's appointments, so I may be called here any moment, but I'm a one-person disabled household in a 900 square foot home. There's no way I'm using 3,900 gallons a month. And I was told two different stories within the first couple of months, and then stories, after that. But the first two were that these were estimated after the storms. Again, my first excessive bill was in September, for which half the month I was not even home. I did not move into this home until then, and I had, again, moved from Snell Isle to this area. We have proven that there is no leak. We send pictures of any and all repairs, to which we only found a toilet handle that needed to be done. There was no leak. We sent screenshots and pictures of the water meters and the location with and without the water running as a video. Again, we've contacted commissioner, city council member. We put in for the UBRC. The only adjustment we were given on a nearly $1,000 bill was $38.94. And we were told not only by UBRC, but one of the very rude and unprofessional customer complaint service representatives, that they would not be making this right. And that would be the only adjustment we would receive moving forward. On your slide, Ms. Winters, I saw that we are able to get up to 3 adjustments. So stories continue to change. And we also were told that, not only were we estimated, but the second story was that, oh no, Ms. Anderson, we've been out to your property. Really? Because I have cameras and no one's been to my property at all. And I have that as evidence if needed as well. Please, someone help us. We need allocated funds to repair infrastructure before we're concerned about other matters bringing people to the city. That's my opinion. Like I said, as a retired vet, I'm aware that taxpayers' dollars need to bring folks to the city, and we need money for jobs and things of that nature. But we also need to take care of those of us that are here, born and raised, and can't afford these bills. I'm on a retired pension, a very, very limited budget, and can barely pay this. I will be forced out of my home if these continue. And to add to that, I have not been offered any assistance plan, and several shut-off notices have been sent to me, even when I pay what should have been the bill on this. And my
Thank you, ma'am.
estimated...
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the report, and I was glad to see this added to the agenda. Thank you, Councilmember Driscoll. For weeks now, my legislative aide Kim and I have been monitoring countless, I've got pages and pages here in front of me of our residents, specifically in the Riviera Bay area, who many of them are no longer in their homes, who have been crying out for this help. And I want to thank David Flinton, because he has definitely kind of held our hand through a lot of this. He's done a great job at providing us information and trying to help people where we can. But to your point, there's a lot we can't do right now. And so I'm very concerned about delaying any further than we have to further conversation about changing our code to give us that flexibility that we need. So Chair, if there is a way to have an earlier meeting than I think the 27th you said, I think that we need to do that, because we need to get to the bottom of whatever code changes need to be made to bring relief for people now. This cannot delay any longer. And I do have some questions, but I really want to talk about the process forward first, because, I mean, I just think that there's just too much writing on financial implications for people for us to sit and wait on a meeting later on this month.
Janie and I looked at the calendar earlier, and I'm happy to look at it again if we get a break before public hearings. I think we were hoping for February 20th, but if we could do something, if staff were ready beforehand. But the meeting Janie and I were looking at, trying to move around, was February 20th, if that was okay with you, council member.
Well,
we'll make that work. You know, and certainly I would be open, as long as procedurally it was okay, is to have that cow, and then we could bring it right back up.
yeah, I mean, that would be preferable, because we have a council meeting that same day. Because that's the other piece of it. Like, we make code changes that can actually give assistance to our residents, but then we have to go through our process of actually implementing code. And so there's another delay there. So I support that. Legal, I'm sorry, Jackie, you're over there, sorry. So I would make a motion that we refer this conversation to a committee of the whole at the earliest possible date. Okay.
So two things.
Yes.
So I would say typically the way that the manual reads, this is your manual, so
Yeah.
you can supersede it if you wanted to. Those types of referrals are normally through a new business item rather than a motion on the dais.
I understand.
If it's amenable to council and you'd rather all make the motion and dispense with the new business item, and you want to include that in your motion, that you're waiving the manual and just doing a motion to refer it, that would be fine. So you can do it that way. And then from a timing standpoint, I don't see any reason why you couldn't first read it on the 20th, but I'm not sure how, there still has to be the period of time for noticing in the public hearing.
Right.
So we'll look at that, and we could advise you, is there any benefit to first reading it on the 20th, or is that, does that not get you that far? My guess is it's still gonna help.
I think so.
Yeah, because based on your calendar, you should still, I mean, at a minimum, you should still be sitting a week or
Right.
so. So I don't think there's any impediment to it being on the agenda.
Okay.
For first reading. We'll think about whether or not we should just put something on the agenda as a placeholder, and then if you change it in the committee, we could swap it out on the dais. So we'll look at the different options and work with the chair and administration to make it as quick as possible.
So I need to amend my motion to waive standard council procedures and to move this item to a committee of the whole at the soonest available date.
Yes.
Second.
Okay.
I think the week here is important, because the week 2 weeks after that would be spring break.
I
So it
know.
would be another week
Right.
after that.
We only have so many council meetings to get the actual work done, but we have got to go through the committee process
Yep.
first. So, okay, so that is the motion. Do you want to vote on the motion before I finish my questions?
No, go ahead.
Okay, so in the memo that we were provided, and some of this might get to where Councilmember Driscoll was as well, with shut-offs, continuing to put extra fees and late payments and all of that. We have to stop that right now. Like, I don't know what we have to do, if there's another motion that comes after this motion, that has to cease right now before so we can figure this out. So I want to get there and have that conversation, hear from my colleagues about that. I want to understand, so it says here on the delayed utility bills that we have this huge backlog that we're working through, and that's taking 60 to 90 days. It says at the last sentence, in the interim, we are encouraging customers to make an average monthly payment. Encouraging customers to make an average monthly payment. So what I'm hearing is that we're not sending them a bill for their average monthly payment so that they can continue to pay that and not be gathering this huge bill. We're just encouraging. Please tell me how that works. I don't understand that. In practicality.
I understand.
We have people that aren't even in their homes, and we're encouraging them to make a monthly payment so that they don't have a huge payment at some point.
And I think we're wanting to help our customers in every possible scenario, in every possible way. One way is if you get a $150 bill every month for water, stormwater, sanitation, all the things that are on the bill, if you make that payment, it's not a big hit. It's not a big hit to you. That's your normal payment. What we're trying to prevent is when we do work through all those that look out of line, we don't want them to have sticker shock. So if they could continue to do that.
But we're not billing them for that. And that's my concern, is that these bills are just adding up. So.
And ultimately, and not to interrupt a council member, but ultimately what we would do with that customer is we would work with them to build a plan that would soften that. So let's say it's 3 months, we would extend that over 6 months or 9 months or 12 months or however long, so it is manageable for them once they do get those bills.
With no late fees.
Currently, there are no late fees because we haven't billed them in the scenario that you're discussing.
Okay, all right. And then on number 4, it says leak on private property or leak on city side. Have we done all the due diligence we need to do to ensure that that is not that is not the reason? That we don't have some pinhole leaks in places that we don't know about, once again from surge. Are we sure that that is not part of our problem?
Yes, and that actually is a typo. It should not have said on the city side, because the meter is the difference between the city side and the customer side.
Okay.
So if the water's gone through the meter, it is by definition no longer on the city side. So that should not have been said. That it's
a big typo.
It's a big typo. Yes, it is, and I don't know how it got in there.
Okay. All right. We have a motion, Chair. I'll turn it back.
Thank you. Okay, any council members wishing to speak on the motion? Otherwise, we'll take up the motion and then go back to general questions. All right, we've got a motion and a second. Clerk, please open the machine for voting.
One moment, Mr. Chair. Okay.
Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to waive standard council procedure and refer this issue to the earliest available CAL passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go back to council member comments, and certainly I don't want to take anybody's time away, but now we are going to have this conversation in Cal too. So let's remember that as we're making comments. Okay, and Councilmember Gabbard, you're all good? You've got some more questions?
I want to make sure that we don't leave without having a conversation about today is extending the pause of shutouts. Yes. We need to talk about that. So if somebody else has that on their mind, I'm good to pause. Okay. But if it's not mentioned, I'm coming back to it.
Okay,
so.
Sounds good. Thank you. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. I am eager to talk about that, but I have a couple of things that I want to ask first. First, can you give us any idea of how many people have disputed their bills so far? Just how widespread this issue is, because right now I'm only hearing anecdotes.
No, I don't have a really good estimate on that as we're standing here right now. We do know that we, as Candace mentioned, that there were thousands of bills that were estimated, and we're working with each of them as they, contact us when they see that it's out of line.
So,
but and sorry to interrupt, Councilmember, but this is what we do all day, every day. I mean, things happen in utility billing, and so it's higher than normal. But I mean, it's not. So this is what happens, all the time. So, but not on this level of magnitude. I should.
Yeah. Well, it would be helpful for us if we had an idea as to what the level of magnitude was, one, and two, your comment about how many bills are being estimated sort of implies that that's a big source of the problem, and so that, I guess I'll let that lead me into my next thing, which is and maybe you don't have the information, it would be very good and helpful to have, but of those that have been disputed, how many have been solved, and is it just a scatter shot of the reasons why we've seen increases, or is it or is there any pattern at all? Just thinking about what the problems are. I mean, if any information provided along those lines are helpful.
And it really is going to depend on a couple of things of, you know, your term was how many of these have been solved. Certainly, we have entered into payment plans with customers. We've had customers fix leaks. We've had customers, you know, go through the process and get adjustments. But right now, I couldn't tell you, as we're standing right here, how many that have been processed. You know, we could certainly provide that, but I also don't know how many of those are storm-related versus normal course of business. So, I mean, they would all be kind of in that same basket.
I understand what you're getting at, but I understand what you're getting at. I'm asking this because we've had a lot of people reach out to us, but, you know, myself personally cannot say how systemic the problem is right now, and I think in order to solve it, my mind immediately goes to making sure I can completely wrap my head around it. And I'm not able to do that right this second. So, you know, anything y'all can do to work towards that would be beneficial for, I think, everyone involved. You know, a lot of my questions stemmed from, you know, the assumption that we might have some information like that. So I'll move on to, you know, giving administration another chance to talk about what the last two council members brought up, which is how we can leave this meeting today knowing that we're not going to be charging late fees or shutting people's water off.
Yeah, thank you, council member, and appreciate that. And we are willing to agree to that moving forward, to not be shutting off at this time while we work through this issue and the late fee. So we'll address that as necessary. If we need to do that through memo or through the current state of emergency, we'll work with the city attorney's office on those different items. But we commit to that today. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Thank you to the other council members who pushed for there to be code changes on this. This is an issue that's come up really frequently for us right now, but it's something that I have poked at as long as I've been here. I've had a lot of customers, over the last few years, I've had a handful of residents reaching out about just unexplained utility bills, and anything we can do, if we can use this as a catalyst to shore up our system, make things firmer, I will go as deep into the problem as possible, and I'm sure everyone else here is willing to as well, to make sure that this doesn't happen again for a storm, or we have programs in place or policies in place to catch it if it does, and to make sure that this is just a smoother process as a whole, even when there's not a storm, because I've experienced bumps with it as well. I'll leave it there, Chair. I look forward to further discussion in committee. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Floyd. Councilmember Fix-Sanders.
Thank you. I did throughout the presentation write down quite a few notes, and I know this is going to Cal, but I'm still going to take the opportunity to put this on record today. So when we talk about the residents, the one thing that I've heard as recently as text this morning that no one has addressed is when we have our residents call, every single person that I've talked to has talked about the disrespect and very poor customer service. Very poor. That's something that's immediate. That's something that has to be addressed right away. That's something that doesn't cost a whole lot of money or a vote before city council to adjust. That's first and foremost. Is customer service, bad attitude. The second question I have on here, I also wanted to know the number of complaints and that number, how many were increased, as well as if we're tracking whether or not they're residential and commercial. And the reason why I'm asking the difference, because if we're having entrepreneurs threaten the water, it's bad enough you get your water cut off. You know immediately as the city what we would do with the commercial property whose water is cut off. Now that's their income. And they wouldn't be able to work on a payment plan because they have no income. So I also wanted to find out what those numbers look like that were impacted by this increase. The next one I had is in the presentation. The first thing I had was when customers call, the first thing we do is we talk about leak adjustments and payment plan. I did not hear in that presentation one time that said well, let's try to troubleshoot. Generally, sometimes when you call, let's troubleshoot this, because if I have to pay a plumber, I got a $1,200 water bill, and now I got to spend another $500-600 to get. I could not imagine the seniors in my family having to come up with those kind of dollars on the drop of a hat like that. I just can't see it. And the other thing that I have on here is, what if we really did make the mistake? What if it really is on us? That is not a my bad moment. That is just not a my bad moment. But I didn't hear anywhere in the presentation where it says, we're going to come and investigate because you take that particular case. They had a $200 bill this month. They got a $1,000 bill this month. Yes, it may have been a leak. It may have been a surge, but I didn't see in the presentation when it said we actually took a corrective step in wanting to work with those homeowners. I didn't hear that. And if I did, I apologize, but I don't think I did. Then also on my note, I said, I wrote down, it says, when they call to dispute a bill, I saw a whole lot of steps they have to take. A whole lot of steps to dispute something that may very well be our fault. So now you're aggravated with having to go to work, ask for overtime, pay a larger bill, and then come and sit in our city department to dispute a bill. Who has time for that? Who has time for that? None of us can take time off like that, especially the ones that are impacted the most, right? Because as council members, I've said this before, we're going to get a paycheck come hell, high water, hurricane, natural disaster, but everyone doesn't have that leniency with their employers to be able to take that type of time. So that was my other note. I think that is it, but I was also going to say that I did not want to have our residents have their utilities cut off. And once we found whose fault it is or whatever the cause for the increase was, the new meters that have been referred to, I really think anytime you make a change, there's a whole lot of window of opportunity for mistakes. And we need to own it. We need to own it. We just need to own it. There is a possibility that the mistake is on our end whenever you transition equipment. So I would definitely support halting disconnects, and it's already been clarified that there will be no late fees. So whatever that next step is, I really do appreciate the administration in your agreeance about the no disconnect and the moves that we need to do to help our residents move forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, if I could, just for informational purposes on a couple items, just want to reiterate, you mentioned the focus on leaks and repairs and adjustments, and we agree with you. And I think the reason, again, that the staff goes towards that is because we're handcuffed and very limited with the current ordinance, and that's what we want to work on. The other thing, and I wanted to talk about, is you mentioned the meters. And we haven't gotten into it a lot today because we didn't feel like it was necessary to get into that so much today. But the team is working with folks. They're pulling the meters. They're looking at the water usage. One of the things about the digital meters is they're providing much, much more information than we've ever had before. So you're seeing when that water's passing through. I'm not an engineer, but I believe that the meters are also better at detecting usage than the previous meters were. They're detecting low amounts of usage where maybe we weren't before, and they're catching maximum amounts of usage where maybe we weren't before. And so those are, with the digital meters, the accuracy is even better. So just wanted to touch on a couple of those comments.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you. Well, a lot has been covered, but I want to go back to the storms. As a city, we needed to fix our water system. We needed to fix lots of leaks after the storm, but you know what? We have the resources. And I think a lot of the frustration out there is that these storms happen, but somehow in our system, in our government, in our building, nobody thought about, well, what's happening with the customers. And it doesn't seem like there was a proactive response to high billing, out of norm billing. There wasn't a process in place to capture For instance, customers, and we may not have the system to do it, but we heard customers come here today saying they had a $1,500 bill, clearly out of the norm. This is after a storm. This is not, you know, and I understand you're going to get some that weren't from the storm, but my point is, here we have, and by the way, the first time we received the memo on this was January 29th of this year. This has come to a head. So when you get frustration from customers, this is a buildup. This is not a day thing. This is not a month thing. Now we're at a point where we're at crescendo, and it's not at city council, and we're dealing with all this. So going back to our system, and how is it that there was no manual evaluation or a way, at some point, you should have been on notice like, okay, this is a lot more complaints than normal. And how is it can we identify these people that have these issues immediately?
Thank you for the question. And partially, I don't agree with the supposition that we didn't be proactive. We identified some 2,400 bills that looked out of line and embargoed those. Certainly, the response could have been sooner, and I take full, responsibility for that. That's ultimately my responsibility. But I do believe that we did take action to grab those that we saw coming out of the system that looked out of line and held them and embargoed them as we worked through them. So I think we did. It could have been quicker, absolutely. And the other part of it is, you mentioned we're recovering from the storm across the organization. Right. So there's a lot happening in a lot of different areas.
And I don't doubt that, Tom. And this is not to place blame on one person necessarily. This is a governmental system issue. And when customers deal with us, it's not just one person. It's something went wrong, whether it's the computer that didn't catch it, the computer system that decided this person had bills that were $300, we're gonna estimate the monthly bill at $1,500, which makes no sense to me. They're on auto pay, which makes matters worse because then it gets taken out of their account, and they may be on fixed income. So it's just a lot of factors that just make a situation worse. And so I guess where I'm at is, we only found out about the intensity of this issue January 29th in terms of a memo and what was going on. Okay, we've had complaints from customers, but then going to some council members' frustrations, we just don't know how systemic it is. And we don't want to make decisions and rely on just anecdotal evidence. We need a bigger picture. So I'm just, my ask is the same as other council members, to really have an understanding of number one, how systemic it is. But besides the fact that we're gonna look at ways to fix the ordinances, which I'm sure we're going to, really find out how we can identify when things are out of whack in our system. There has to be a way, I mean, we live in a world of AI, and I would hope that there is some way to identify, okay, there's something going on. And they may be a lot of customers with their own leaks, that's fine. That may be the situation, but to be more proactive, what I meant to say is for us to be able to be more proactive in the future to kind of take care of it. And if there is a way we can have a conversation about that.
And if I could just add in there, and I think Councilmember Driscoll may have mentioned earlier, we are transitioning to Tyler. Right. Tyler Technologies will be, better interface for our customers, certainly more user-friendly for our staff and our team in the billing and collection department, as well as in permitting and codes, and so in other areas. I know that's no comfort for our customers right now, nor for our team right now, but it is something that I believe probably in a year we'll have that fully implemented in our system, and it will have some of the features and functionality that you're referencing.
And the only thing I would ask is from now to that time of implementation is the same thing I asked from now to the time of implementation of projects to our sewer, is that there has to be maybe something in place that we could do in the meantime, to take us from point A to whatever point. Is there something that can be done in the meantime within our system as we have it to kind of
working on that.
Yeah, and I'm sure you are. So So that's all I ask. Well, thank you very much.
Councilmember Gibbons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to go on record and note that I too support the pause and shutoffs and also waiving fees. I do have a question though. How many people do we have currently working as call center agents in our customer service call center? 17, gotcha. I too received a number of calls from constituents just frustrated, just disgruntled with the process from hold time to just customer engagement. So I would ask that we consider maybe reassessing how we deal with customers and also maybe even look at possibly hiring some more people if our call center agents are overworked. So let's look at that as well. Just also wanted to go on record and note too, we mentioned that there were, I think, 1,200 bills you said that we were backlogged. Are we looking at hiring more accounting technicians to assist with pushing those out? What's the plan there? Because I think you mentioned 60 days, and I'm just thinking in 60 days we could have hired 2 or 3 more technicians that could have been onboarded and trained.
The training would take longer than 60 days, number one. But the staff is working, Lauren and her team, they're working on overtime to get those pushed out. Yeah. I forgot. So in addition to Lauren and her team, we've also had several other team members within our department that we've pulled off assignments to assist in that as well.
Okay, and I just want to, I don't want to prolong the discussion, but I think we should do everything we can. Administrator Gertis, I hope you'll communicate this to the mayor, to helping people. Let's be empathetic. I had a call too from a senior citizen, a woman who's on a fixed income, and she was not satisfied with the credit. That wasn't good enough when her account was in the negative. And this is a woman who she doesn't have any other family that she can depend on to help pay for bills and put food in her stomach. So I just want to make sure that we're as empathetic as we can possibly be when it comes to making recommendations on how we're going to help customers who are dealing with this tragic situation. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Winters, thank you for being here. That's a tough spot standing right now. My comments, though, or my comment, I'll save everything else for the cow, is limited specifically to marketing. In looking through the price increases that we went through, it was substantial. I think it's all for good reason. I think that what Claude has presented from Public Works and what we need to do, I think that this is the path that we need to go down to catch up to what we didn't do in the 70s and 80s, quite frankly. But these increases are pretty monumental. The first tier is 35%, the second tier is 42%, and then we get much bigger after that, over 100%. And it strikes me that the complaints that council has gotten and that Mrs. Winters has received are 2 months after the price increase went into effect. It's not in June. These decisions started over a year ago, and they were solidified, I'm guessing, sometime in the June, July, August timeframe. And we have a duty. It struck me as a monopoly to inform the citizenry. They don't have a choice. They buy water from us, period. And so we didn't offer the citizenry, we didn't do a good enough job informing the citizenry that, hey, listen, you have 90 days until your water bill is going to go up X, or the multiple is going to go up X, or what you can do is take your current water bill and use these rates to see what it might look like at this time next year. And I think it's a bigger discussion, but I think that we have to look at how do we better inform folks that we serve that this is coming to you regardless. We should have been inundated with complaints in June of last year, in July of last year. I'd like to talk about that further at some point. Thank you, Chair.
If I could just add to that, because I think that's a good point, and I think what we found is one of the unintended consequences of the tiered system is that in a lot of these cases, there is actual meter evidence of usage, right? So maybe you can't find a leak, maybe you're not aware of the leak, maybe, the usage didn't happen, but, you start getting into usage of 30, 40,000 gallons in a month, Then you start getting into that higher tier. And then you say, well, how's the bill $1,500 or $4,000? Well, you're running 30,000 gallons at the highest tier. That was never the intended of what we tried to do. It was supposed to be a household or a business that was using that amount of water on a regular basis. And so that's another reason why the handcuffs that we're under with the code related to leaks and repairs is problematic, because we're running into situations like this.
Thank you. Councilmember Harden, all finished?
Yes, thank you,
Okay,
Chair.
thank you. I just have a couple of questions. So when a customer calls in, a resident calls in, and they've received one of, what they feel is a unjust bill, we'll just call it, and we give them these options, and I know that we're going to look at widening the options or creating more options here in a few weeks. Is that kind of the end of the conversation? We give them those over the phone. What happens then?
Prior to the options, they, and speak to Councilmember Fig Sanders, the CSRs go through a checklist with them. Have you checked your toilet? They go through all these series of questions before they get to that point. And then they are offered, and David can add in for me.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members. So David Flinham, I oversee the Customer Service Call Center for Utility Accounts. And obviously, a lot of your constituents are our customers, and we're the ones that are talking to them when they get that high bill. We start with, a lot of times, if they've got that spike in consumption, we start with, well, let's check the meter. We send someone out. We don't go on the private property, but we'll go look at the meter, make sure it was read correctly. We have found instances where we read the meter incorrectly, so we can make those adjustments to the customer's bill. But if it looks like the meter's functioning and it looks like the read is accurate, then we start to say, well, what could have happened on your private property? Could it have been something? And again, we throw around the word leak, and a lot of customers tend to think of a leak as like a spouting fountain of water in the yard. But it could be something as innocuous as the little rubber flapper in the bottom of your toilet tank if it's not seated. And, my mom used to say, jiggle the handle. And, that's how you fix that leak, is making sure that no more water runs down into the sewer system. And when it is a toilet, and it usually is a toilet, those are the most offensive appliances in your water system. Unfortunately, again, we've talked about how our hands are a little bit tied by city code. If you fix that toilet leak, and a lot of customers do, they'll get an adjustment to the water, but not the sewer charges, because the water did go into the sewer system. So again, looking at things long-term, like how we can adjust city code, how we can be given more tools to respond to those customers' requests. Finally, if it looks like the customer, regardless of whether they get a leak adjustment or not, or some adjustment to their bill, we have very liberal long-term payment plans. My CSRs can approve 6 months, supervisors 12. I've done up to 4 years for customers if they have that much money to pay on their bill after the adjustments. So we try to work with them as much as we can, but again, oftentimes we just need the tools to be able to do that.
Yeah, I appreciate the explanation, and I'm glad you went through that. Thank you. I was more talking about, okay, so I call in, I want to talk about my water bill. You walk me through all the troubleshooting. You talk about my options, right? Whether it's a payment plan, it's UBRC, it's an adjustment. Somebody's going to come out and look at my question really is about, okay, somebody comes and looks at we're going to come out, we're going to look at your meter, okay? And I'm not home when you look at my meter. And you identify that everything is working well with my meter. Do I get notified that everything looks good with my meter? Like this, I want to talk about the touch points of like, okay, I showed up, you weren't home, I left something at your door, I got an email, you get something in the next bill. Like those are the things that I feel like are opportunities for us to look at. This is what I'm getting at.
And we do.
And I want to talk about them, but also I want to identify if there are opportunities. Once I got off the phone, did I get a follow-up email with all the things that are about to happen? That seems super simple to me, right? Where it's like one more thing. Yeah, I just told him to you on the phone, but I'm pissed off and I forgot him 30 seconds as soon as I got off the phone, right? And I don't realize you're going to come out and look at the meter. I've got an opportunity to
have an appeal. I can go to UBRC, right? I want to make sure we're taking every step we can. I know that was a lot, sorry. So let me pause and go ahead.
No, you're fine. What I wanted to share was when they do come out to the meter and they do find some issue, there is a hang tag that is left for the customer. It either says everything's working, or we found there to be high consumption. The meter's ready. Yeah, come on, Chris. Chris Barnes, our field ops manager.
So we do have the work orders that often go out automatically when we detect high consumption before we even issue the bill. And what my team does is they compare the read to the read that we got from the meter reader, confirm that it's correct. If it's not correct, we fix it. If it is correct, we look at the meter. We make sure there's not a leak at the meter itself. We look for running water on private property, which is very often what the case is, although with intermittent leaks, sometimes there won't be. Just because there's not running water in the moment doesn't mean there was not or is not a leak. And then what my team usually does is they'll knock on the door. If someone's available, they try to talk to them. Sometimes it's easier than others, depending on, how welcoming the front door of the house can look. But if they can't knock and talk, then they'll leave a blue door hanger that says, we were here today, this was the read, this is whether we detected running water or not, this is how much water you've consumed in the past, however, the period between when we got the read and when we went out, which can often indicate whether it's an ongoing problem. And I know a lot of my team are very experienced, very veterans, they care about what they do. And if there's a customer there, my team will take a customer out to the meter, show them the meter, show them how you see how the flow indicator's running, things like that. We really.
By the way, I've gotten great feedback about meter team. So I've gotten great feedback about the meter team that's out and about.
Good, I'm glad to hear it. We expect a lot.
While we're on the subject.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But we do try to be very proactive in that sense that we go out, we look at the meter, and we do what we can to communicate what's going on. But it can be very frustrating for customers because very often there's not an immediate source of what did happen, and the fact that it is a mystery is very difficult for some people to accept sometimes.
Okay. So just because I don't want to belabor the point, and we're going to have a cow, my guess is you have this flow charted somehow, some way. If you could share that with us during this cow on the touch points on, okay, we fixed the problem, it goes here. We didn't fix the problem, it goes here. I think that would be super helpful for us to see.
We do.
Okay, that would be awesome if you could share that, so I don't have to keep going down that road. So I heard two different numbers. I think I heard two different numbers. We embargoed 2,400 bills
That was at the time of the memo.
at the time of the
That
memo.
was like early January. Since then, we've cut down at least half of them.
Okay, so now that's what's left of
As of
backlog.
this past Tuesday, yes.
Okay. What was the threshold? What was the data point that we embargoed that 2,400? Did we just say these all look crazy, or was there like it was 75% above, it was 150% above? What was the data point that we used to do that?
These are actually the customers who did not receive a bill for several months.
Okay.
So with our system being limited, we have to bill one bill per day for that customer. So let's say that customer missed 4 bills. So it would take us 4 days.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Absolutely. We can only bill one bill a day for that customer.
Is there a way in Navaline, this is kind of going back to what Councilmember Floyd was talking about, is there a way to pull, I want to know every single bill that's 200% above average?
We can, not readily available, but we can probably work with DOTS to get something that could,
I mean, I think that's kind of what he was asking. I don't mean to put,
Yeah.
oh, he's not even here anymore, sorry. But I think understanding, like if we made it some data point, we said, okay, here's how many we think could be impacted. It's not going to be exact. I think that would be helpful. Okay, and last but not least, I totally agree with Councilmember Hanowitz where like this gives us the lens I'm trying to look through here is this gives us an opportunity to look at and what we want the process to be when we implement Tyler.
Agreed.
And we want to make sure that all of these things that we have now uncovered, we can make sure never happen again as we implement Tyler. And I'm sure this will be part of the conversation going forward. So again, I'm not going to belabor. So thank you for I'm going to go to Councilmember Fig Sanders, but just for me, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for answering all of our questions. I'm looking forward to spending some time with you in a couple of weeks. And thanks for all the information that we've asked for too, because I know we just put some more on your shoulders. So Thank you so much. Councilmember Fix-Anders.
Thank you. Our chair just basically said what I was going to say. Thank you. I know that you're interim, and we really are nice people.
I know.
So, but I just wanted to thank you so much for the information and also for the clarity of those next steps, because they weren't in the original presentation.
We did an overview. I apologize.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Just wanted to make sure, since I said I'm gonna bring it back up, do we need a motion for anything for them to, but they can do it under their executive order or emergency order?
Yes, there's different ways they can do it. There's
Okay.
no motion needed.
Just wanted to follow up. All right,
Thank you,
thank you.
Councilmember.
Told you I wasn't gonna forget.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, thank you. Okay, there is, just to go back to the kind of beginning, no F7 because we did that at CB, so we're gonna go straight into new business.
Wait,
I'm sorry, did I skip one? I'm sorry, that's my fault. Thanks for keeping me honest. We're going to F6, resolution accepting GMP proposal, and we'll bring back Burjesh.
Good day, Council.
One more GMP.
Yes. So this is a GMP because we have issued a permit to a developer who is conducting work in Hillsborough County crossing our transmission main. And unfortunately, due to the performance of work, and I will be grateful to the Water Resources team plus the inspectors of observing what was being done and doing a timely stop to mitigate too much impacts to our water transmission mains. Stop work order was issued. We immediately started issuing fines, and we did give them the opportunity to try and rectify the situation. But at this point, we don't want to take too much risk again on our transmission mains, so we've worked with our construction manager to get out there. We've coordinated with Hillsborough County to stabilize the site, and this GMP is for us to do some investigation and do any remediation, corrective action if needed, and make sure that we can provide service to our residents.
Move approval.
Second?
I'll just say, Claude, thanks for the one-on-one. This is really that was helpful to understand, to get my head around this, so I just appreciate the one-on-one. Burjesh, sorry I almost skipped you. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, we have a motion and a second. Clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your vote. Seeing all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item F6 passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll go into new business. Sorry about that. And we'll go to G1, Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. For this item, I am respectfully requesting a referral to the Economic and Workforce Development Committee, although we may find that it's better suited for Budget, Finance, and Taxation for a discussion regarding the creation of a dedicated fund to directly assist local artists and the arts organizations that directly benefit local artists. Given that we are in budget discussions, and this would be something that's establishing kind of a line item within the arts and cultural budget, I will move approval for this to go to Budget, Finance, and Taxation.
Okay, so you want it to go to BF&T?
Unless the only.
I would tell you you're probably better off having an early conversation with it at EWD.
Because of timing?
Because of timing.
That was the only thing.
That I would tell you, if you want to have this conversation sooner rather than later for this year's budget, I'm happy to, once we've had the conversation in EWD, I could add it to BF&T to send it up to council at that point, because it would be a much shorter conversation, I would think.
Okay, so we'll flesh it out in EWD if this is approved today, and then if needed, it'll go to BF&T before it goes to council.
If that's okay with you.
All right, I'll amend my motion to have this go to Economic and Workforce Development Committee.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Seeing no present council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item G1 passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, G2, Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. For this item, I'm respectfully requesting a referral to the Economic and Workforce Development Committee for a discussion regarding the creation of a legacy business program to assist and protect longstanding local businesses in St. Petersburg, and I move approval.
Second. Second. I'm sorry.
Was that were you questioning yourself?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your vote. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, could you please tally and announce the vote?
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item G2 passes unanimously with Councilmember Harding being absent.
Thank you. On to G3, Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. For this item, I'm respectfully requesting a referral to the Public Services and Infrastructure Committee for a discussion regarding collaboration with the St. Petersburg Downtown Partnership for a clean and safe program in the downtown core. I move approval.
Second.
Councilmember Driscoll, I just want to thank, Councilmember Floyd.
I was just going to ask, what is a clean and safe program?
If I may, come to PS9 and find out. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. So you, some council members may be familiar with a suggestion or an idea floated by the Downtown Partnership over the last couple of years for a business improvement district.
Oh, okay.
I had some reservations about that, but since then our discussions have evolved. We've done some really great studying of other cities who have similar programs, and the city of Nashville actually has the program that they do for their downtown is called a Clean and Safe program, which I happily stole the name because it makes it I believe it makes it clear what this program is intended to do.
Okay, well, I always happy to have a conversation about something. I'll leave it there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll, thanks for bringing this forward. Excited to have this conversation. Do we have a motion and a second?
Yes.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Seeing no other council members wishing to speak, clerks, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes.
Run, Mike, run.
Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item G3 passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, last but not least, for Councilmember Driscoll, G4.
Thank you. For this item, I am respectfully requesting a referral to the Budget, Finance, and Taxation Committee for a discussion regarding a potential child care benefit for City of St. Petersburg employees. And I move approval.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Yes or no? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item G4 passes unanimously.
Okay, and then we'll go to G5. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. I am respectfully requesting a referral to the Housing, Land Use, and Transportation Committee or other relevant committee for a discussion on the Pinellas Suncoast Transit Authority's connected community bus network. This is a staff request. I'll move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Seeing no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, could you please tally and announce the vote?
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item G5 passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to council committee reports. Yes.
There was a G6.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. G6, Vice Chair Hanowitz. That's twice today. Strike three, you're on charge.
Respectfully requesting a referral to the Budget, Finance, and Taxation Committee for a discussion on adding the Woodlawn Parks Courts
Wiki-Watch?
design to the Wiki-Washi project list. Some of you may have remembered we had a conversation of this a while ago, and Mike Jeffries have been working on it, and they're ready to kind of go forward and have the discussion. So I move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your vote. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item G6 passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, now moving into council committee reports in H1. I am respectfully requesting City Council approval to remove the following items from the Committee of the Whole referral list: the historic gas plant redevelopment, referred by City Council, and city-initiated historic designation, referred by Charlie Gertis.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item H1 passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to H2. H2, I'm respectfully requesting approval for a resolution approving the Salt Creek property project and approving the funding for the purchase of land for the project in the amount not to exceed $2.9 million from Weeki-Wachi funds. Councilmember Driscoll.
Second.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. I just want to take a moment to thank Mike, Aaron, and Brej for all of the work that you've done to bring the project across the finish line. This is years in the making, and I couldn't be happier. I can't wait to see what we do with this. So thank you very much.
Yeah, all around team effort. All around team effort. Thank you very much, both to Councilmember Driscoll and to administration and all the teams. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item H2A passes unanimously.
Okay. All right, so we've gotten to what? That's it. That's what we just voted on. You were trying to strike three me, weren't you? No. Yeah. You want me out of here?
No, sweetheart.
All right. We're going to recess till 5:01. Public hearings. Thank you, everybody.
We're recessed.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene City Council, move into our public hearings. No. We've got J1, 2, and 3 joining us is. How are you? Good to see you. Do we want a presentation for J1, 2, and 3, or I'll entertain a motion for approval?
Move approval of items J1, J2, and J3.
Okay. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, we've got a motion and a second on J1, 2, and 3. Clerk, please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the votes.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda items J1, J2, and J3 passes unanimously.
Okay, moving in.
Gabbard being absent.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Moving into J4, clerk, could you please read the title?
Proposed ordinance number 606-H, an ordinance amending Chapter 27, Article 5, relating to solid waste collection, disposal, etc., modifying definitions and terminology, removing provisions related to corrective actions taken by the city for placement of containers during permitted hours, modifying requirements and limitations for private collectors, providing for a 6-month suspension of a private collector permit under certain circumstances, adding a Division 4 related to registration of recovered materials dealers, clarifying and reorganizing provisions, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. And Mr. Chair, we do not have any cards on this one.
Okay, there is a presentation, unless.
Yeah,
You want it?
yeah.
Okay. Good evening.
Council Chair, members of council, I'm Bob Turner, the Assistant Director of Sanitation. Thank you for giving me a few minutes of your time to review our ordinance revisions. The vast majority of this revisions in here is to address our definitions so that they mirror that of the state statute. State statute dictates who collects solid waste and how it's disposed, and we fall under that governance. The other changes better identify what it is that the city does as far as collection of solid waste, what our responsibilities are, and what those are that we allow private collectors to do. The increase in charges here are strictly for the permitting process. So we have about 13 permitted private collectors within the city, and their fees are going from $250 to $350 for a permit for hauling waste. The recycling, we keep that modest because we try to encourage recycling. We'd much rather see them reuse that material than take it to the waste to energy plant. So that permit fee is increased also, but only by $25. We've removed a lot of the old languages that was in there that's no longer pertinent. We don't make the folks come in to request the permit in person anymore. They can do that through an online process, which is much easier. We've also done a good job of identifying what recyclable materials we actually collect. There's always a question about that, and we're in line with what the rest of the county is doing at this point. And that's really it. Are there any questions regarding the ordinance changes?
Council members, any questions? I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes.
Oh, yeah, I thought I pressed it, sorry.
Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item J4 passes unanimously.
Okay, so we are going to move into our quasi-judicial item. Anybody wishing to speak must fill out a yellow card and present the card to the clerk. All speakers must be sworn in prior to presenting testimony, including city staff. Clerk, can you please swear in the speakers?
Anyone speaking on J5, please stand up and raise your hand. Do you swear and affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Clerk, thank you. Clerk, can you please read the title?
Mr. Chair, would you like me to read both of them at the same time?
Yes, thank you.
Proposed ordinance number 762-L, an ordinance amending the future land use element of the comprehensive plan for the city of St. Petersburg, Florida, by changing the future land use map designation from PR-R, Plan Redevelopment Residential, to PR-MU, Plan Redevelopment Mixed Use, providing for repeal of conflicting ordinances and provisions thereof, and providing for an effective date. Proposed ordinance number 797-Z, an ordinance amending the official zoning map of the city of St. Petersburg, Florida, by changing the official zoning map designation for Bartlett Court, Block A, lots of 10 and 11, from NT-2, Neighborhood Traditional, to CCT-1, Corridor Commercial Traditional, providing for repeal of conflicting ordinances and provisions thereof, and providing for an effective date. And Mr. Chair, we do have several cards.
Okay, before we go into initial presentations, I'm going to turn it over to legal. Heather.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a note. If you remember at the prior hearing, both at open forum and during the first reading, there were some public comments related to this item. Because it is quasi-judicial, those must be disregarded. The only record that can be considered for City Council this evening is the records that were provided in the written reports and the testimony and evidence that are given tonight in the quasi-judicial. So I just wanted to give that guidance. And with that, I have nothing further. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll move into initial presentations. Each party will have 10 minutes for their initial presentation. We'll turn it over to staff. Welcome, Derek.
All right, thank you. Good evening. Derek Kilborn, manager for the city's Urban Planning and Historic Preservation Division. We do have a presentation for you. I know that you're going to receive a very comprehensive presentation from the applicant and the registered opponent. So I've decided to try to focus a little bit more on the process here, because this is a very confusing application and appeal that you are considering tonight. This particular application involves several parts. It involves a certificate of appropriateness for exterior modifications to what is already a designated local landmark building. It is also asking for consideration to have a meeting hall and community assembly facility use and a bed and breakfast use. Now, both the meeting hall and community assembly facility and bed and breakfast are uses that are allowed by special exception in the NT2 zoning category. So these are uses that could apply directly to the Development Review Commission today under the existing rules and be considered for approval. Because it is a designated local landmark, because they were applying for a certificate of appropriateness for exterior modifications, the Community Planning and Preservation Commission is empowered to bundle everything together and conduct one public hearing. It helps streamline the process so that applicants don't have to go to two commissions and maybe have conflicting evidence or testimony presented. So in this particular case, the Community Planning and Preservation Commission took up consideration of the certificate of appropriateness and the proposed uses. The proposed uses are considered under an umbrella that is allowed in the code called adaptive reuse. Now, in addition to the adaptive reuse, there is a third request, which is a map amendment. As staff started to receive public comments on this case, one pattern that was very clear to us was a comment that people were opposed to the rezoning and the map amendment because they did not support the use. So I wanted to be very clear up front today that the map amendment that is requested as part of this hearing is not required in order for the adaptive reuse to be approved. So you could theoretically deny the map amendment, but the special event space and the bed and breakfast use could still be approved. So anybody that is planning to speak tonight and is opposed to the use that is proposed, I just wanted to be very clear, the map amendment is totally independent and does not relate to the use that is proposed. And I will explain what that means in a little bit. When it went to the CPPC, you can see on the screen that the CPPC approved the certificate of appropriateness. That's done. That's not part of your consideration tonight. You are being asked to review the adaptive reuse and consider whether the uses will have impacts that warrant upholding the CPPC decision to deny those uses. And then if the adaptive reuses are approved by this council, that would unlock then your ability to consider the map amendment. And if you are inclined to approve the map amendment, that would be a second decision. But again, that does not relate to the use itself. It relates to a floor area ratio question. Okay. So getting into the adaptive reuse itself, in the city code, we have an adaptive reuse section that allows certain uses to be considered within designated local landmark buildings that might otherwise be prohibited or restricted by the underlying zoning category. And so in this case, what we are being asked to consider is whether or not the special event space and the bed and breakfast are compatible for this building and for this site, or do they have negative impacts off-site that warrant the denial. Now, under this review process, special exception criteria are not applied here, but they can be a guide, which is why city staff included the special exception criteria in our city council cover memo to just kind of help you think about the types of considerations that normally go into these site plan reviews. The second thing that is often considered when it comes to these uses and plans is parking and traffic circulation. So the second part of your consideration is the parking and access to the site and whether, again, that creates impacts off-site. So one of the things that you saw in the public comments, you read in the registered opponent materials, you heard from the CPPC hearing, was a concern about parking. And when you go into the adaptive reuse section, it does talk about variances. And so when you work through that language, Essentially, what it says regarding these types of adaptive reuse proposals is it doesn't give an exact number. What it gives us is a statement that says the number of parking should be what is reasonably or could reasonably fit on the property. And so we're going to show you the comparisons here in a second. But before I do that, we did take these street images to show you what are kind of the existing street conditions at different periods in time, going all the way back to 2016 to up to 2022. You can see that at the time that these Google Street Views were taken, there was availability for on-street parking. We just wanted to include that in the materials here for consideration and discussion. Okay, on this slide, the image to the left is showing how the parking lot is currently striped, and the image on the right is showing the proposed reconfiguration of the parking. The reconfiguration does reduce, obviously, the number of physical spaces provided on site, but it is providing a more practical circulation for how vehicles might access the site or how loading or service vehicles might load and unload equipment. Normally, when we are doing a parking evaluation, we are looking at existing requirements and then proposed requirements. Now, if we were running just the calculations, you can see under the existing church, they would be required to have 47 parking spaces. In the proposed use changes, they would be only required to provide 42 spaces. Clearly from the image, they physically do not meet the minimum 47 that is required for the church. So in this case, because the parking requirement is less than what is required for the church today on paper, we would normally say there's no variance that is required here. However, because they are physically reducing the total physical number on site through this reconfiguration, we have to think about that generally as a variance. But again, because there is no minimum requirement under adaptive reuse, is this the maximum number of parking spaces that can reasonably fit on the property? And will the cars that we expect to come to the site have some negative impact on surrounding properties that warrant not approving this adaptive reuse request? So that's what is being considered, and I think something you'll probably hear often in the public comment portion. Okay, the last piece is the map amendment. I'll just show you really quick. The reason why this has nothing to do with the uses proposed is this is a preemptive request. The existing conditions of the site are on the left, and you can see the future proposal of the applicant is on the right. The future proposal is not part of this application because we could not process it if it was included in their materials. So what they are doing is they're asking for rezoning on a presumption that sometime later this year we will be doing corridor amendments and increasing the floor area ratio in these commercial mixed-use categories that would increase the floor area ratio to at least 1.25, and that would then allow them to do this building addition. So the request for a map amendment, we believe, does meet the minimum criteria in the comp plan and are recommending approval, but we also believe that this request is premature. We haven't changed the FAR in the commercial mixed use, and this is something that could come back at a later time as part of a separate application. We are recommending approval, and we can answer questions after the presentations. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll go to the applicant. Good evening.
Good evening. If we could pull up a PowerPoint, please.
What was the name of the PowerPoint, sir?
Pressman, please. Mr. Chairman and council members, Todd Pressman, 200 Second Avenue South, number 451, St. Petersburg. We are thrilled and proud to stand before you today with the outstanding support of your experienced and professional staff, Preserve the Burg, and a letter of no opposition from the Board of Directors of the Euclid St. Paul Neighborhood Association. That association says to you, quote, that we urge you, City Council members, consider the long history of the vacancy of this treasured historic building that bears our neighborhood's namesake. It has deteriorated long enough. Now, Mr. Chairman and council members, the adaptive reuse code fits this site perfectly, and it reads to encourage the retention and productive reuse of structures that have historic value in the city, especially when located in single-family neighborhoods, are abandoned and demolished because it's too difficult to meet current standards. Provides a process to bring these buildings and can be reused and retained, allows flexibility in the proposed use, design criteria, and parking requirements in a way that significantly reduces the conflicts created by changing the use of an existing building. This is the Treehouse project of Euclid United Methodist Church, Euclid St. Paul community, located at 10th Avenue North, close to MLK. It's a religious landmark that dates back to the 1920s, been vacant for decades. This is one of the original articles from 1926 and on the Register of Historic Places. But, Mr. Chairman and council members, the fact is the uses that we're asking for have been present at this site. We found a number of pictures that show you events and activities that include amplified sound, as you can see, a drum set, amplifiers. These are uses that we're asking as an event center have been present at this site for quite some time, and you'll see these two on the left belting out quite a song with amplification as well. But another very important finding, Mr. Chairman and council members, that the church has been located at this site long before any residential. This is an aerial from 2002. The church is present, no residential, and looking today, all the residential is moved in along with intensive uses on the east and the south and a multifamily on the east. This is the current status of the church, but when you look at the interior, this is adjacent to the south, this is adjacent to the east. And this is the condition of the church. We are either going to approve this today and save the structure, it will not last much longer. This is severe element of decay of the church. And thankfully, Noam and his wife Irene have come forward and purchased the property and intend to make millions of dollars of investment to save the structure, make it viable. They put together a tremendous team, 2 local persons with all trades, Cassie and with Paul Reese. They're both local firms that have won a lot of local awards, who are on board and working already with the site, have put together beautiful plans and move forward to a point that your staff tells you that this is a reasonable configuration of the parking area, that using rideshare, proximity to other transit points, and valet parking meets those concerns. Noam has, by letter of intent and a lease, with a number of spots elsewhere close by, including one directly across the next door at the gas station, across the street, 29 parking spaces under lease, a total of 176 spaces off-site that he has under by letter of intent or lease. Also, they have a dedicated and preferred vendor, Star Trolley, which handles a lot of weddings that are also on board as part of the vendors. And Natalia from Days Remembered will make you aware, as a longtime wedding planner and event planner, that the demand for parking at these kind of uses is very low because people come from out of town, they know that there's alcohol, they use rideshare or Uber, of those elements for reduced elements of parking. We have Amir Jamali, who is a licensed engineer who has analyzed the site through the Institute of Transportation Engineers. He reports to you, and the report is in the record, the parking configuration not only meets but exceeds the required parking provisions. Importantly, all the event activity is focused to the south and to the west, away from the residential. None to the west, none to the north. And we have letters on record from virtually all the surrounding property owners to the west, to the east, and south who support this request. Those are impacted owners who are on record as supporting this request. These are some of the letters and some of the signatures of those people, as well as a vast amount of people through social media. We are proud to also have the support of Preserve the Burg. They are here tonight, I believe, but they also spoke at the prior hearing. Euclid St. Paul, as a neighborhood, they acknowledge that a revitalized, maintained historic property is significant, and that ensures this was a use that will ensure the church remains a vibrant and integral part of Euclid St. Paul. We're adding, along with the fire resistance, a tremendous amount of sound resistance reconstruction with bricking, increased mats, doors, walls, insulate floor areas, a long list that Paul and Paul is our architect will be doing, acoustical panels, gaps in construction, bass traps, improving all the existing conditions which are very poor for sound. And we hired ESI, who did a sound test at 90 decibels. His report tells you the outside levels were more than 15 dBs lower than the ordinance limit of 72 dBs. This is just an example of some sound curtains that will be added to the site as well. There's been concerns raised about bringing commercial intensity into the area, but the reality is that abutting the church and abutting the entire corridor is corridor commercial zoning. So all those uses, sports bars, restaurants, retail, medical, day spa, those uses are all there and line along this corridor where the church is. Commercial is already there and has been there. Euclid St. Paul further notes that minimal traffic impact from St. Paul's with over 380 students, which is nearby. The neighborhood benefits from a variety of businesses within its boundaries and demonstrates its capacity to support the activity while maintaining a positive environment. So when you look at your staff recommendations, the staff tells you that they approve the certificate of appropriateness. They tell you that the proposal supports the comp plan, the adaptive reuse of historic buildings, and that the adaptive reuse of a decommissioned church and school building is common within historic preservation. Staff tells you the applicant's proposal is a reasonable configuration of the parking and tells you that they recommend approval of the proposed map amendment to the future land use map from PR-R to PRMU and the official zoning map change as well. So, Mr. Chairman and council members, again, we believe the greatest direction is section 16.30.020, which you can see now, we believe, is directly showing you that we meet this standard, and it's a standard that's asked for these kind of uses. Encourage retention and productive use of structures that have historic value, especially when located in a single-family neighborhood. It's too difficult to meet current zoning standards. Provides a process by which these buildings can be reused and retained. Allows flexibility in the proposed use, design criteria, and parking requirements that significantly reduces conflicts. So with that, in summary, we ask you to recognize that basically the same uses have been present at the church over a long period of time, never any complaints. Church was present before any of the residential moved in. The property has been bought, it's been invested in, and they have an outstanding team working. They've addressed the parking, considering the very low demand of the use, and alternatives to rides and the low demand of parking for this use. Tremendously increasing and improving the sound buffers and barriers. Most of the abutting property owners are in support, and that's on record. The entire area abuts a corridor commercial zoning, and all activity is focused away from the residential. With that, we appreciate your attention and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll go to the opponent. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you? My name is Michelle Gehrig. I know there's a presentation as well. Good evening, council members. My name is Michelle Gehrig. My address is 1021 10th Street North. I'm directly adjacent to the proposed use on its north side. I've provided you and the clerk with copies of my slides for the record, and I've been sworn in. Oops. I've lived next to the church property for 20 years. My home is to the left of the church in this photograph. My family and I were drawn to the Euclid St. Paul's neighborhood for its charm, diverse homes, front porches, and tree-lined streets. Before buying our home, we evaluated the neighborhood feel, and since it was located close to commercial uses and a large church, we did our due diligence. The church congregation met on Sundays, and other activities did not extend late into any evening. As for the commercial uses behind our home, they face Dr. MLK Jr. Street, where commercial use is appropriate, and are across an alley. Additionally, we maintain our fence and establish vegetation to buffer our home from noise and traffic from those uses. So expectations were set and expectations were met. I want to be crystal clear about one point. The neighbors and I are in full support of preserving the church. Our opposition is to the land use change, zoning change, and commercial adaptive reuse, along with the applicant's request to achieve a higher floor area ratio, all of which are inconsistent with our neighborhood. We currently have 117 signatures on our petition from residents opposing these requests. A copy of our petition has been provided to the city clerk. This visual shows residents who've signed a petition. Green pins oppose the rezoning and event use. Red pins support it. From the cluster of green in the neighborhood and close to the church, you can see the large number of residents opposing these requests. While there are problems with the application, I want to start with the applicant's proposed buffers for noise and traffic. This is the west elevation of the church. There is really nothing to say other than it is misleading and inaccurate when showing lush vegetation framing the building. It does not exist and won't exist while my home is there. This is an accurate photo. For the rendering to be accurate, those trees would need to be planted in my living room. Here is the east elevation and a true portrayal of the east elevation. So the renderings are a mirage, a dream. We all have dreams, but this is the reality. The applicant has argued that the church was there first and so their use should be allowed. Yes, their use as a church is allowed. The applicant's request is for commercial use, and so their complaint is a total misrepresentation of what the applicant believes has been allowed in this zoning. When the owner purchased the church in 2023, my home, along with several others, was there. It was not a vacant lot as is being portrayed. Anyone doing any sort of due diligence or even sitting at their computer using Google Earth in 2023 could have clearly seen the homes and heavy residential use surrounding the property. Regarding the character of the area and how it relates to buffers, there is an alley to the east and 10th Avenue to the south which serve as proper buffers. They designate the end of the commercial zone and the beginning of the residential zone, our neighborhood. Isn't that how land use transition is supposed to work? However, in this proposal, there is not a plan for any type of buffer between the church and the residential areas to the north, nor do I see how that is possible since there is only 1 foot from the church's north side to its property line. That is very close. It is closer than the single-family home to my north. It is so close the church's north side cannot be maintained without me granting permission to be on or over my property. I bring this up so you will understand the immense negative impact and disruption this proposed use will have on the livability of my home. And when discussing land use transitions, this application is not consistent with the city's comprehensive plan. I'm not going to read all these to you, but I would like to point out proper buffering, weighing the character of predominantly developed areas, protection from incompatible uses, and the last one, 3.8, was also raised as a concern by city staff. Moving on to the proposed use as an event venue with transient units. Churches are traditionally found in residential neighborhoods. Private event venues are not. They are not the same. A church use serves the community. Private event venues serve the owner and the client of the moment. Here are photos of the past events held in the church, which you saw in Mr. Pressman's presentation, versus pictures from private event venues. This is a huge intensification of use. Not only will there be amplified noise from live bands or DJs, there will be unamplified noise from outdoor events, traffic, delivery trucks, backup beeping, noise from loud and possibly intoxicated guests arriving, departing, waiting for valets and Ubers, and the after-party celebrations for guests who overnight in the transient units. There is not an ordinance regulating unamplified noise. Do we, the neighbors, now have to involuntarily participate in a loud and boisterous wedding reception 2 to 3 times a week? Keep in mind, if the event ends at 11, cleanup and teardown could go on for another 2 hours. This is a quiet St. Pete neighborhood. Every resident has the right to quietly enjoy their home. I have no confidence the applicant will be able to prevent noise from escaping the church or from the guests and supporting cast necessary for this large business to operate. A sound study was included in the appeal. Since pink noise, which was used as criteria, is compared to steady rain, I question its use as criteria. But regardless, if this event space becomes reality and if noise permeates the neighborhood several nights a week, what recourse do we, the neighbors, have? We should not be expected to have to live with party noise, nor should we have to be the ones policing it. Next is parking. The wedding venue use with up to 184 guests will require more parking spaces than are available on site, and yet the applicant is reducing the amount of on-site parking with loose commitments for off-site parking via private, unenforceable agreements with nearby property owners. I believe if the use is approved, it is forever, whereas the letters of intent are only good until an owner doesn't want to participate anymore. This concern was called out in the staff report and became a reality even before the CPPC hearing, as one of those businesses is no longer in business. The appeal includes other letters of intent, but they are still not enforceable and are meaningless without a mechanism to enforce them. Euclid St. Paul's is not downtown St. Pete or St. Pete Beach. We do not have walkable hotels for hundreds of guests. And honestly, there is nothing to stop a guest or employee from parking on a public street. It will happen. Keep in mind, several streets already only allow parking on one side, and many homes in our neighborhood do not have driveways. The residents have to use street parking, which is already a daily battle without an event venue. This use should not be allowed to rely on on-street parking. Residents rely on it every day. Next is traffic circulation for the valets from those off-site parking lots. Google Maps shows the same time or less to return to the church using residential streets. So from Skipper Law, it's 1 minute faster to take a route on neighborhood streets. And from the Baycare lot on 7th Avenue, it's a 2-minute trip using either of these routes. But the one on the right is primarily right turns using residential streets. Which option do you think is more likely? There is also an Uber Lyft station planned on the easement on 10th Street and very close to my home. As you can see on the slide, I have several concerns with this, but we're focused on traffic right now. So to exit the neighborhood, rideshare drivers will likely head north on 10th Street to 12th Avenue to Dr. MLK Jr. Twice per event, pickup and drop off. This is a further intensification of use of our neighborhood streets. The appeal says the CPPC ignored the adaptive reuse code. I respectfully disagree and believe it was fully considered. Here is the section in question. This highlight discusses difficulty meeting current zoning standards. Actually, there are 3 churches in St. Petersburg with historic designations being reused for residences. Has the applicant even considered this option? And this highlight discusses minimizing secondary impacts to surrounding properties. The intensification of use will clearly be an impact. Minimizing impact would be single or multifamily living, which can be achieved with adaptive reuse. Lastly is the proposed commercial zoning encroachment into a purely residential zone. The church property is already at a maximum floor area ratio. The CCT1 rezoning is being requested because the allowable FAR and CCT1 might be expanded in the future, as Mr. Kilborn pointed out, at which point the owner will request an expansion to the accessory building for their primary living unit. This request is unacceptable and frankly a waste of time for city staff and this council to have to consider now in the event the FAR might increase in the future. Why can't the owner's home be included within the adaptive reuse of the church? It's pushing boundaries and it's proposed at our neighborhood to our neighborhood's detriment, not to mention the precedent that would be set in the city. What is the point of zoning if we keep chipping away at it and making concessions for property owners who failed to conduct their due diligence before purchase? So I implore you to consider the proposed use is not reasonable for this particular location. We have seen success right across the street, the historic Euclid School now serving a residential purpose as multifamily homes, preserving the building and the character of the neighborhood. This appeal is not just about preservation, it's about increased development intensity and establishing an incompatible use with opposition from the community. Please honor our expectations and remember that the integrity of the neighborhood is something that needs to be preserved as much as the church. Please protect our community and vote to uphold the CPPC's decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Please. Let's keep the quorum. Okay, so now we'll go into public comment. Clerk, please call 2 names at a time. When the clerk calls your name, please go to either podium. You'll have 3 minutes to speak, and please confirm whether you've been sworn in or not.
Mr. Chair,
Yep.
that podium's not working correctly.
Okay, so we'll have 2 speakers at both podium, just this one podium, because we've got a mic not working.
The first 2 speakers is Laura Cullum and Stephen Cullum. Please go to the podium on the right. State your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
Good evening. I've been sworn. My name is Laura Cullum. I am a native of St. Petersburg and have been a resident of Euclid St. Paul for over 15 years. I live just 2 blocks away from Euclid Church of Christ, and I was present at the...
Can we get your address? We need your name and your address and whether you've been sworn.
My name is Laura Cullum, and my address is 1263 10th Street North.
Thank you.
Okay. I was present at the CPPC meeting and watched the applicants present their case. I found it to be misleading and convoluted then, as I do now. And here are just a few reasons why. They are misrepresenting the historical context of the church by comparing proposed use to events that were held there decades ago. Don't let them deceive you. The past church use did not include a bed and breakfast, food kitchen, or bar. The sound study is deceiving because it lacks details and doesn't account for the noise from the 75 outdoor guests that are allowed. Moreover, there is no plan for where these outdoor events will take place. Their parking analysis is theoretical and relies on non-binding agreements for off-site parking with no clear plan on transportation systems other than Uber. As Commissioner Wanamaker stated during the last meeting, these letters of intent have no teeth. A legal document is required to secure parking, and even those can easily fall apart. In fact, as Michelle mentioned, one of the businesses that provide a letter of intent has already gone out of business. The vast majority of letters of support are from organizations and residents that don't live in Euclid and are not directly impacted by the proposed changes. And social media supporters only see what Irene and Noam want to project about themselves and the project. I know of 2 instances where local residents posted comments that were not in favor of this project, and those comments were later removed. Council, the facts remain the same. The church is too far removed from the downtown core for this intensity of use. This appeal has no new evidence to overturn the expertise and judgment of the CPPC board. At the last meeting, Mr. Pressman stated that the church site is at the end of the line of our residential neighborhood, and that this is the last chance of saving the church. I urge you not to rely on these hypothetical statements. This proposal is riddled with uncertainties, with requests for changes in anticipation of further change. If this proposal is approved, what will happen in the future? Where is the line? I hope that you decide this is the line and oppose this appeal. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Stephen Cullum, 1263 10th Street North. I'm happy the CPPC voted in favor of restoring the church.
Or have you been sworn in?
Excuse me?
Have you been sworn in?
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
have been sworn in. I'm here in opposition to the map amendment and adaptive reuse. According to research from predominant wedding websites like Zola and The Knot, the average wedding size in the U.S. is around 150 guests. In the U.S., we are the highest in the world when it comes to hiring approximately 15 wedding vendors. I have found no statistical data referring to how many people drive to a wedding or reception. As a resident, I would drive my own car, and if I was here on vacation, I would rent a car with intentions of driving to destinations across the bay. On average, a mid-size event center holds between 200 and 500 people. Council, how many people will this facility accommodate? Will it be 252 on the lower level, 75 outside? That's 327 people. How many people will they fit on the mezzanine? Let us not forget about the staff. You can't compare this venue to venues in downtown St. Pete or the beaches. These comparisons and others are located in the core hub of business districts. Those businesses either have ample parking or no expectations of parking at all. As the expert wedding planner underscores, Euclid neighborhood doesn't have walkable hotels, and we can't utilize freetaxi.com. St. Petersburg's transportation shuttles and trolleys never drive into our neighborhood, She also states Urban Still House has a very small parking lot with its 20 spaces reserved for vendors and staff. It's unlikely this event space can squeak out 7 legal parking spaces. I want to be crystal clear. The location of this church is on the interior of a residential neighborhood. I want to underscore this venue is not just for weddings. It's a medium to large event center with a bakery, meeting hall, community assembly facility, and transit housing with bed and breakfast. I hope I didn't miss anything. These investors will never be happy with the outcome ruled by the CPPC or City Council unless you give them everything they're asking for. This will never end. If you don't give them the size door they want, they will appeal. If you pass the rezoning map, they'll be back to request an addition to the detached structure. Would you like to have this event center in your residential neighborhood with the only guaranteed parking being on the street? I hope that your answer is no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next 2 speakers, please.
Mr. Chair, the next 2 speakers is Sarah Stevens and Mike Harness. Please state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
Yeah.
My name is Sarah Stevens, and I have been sworn in. I live at 935 Jackson Street North, less than 300 feet from the property in question. I urge you to deny this zoning request, not just for my home, but for the integrity of residential neighborhoods across St. Petersburg. This decision isn't just about one property. It sets a dangerous precedent. Approving this rezoning signals that residential neighborhoods where families build their lives are open for commercial intrusion of any scale. Some may argue that this property sits along a corridor, but make no mistake, it is within a residential neighborhood. The surrounding homes, including mine, may be near that corridor, but we are all still Euclid St. Paul, a historic, established residential neighborhood. Approving this rezoning disregards us who live within our neighborhood's interior border and weakens our protections. I'd like to repeat that. Approving this rezoning disregards us residents who have built our lives within Euclid St. Paul's interior border. This project is fundamentally incompatible with the residential area. You've already heard the parking concerns. It brings late night noise, traffic, and safety concerns. Residents will suffer with loud events, intoxicated guests leaving at all hours, and increased risks to pedestrians and our families. It lacks proper buffers between homes and high-intensity commercial use. This is not a small boutique shop. It's a full-scale event venue with an outdoor gathering space, a full kitchen, and year-round operations. Some have attempted to justify this project by comparing it to St. Paul's Church nearby, but this comparison is misleading. St. Paul's has ample on-site parking. This venue has just 7 on-site spots. St. Paul's is a place of worship, not a for-profit event space with loud, late-night parties and open bars. St. Paul's exists as part of the community. This proposal forces a business into a residential space, prioritizing profit over the well-being of homeowners. This rezoning has already been rejected by the CPPC for good reason. Voting yes to this appeal is a direct, intentional decision to destroy the quality of life for myself and my neighbors. We elected you, and we are trusting you to protect us. Our homes are the most private and intimate spaces we have. They are our sanctuaries where we raise our children, where we rest, where we feel safe. Allowing this appeal to pass places our safety and comfort in serious jeopardy. For that reason, I beg of you, on behalf of myself and my fellow neighbors who are near our neighborhood's corridor, to uphold the previous decision and deny this appeal. I ask you to think about your own neighborhoods. Would you want this next to your home? Would you accept a business of this scale operating in your backyard? If not, then you understand why we are fighting so desperately to protect ours. Thank you so much for your time.
Good evening. My name's Mike Harness. I live at 1242 13th Street North, and I've been sworn in. And these people that have already spoken make me look really bad. I agree with them wholeheartedly. One of the reasons that I'm up here is because I'm a landlord in the neighborhood. I can't see the church, but because I'm a landlord and a property owner in the neighborhood, I'm very concerned about the value of my property. And I want to make sure that whatever changes in the neighborhood improves the value of my property, not puts it in jeopardy by bringing in something that is unproven and incompatible. And for that reason, I oppose the zoning change, and it's just that simple. I want my property values to stay the same or go up. And I think if this comes in, certainly for the people that are within view of it, they're going to see their property values fall. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next two speakers, please.
Next two speakers is Jason Costco and Megan Costco. Please state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
Hello, my name is Jason Kotsko. I live at 1021 14th Street North, and I have been sworn in. So my name is Jason. I've come to you today as someone who has undergone a similar process to what Noam and Irene are taking on. My wife and I, along with a business partner, have poured time, sweat, and many, many dollars into restoring a 100-year-old building that's actually not far from this one that easily could have been torn down and forgotten. I still remember hearing back from Rui from the St. Pete History Museum. He emailed me back, and I found out they were saving a neighborhood grocery store from the 1920s, the Bon Air Grocer. I can tell you unquestionably that it would have been way easier to tear it down and turn it into a garage apartment or a townhouse, but how cool is it? How much does it make you love our city when I tell you that my wife is opening a children's bookstore in that very building? I can't help but admire what Noam and Irene have accomplished, even getting us to this point. They have taken on a project even bigger and more complex than my own, and they have done so with care, vision, and passion. Their dedication to breathing new life into another historic building is something that, in my opinion, often is lacking in a rush to demolish our past and build new townhomes in its place. Rest in peace, Dairy Inn, which stood literally across the street from this falling down church. Another one of the main reasons I wanted to come in and speak today in support is that I wish I had taken a stronger stance in support the last time someone wanted to redevelop this building. About 5 years ago, a developer wanted to turn the church into residential apartments with a co-working space. The voices against were once again loud, but as an involved board member at the time, I believe they were not the majority. I fear that if the effort to save the church fails this time, there may not be a next, and it will join the Dairy Inn as one of the things that used to make St. Pete so cool. And as a former board member and someone who's still involved with the neighborhood, I can't help but appreciate the way that Noam and Irene have done their best to be good neighbors. They've been in neighborhood events, they've volunteered, they've engaged with the community about this project, and they even want to live in the accessory building next to the church, which is the only reason that they needed the CCT1 zoning change. I've heard some say that this will allow the project, that if you allow this project, then it opens the doors for them to transform the building into anything they please, but this is not the case. The proposed uses for the church, like wedding venue, meeting hall, and bed and breakfast, are already part of the adaptive reuse. So this is not an open door for commercialization, but a path for the church, a local landmark, and the namesake of our neighborhood to be given a future. From experience, I know how difficult it is to take a project from an idea to something that benefits the community. I also know that they are committed to doing this the right way. They've worked tirelessly to address concerns from neighbors and have gone above and beyond to find solutions, securing multiple parking agreements and testing the soundproofing to ensure that this building will not cause disruptions. I sincerely hope you will think long and hard about your decision, as it could be the church's last and best chance with people intent on saving it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Megan Kotsko, same address, 1021 14th Street North, and I have been sworn in. As my husband said, we are here as neighbors, we are here as small business owners, and we have kind of walked in the steps that they are walking in right now. I live very close, or we live in the neighborhood and close to the historic church that they're working so hard to reform. As a mom of 2 children, I want to live in a neighborhood that is vibrant and welcoming and safe for families. As a local business owner, the children's bookstore that we're opening here around the corner from our home, though in another neighborhood, we know how important it is firsthand to invest in the places where we live and work and raise our children. Prior to starting our family, we were on the neighborhood board as a board member and serving as president. We fell in love with our neighborhood 12 years ago when we were looking to buy a home. We took pride in where we lived, and we've highly enjoyed meeting our neighbors, planning events, and working to improve the neighborhood. When we purchased the building that he referenced, that's now our bookstore, saying it was in rough shape was a complete understatement. I think anybody that walked in and realized that they are taking down ceilings, floors, walls, everything to save a building, most people would tear it down. And I feel like they're in the similar steps that we were. But we've fallen in love with that building. We looked to the left every time we turned into our neighborhood and saw that building and knew that it had potential to be something else. And we feel the same about the church. We've driven by it for years, seen it be abandoned. We've walked by it with our dog. It's abandoned, it's falling down. And we see the same potential that they do. We saw the potential to create something meaningful for families in the community in a rundown old building from the 20s in the same way that they have a vision for turning the church into something, breathing new life into a historic structure that is literally falling down. I feel that if they can see their plans to fruition and bring new life to the Euclid Church, the surrounding properties would only improve. It's a falling down, dilapidated building. It's welcoming to transient people and crime at the gas station right next door that's on record with the police. I think by restoring it and bringing that back to life, we're only going to revitalize that section of the neighborhood. So that's why I think it's very important to support projects that are bringing these positive changes to our community, turning it into this event venue. They're preserving a historic building. They're investing in their own neighborhood. And their project just has the potential to revitalize those surrounding areas. We even saw that with the building that we, like I said, walked in the same steps as them. Everything around it started to improve as well. We've owned it for a few years, and the street isn't as scary as it used to be. A lot of things are happening, and I think it takes guts and just a big risk to take on an endeavor like this. And we hope that you support them.
Next two speakers, please.
Mary Gerkens and Mia Paddock. Please go to the podium, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
Mary Gherkin, 1345 15th Street North, and I have been sworn in. Thank you for letting me speak today. I've lived in Euclid St. Paul for 25 years and in St. Pete for over 40. I've seen many changes in St. Pete, and I don't want to lose the uniqueness of our city, including and especially in my neighborhood. I walk and bike quite a bit, and when I saw the scaffoldings go up and saw the workers repairing the brick and mortar, I was ecstatic that someone had the foresight to renew this once beautiful church, a historic landmark. Then the work stopped. Then the scaffolding came down, and I was very concerned about the church's futures. Years ago, the adjacent school building was restored and saved. What about this treasure? I may accept changes in my city, but this is my hood. I have to speak in support of this project. It's too important to let this go unsaid, and it's about the future of our community and revitalizing the whole area. It's something I care very deeply about and fully support the new owners who plan to transform the Euclid Church into the Treehouse wedding venue. The previous owners, developers, attempted to gain approval for adaptive reuse. They were denied twice, and now the church is down to its last chance. I truly believe there's too many churches that are being abandoned, and they are not coming back as churches. So the thought of losing a historic building is just devastating to me. And the thought that a church is going to move back into that building is pretty much non-existent. If we miss this chance, it'll be another 4 to 5 years before another developer comes through, and who knows what they're going to do to that building. It's falling apart. I believe that a majority of the neighborhood, including these people here, want this historic building to remain. It's just they don't want to have changes, but we have to. We have to adjust for what this building can be used for if we want to keep a historic building. I heard that the new owner secured an agreement for adequate off-site parking spaces, and they're listening to the neighbors' concern. The church is crying out for help, and we have a chance to save it. I urge you all to consider the long-term impact of this project, not just on the church itself, but our entire community. Also, thank you.
My name's Mina Paddock. I have been sworn in. My address is 1031 16th Street North. So I'm a resident of the Euclid St. Paul neighborhood, and I'm here to oppose the current situation. I want to stand by my neighbors who are also opposed, especially those that are living closest and would be most affected day to day by this project. My main concerns are parking and noise. The applicants claim these issues will not be a problem. I have my doubts due to the binding agreements that can be canceled at any moment with several businesses. And I also want to point out that my husband expressed concern on a social media post of theirs. My husband criticized the lack of parking and implied that the applicants are more concerned about making money. No name-calling or harsh words were used. Their response was to delete his comment and other constructive comments that I saw and to block him. If they are so confident about their plans, why would they need to delete comments and block neighbors? I know my husband is not the only one that this has happened to. After this, I have my doubts that the applicants are truly interested in constructive collaboration with the neighborhood, especially those right nearby. It's easy to erase any concerns on social media, but you cannot ignore the at least 100 neighbors that signed a petition against this, those who wrote emails expressing their concerns, and the people like myself that are here today to speak out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next two speakers.
The next two speakers, Monsignor Robert Gibbons and Christina Vargas. Please state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
Yeah, I'm Monsignor Robert Gibbons, and I live at 1800 12th Street North. I'm the pastor of St. Paul's Church and School, which is in the neighborhood. And I don't have a position one way or another.
Sworn in, Monsignor?
Oh, yes, I was sworn in.
Multiple times in your lifetime?
Okay.
Different type of pledge here.
I don't have a position one way or another on this particular application, and I have to be pastor for the whole neighborhood. I just wanted to say it is a great neighborhood. I've lived there 29 years now, and I've seen dramatic changes for the good in the neighborhood. When I first came there, our property had to be surrounded by barbed wire fence because the neighborhood was so iffy. It has really changed dramatically, and so I hope whatever decision you make, it's for the good of our neighborhood, because it is a great neighborhood, and we're proud to be part of Euclid St. Paul. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Christina Vargas. My address is 2473 Whitler Branch, and yes, I have been sworn in. So I want to thank you for allowing me to have the opportunity to speak tonight. I was actually a member of this church in my youth for over a decade. At that time, it was a Hispanic Pentecostal church, and it was called Iglesia de Dios Vida Nueva, which translates to Church of God, New Life. As I stand here today, I think how this name holds profound symbolism for this hearing tonight. Just as this church provided a new beginning for so many of us spiritually and emotionally, this proposal represents an opportunity to breathe new life into this historic building for the future of the community. I actually recently had the opportunity to visit the church, and to much of my surprise, it was in very much despair. But as I stepped through those doors, there was an instant wave of memories from over the years that came rushing back. It was like opening a time capsule. This place was more than just a house of worship. I know some mentioned that your services were only on Sunday, but we actually met there on Tuesday nights, Friday nights, Sundays, and often on the weekends for special events. Those moments did shape my life. My parents celebrated their 25th wedding vow renewal there. We had a big celebration that were surrounded by friends and family. And unfortunately, in 2001, we actually mourned my father's passing within those same walls. honoring his life in a wake that brought together our church family. We had countless youth group events. I can remember having garage sales in the parking lot to raise funds for the church, car washes. I had childhood friends who had their sweet 16s, to those very same friends who got married within those same walls, as in some of the pictures that you've seen. I know that some of the neighbors may be concerned about the noise and disturbances, and they have the perception that maybe a wedding venue will bring a rowdy events that may differ from a traditional church wedding. But I can tell you that in my time there at the church, we had several events, and they were far from quiet. And the receptions that followed, whether they were in the fellowship hall, they were filled with music, laughter, and celebration. The type of events proposed for this venue are no different in spirit. I know Irene and her husband Noam have gone through great measures to make sure that they adhere to the city ordinances and to ensure that the events are respectful of the community and surrounding neighborhood. I know that the church was constructed in the early 1900s. It's unfortunately fallen into great despair. And without significant investment, this monumental piece of your city's history is at risk of being lost forever. Approving this redesign would not only...
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next two speakers, please.
Next two speakers are Natalia Day and Bella Kranatsky. Please go to the podium on your right, state your name and address for the record, and whether or not you've been sworn in. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Natalia Day, 10033 Lennon Place, Drive in Seminole, and I have been sworn in. As you guys know, I'm Natalia Day. I'm the planner. I have been doing events here in the St. Pete area as one of the top event planners for the past 15 years. Over that time, I've produced thousands of weddings, executed with professionalism and precision, running smoothly without any issues. I've produced weddings at nearly every hotel and event venue in St. Pete, from the Vinoy to downtown museums. Small venues, large venues, you name it. Most do not have parking. The Vinoy does not have parking. They rely on valet and public lot almost a mile away that these guys are running back and forth. Birchwood has no parking whatsoever, not even for their own staff. They have to park in a different garage. They rely on public garage parking. The Museum of Fine Arts in downtown, for example, has a lot just for their employees, and everything else is, again, parking around town. Couples booking these events here are made aware of these parking restrictions, and all of the venues required to use the valet parking or shuttle service for the wedding day contracts. All rely on the same traffic and parking plan that we are proposing here today. To claim that parking remains a major issue despite the solutions we put in place for our close neighbors feels both unfair and dismissive. Statistically, only 10 to 15% of event guests drive themselves to the events. Most Uber or shuttle to the event, and that has been the case for a long time here in St. Pete. This isn't a newfound cutting-edge technology that we are only now discovering. People have been using Uber in St. Pete commonly now for a very long time. It's convenient, safe, and it helps people avoid the hassle of parking. And let's not talk about drinking and driving. In fact, the proposed venue will likely need only 20 parking spaces for about 150 guests, an issue that's practically insignificant when compared to the hundreds of cars that parked here when this building was in use as a church. We'll also have a contract with each couple ensuring they notify their guests what their plan is in regards to driving and transportation. So let's move on from this issue, because the only way to turn the page with this building and saving this building, if it's denied today, it will not find another developer to go through this 5-year process to get to this point again. There is a lot of work to be done. Instead, let's focus on the positive impact this building will have. Small businesses are the heart of St. Pete. We're the ones who show up for this community, whether that's supporting schools, donating to charities, or pitching in after a hurricane. I'm part of this project, and we will be keeping this venue local, supporting our community. This project will support local businesses as well, and vendors like florists, photographers, caterers, local farmers, seafood merchants, and more. It will create jobs, giving St. Pete residents more employment opportunities. It will save a historic building and moves this building into the future without destroying it by using tools that the general public already has in place. Again, Uber, shuttles, off-site parking. We don't have to pretend that there is no solution to the simplest of issues. Thank you.
Hi, I'm really nervous. My name is Bella Krasniansky. I live at 11430 Clarkson Road, and I swore in. Okay. I hate public speaking. Hello, my name is Bella Krasniansky. I am Noam and Irene's daughter. I'm here to support my parents and speak about this meaningful project. My parents moved here from LA, and they sold our family home, the place where I grew up. My father tried to convince me to move here from LA, but I stayed, and I'm pursuing a career as a fine dining chef. When they told me they didn't buy a regular house, but instead bought this church, I was honestly appalled and upset, but not surprised. My parents have always been unconventional. They've always taken on projects that push boundaries and make their lives more fulfilling. I think a big part of that comes with our family's experience with my autistic brother. When you have someone in your life who requires so much more care, attention, and sacrifice, it makes you hyper aware of how even the smallest moments can bring you joy. You learn what's important in life and what is not, because that's all you have. Growing up with a sibling who has special needs gives you a clear perspective on the difference between what most people view as a normal life and what it means to live with something that requires constant need. And I think that's what has shaped my parents' view on life. They never let fear or difficulty stop them from pursuing something that they think is important. This church, in a way, has been a reflection of that. Something that's fallen into a difficult situation but still needs help. This church, when built 98 years ago, was the heart of this neighborhood. Just 8 years ago, there were houses built across the street where the school parking lot once was. Those neighbors who move in feel like they have more of a say in how things should be now. They want to rewrite the history of this place and pretend like the church never had a lively, active presence. But this building wasn't built to be quiet or static. It was built to host gatherings, to welcome people, to bring in music, and to celebrate life. That's what it was designed for. It's not out of an ordinary for a place like this to become an events venue. But what they don't realize is that this church, like my brother, don't have a voice of their own. They can't speak up for themselves. They've been silenced over time and neglect, and much like my brother, who relies on those around him to advocate for his needs, this church has been left without the ability to express its own potential. The apartment buildings next door, which were once a school, brought 300 students into the area every day. The church brought in another 300 for services. The neighborhood was not quiet. It was full of movement. Now, because the church has fallen silent, the neighborhood feels quiet too. But this church isn't encroaching on anyone. It's the neighborhood who wants a no-movement policy on the building that has been there much longer than they have. It's been overlooked, marginalized, and now in its quiet state, it's been judged as something that doesn't belong, just like my brother, who often has to fight for a place in this world that isn't always kind and understanding. The church now needs people who can see its value to become something beautiful again. What my parents are doing are simply standing up for something that can't stand up for itself. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speakers, please.
Okay, Ben Rogers submitted a card. He does not wish to speak. His card just indicates 4. Next 2 speakers are Lavana Bledsoe and Kimberly Connor Severity. Please go to the podium on your right, state your name and address for the record, and whether or not you've been sworn in. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
My name is Lavana Bledsoe. I have been sworn in. My address is 2840 West Bay Drive in Largo, Florida. Hello, I'm a family friend of Noam and Irene's. Noam and Irene bought the church 2 years ago from a developer. This large developer bought it in 2017, hoping to make it their offices and add a retail space, coffee shop. Seemed like a fine enough idea. They applied for adapted reuse in 2019 and stood in front of the city council for an appeal in 2019, 5 years ago. They had an opponent for their project. The building was falling apart and they needed offices, and their opponent was very vocal. She said their idea would bring too much traffic, noise, and riffraff. The same registered opponent we have today, Ms. Gehrig, opposed their plans for this idea. They then changed the idea to multifamily, and Ms. Gehrig opposed their plans as well. She produced a petition at the time with 36 signatures, and she organized neighbors to speak. Only 6 of the 36 people who signed the petition are on her current day petition for the current project. That means that only 16% of neighbors are still in the neighborhood, or only 16% still oppose the saving of the building. I know of a few who have changed their minds. That means 5 years ago, the city council made a decision based off neighbors that no longer live in the neighborhood. The churches stayed and the neighbors left. This shows that as St. Pete grows by leaps and bounds, this neighborhood is also changing rapidly. The apartment building next door, where many signatures were obtained, has a quick turnover of residents. People don't stay more than a few years, but by signing the petition, they are making permanently impactful decisions for this church that is very rapidly falling apart. And if you don't approve this project today and somehow the building survives for the next developer, Ms. Gehrig will be there as the registered opponent for that project as well. Ms. Gehrig doesn't want retail. She doesn't want multifamily. She doesn't want the closest thing to a church, a wedding venue. The last church to sell the building didn't have the means to fix it. The use needs to be equivalent to something that can support the massive cost it will take to do a historical restoration. Noam and Irene have already spent $1.1 million buying the building, and the building needs another $2 to $3 million just to fix her. Leaking roof, failing steeple, floors that are about to give in, and update her in general. If Noam and Irene walk away, just as the last developer did, after losing the adaptive reuse, the next developer and the next developer will have the same outcome, and you will have to vote on it again and again and again. Thank you for your time. Please vote to save the building.
Good evening. My name is Kimberly Connor Savaretti. I've been sworn in. My address is 1328 15th Street North. There are a lot of feelings on both sides of this, and they've painted a very romantic picture of what the potential could be for the building. While it's imperative to preserve the character and the charm of the neighborhood, it should not be at the expense of the people who have fought hard to make it as wonderful as it is today. I live on a perimeter in our neighborhood. I mirror what all of these residents are going to endure. I currently endure it. So let me just tell you a little bit about what my experience is already. The traffic and congestion, and I'm grateful that Mr. Todd Pressman brought up the fact that they will have rideshare, because my driveway is a rotating door of rideshare people who can't find parking at the perimeter of our neighborhood. I have to go out every single day and say, "Hi, can you please move your car?" I have to say, "I know you're just unloading stuff, but I can't leave my home. I'm sorry, can you pull up?" I've had to put signs behind my home saying, "Please do not block the driveway." I've had medical emergencies that I can't leave my alley because there are delivery trucks parked there 25, 30 minutes at a time. And because all of the drivers are not dedicated to the facility, they are new every time they make a delivery. So if I say, "Please, can you move the truck and not do that again?" the next person won't care. They also park in my landscaping. I've asked them to please don't park in my landscaping. I get laughed at, I get mocked. I've approached the facility to say, like, this is my house, I live here, please respect me. Trash, medical waste is left. I spend 12 hours every weekend cleaning up my yard to have it destroyed the rest of the week when other people show up who don't live there. Workers playing loud music, which they'll also have to contend with to all hours of the evening. The smell of the diesel fuel from the trucks and the deliveries that are being made is constant. And just to reinforce that the city has not supported any of the residents on that commercial area, we've had zero police enforcement. When I call, I get no support. If I report the trucks being parked, they show up 4 hours later. In the meantime, I can't use my street that I pay taxes on. The workers show up and they leave trash everywhere. They don't live and work where I live. They don't have the same investment and compassion for our neighborhood. These are transient people. A lot of the delivery and workers who are there do not invest in our community. They do not share our goals for what we want our neighborhood to look like. What do you want our community to look like? This is a building in the community. It is not the community. Us, the people, make up what this community looks like. Thank you.
Next two speakers, please.
Next two speakers are Christian Gluzar and Richard Novikas. Please go to the podium on your right, state your name and address, and whether or not you've been sworn in for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hi, my name is Christian Glazar, 801 12th Avenue North in St. Pete, and I have been sworn in. Whether you live in Euclid, St. Paul's, Crescent Lake, Uptown, or any of St. Petersburg's vibrant century-old neighborhoods, you know that charm and character are earned. They can't be manufactured from scratch. Even in its current state of neglect, the old Euclid Church on 10th Avenue North exudes both character and charm. It was once an anchor of the neighborhood, helping to cement the sense of community that lifelong residents have always enjoyed, and that has drawn newcomers like myself and my family to this amazing city over the past several years. People worship there. Major life events took place inside its sanctuary, key moments that continue to live on in the memories of generations of locals, even as the building fell into disrepair. Breathing new life into a beautiful structure that has been neglected for 2 decades would serve the best interests of the surrounding neighborhood and the city of St. Petersburg. I recognize the concern of neighbors who worry about increased traffic and noise, but is there a better alternative than adaptive reuse? Personally, I would rather live next door to a well-maintained community asset than an unoccupied, derelict structure. And I'd rather live next door to a historic building than rows of new townhouses or an apartment building. As we know, this is the last hope for this beautiful structure. We can watch with pride as the Krasnanskis bring it back to its former glory, enabling current and future residents to come together and form new memories, or we can watch it continue to decay until the wrecking ball inevitably comes. And then what? Perhaps it becomes a vacant lot of rubble and dust surrounded by a chain link fence. Eventually that vacant lot may give way to some form of high-density new construction, but there are plenty of places to put townhouses and condos that don't require us to erase the best of our past. We know this building won't be a church again. Times have changed. But it can serve many of the essential functions that it did for 80 years before, bringing people together, forging relationships, creating indelible memories, extending the legacy of a beloved building that was once the pride of a neighborhood into a new century. I urge the commissioners to let this project move forward for the benefit of our community and to preserve the St. Petersburg that we all appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Richard Novikus, 7901 24th Avenue North, St. Petersburg. I have been sworn in. Good evening, everyone. My name is Richard. I'm the owner of Star Trolley. We have agreed to be the preferred transportation service for the Tree House. Star Trolley is a local business with deep roots in St. Petersburg community. For years, we proudly served all major venues in the area, including the Vinoy and Nova, just down the street from the church. We've done 700 plus weddings in St. Pete. We own a fleet of elegant trolleys where we transport guests attending weddings. We'll be working with the Treehouse for guests coming from downtown hotels or the off-site parking locations that NOM has secured for the venue. I understand the worry that these events may bring rowdy guests, loud celebrations, or disruptions to the neighborhood. I want to address these concerns directly because from my experience, this is not the reality with people who attend weddings we have serviced. We specialize in luxury transportation specifically tailored for high-end clientele. Our couples are looking for something special, a refined, well-organized experience for one of the most important days of their lives. Weddings are carefully planned occasions, a culmination of years of dreams and planning. Couples are not going to invite guests who might ruin or disrupt the day they've been imagining for so long. Our clients are looking for sophistication, professionalism, and an experience that reflects the care and effort they put into planning their celebration. I'd also like to emphasize how Star Trolley will help ensure smooth, efficient transportation for all guests. We're fully equipped to pick up guests from various downtown hotels and bring them to the Treehouse in stages. This allows us to accommodate large groups quickly and quietly, ensuring a seamless and calm arrival experience. We had the capacity to transport hundreds of guests with ease and without disrupting the neighborhood. Additionally, we're able to shuttle guests directly from the large off-site parking lot on MLK that is owned by Baycare and has an agreement with the Treehouse. This will eliminate the need for multiple individual Ubers or guests having to walk 2 blocks to the venue. This kind of coordinated service is something we've perfected over the years, ensuring that everything runs smoothly and with minimal impact on the surrounding area. From my experience with Star Trolley, I can say with confidence that we don't encounter any disruptive behavior. Our service is coordinated, organized, and focused on providing a smooth, enjoyable experience. This venue will be a positive and respectful presence in the neighborhood and community, supporting not just my business, but many local vendors and businesses in the area. Thank you again for your time, and we look forward to working together to ensure that these weddings are wonderful, respectful events that everyone can enjoy. Thank you.
Next 2 speakers, please.
Okay, the next person filled out a card, did not wish to speak. This person's name is Reagan Memely, and his card indicates he's for. Next two speakers are Helen Memely and Noam Krasnaski. Please go to the podium on your right, state your name and address, and whether or not you've been sworn in for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Good evening, council members. My name is Helen Memely. I live at 1230 17th Avenue North, and I have been sworn here in. I'm here tonight not just as a resident, but as somebody who's spent years to improve our committee. I previously served as both the president and secretary of the Euclid St. Paul's Neighborhood Association, and I deeply care about the future of our community. Change is never easy, and I understand that. It often comes with concerns and uncertainty. However, I believe it's important that we approach this decision with facts, fairness, and shared vision of what's best for our neighborhood. This proposal before us tonight is not about changing the character of our community. It's about taking an underutilized building, the Euclid Church, and transforming it into an active, well-maintained space that benefits the neighborhood. Some concerns have been raised about traffic and congestion, but the reality is that the St. Paul's Catholic Church already brings this daily, and we as neighbors have adapted. I live directly across from the church and school, and from my experience, weddings, for example, generate minimal car traffic because many guests use rideshare services. Additionally, the infrastructure already in place in our neighborhood, one-way streets and no parking signs, already help manage any impacts. Beyond traffic, safety must be a priority. Right now, the building sits vacant, and vacant buildings often invite crime. During my time as ESPNA president, I've had access to security points and can tell you that this area just has had some serious safety concerns. In fact, in June, there was a shooting nearby. Somebody who's opposed to this project even sent me the video of this. An empty building does not contribute to a safer neighborhood, but an occupied, actively maintained space does. I also want to acknowledge that there's been a strong community discussion on this issue. While we may all not agree what's best for the space, I believe it's important that we ensure all conversations are based on clear and accurate information. Some residents who originally signed the opposition's petition later regretted it after gaining a fuller understanding of this project. For example, if you note on the signed formed letters that were drafted from the petition, you will see that it says this is on the northeast corner of our neighborhood. This is actually located in the southeast. It even started a rumor that St. Paul's, which is closing, which we all know is not going anywhere. This is why the ESPNA board took the steps, as you can see in your packet, to reach out and to our neighbors to ensure that all voices in the neighborhood were heard in an open and transparent way. This process has been challenging and it has at times caused division among neighbors. However, I truly believe that we all share the same goal, to see this space used the way that enhances our community. Some have suggested alternatives such as co-working spaces, apartments, or mixed-use developments. Those ideas were explored in 2019, but the same concerns were raised then as they are now by the same registered opponent. Given the history, I worry that without moving forward with this proposal, we may find ourselves in the same debate again years from now, while the building continues to fall into further disrepair.
Thank you.
Whenever you're ready. Okay. Dear council members.
Your name, address.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Noam Krasniansky, 919 10th Avenue North, St. Pete. Yeah. And I haven't been sworn in. No.
If there's anyone else who hasn't been sworn in, please stand up and be sworn at this time.
My apologies.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Yes, you did. Thank you so much. Okay, we start again. So my name is Noam, and my wife and I moved to St. Pete 2 years ago, sold everything, and put all our life savings into purchasing this beautiful, abandoned historical church. One night, while searching online for homes, I stumbled across this church, and I was immediately taken by its beauty. I was struck by it. Before we made the decision to purchase, though, we didn't take it lightly. We met with Derek from the historical department. We spoke at length with Paul Rees, our architect today, and asked every question we could think of and did as much research as possible. Buying the building was also its hurdle because the previous owner had three failed closings. They didn't take us seriously, but we got it done. Derek wrote to us from the historical department, and what he said struck us. He said an events venue is the next best thing after it going being a church. And in his staff report, his department recommends approval on our project. Along the way, we worked hard to resolve issues that were of concern to neighbors. Not only did we get a 10-year lease for 27 parking spots as of late, and also got 4 agreements for businesses close by, we have now a total of 195 off-site parking spots. We met with Preserve the Burg and, most important, advocacy group in St. Pete, and they support our project. We also met with the Euclid St. Paul Neighborhood Association, presented our plans, and gained support from many neighbors. We collected tons of signatures of support, and we have been actively involved in the Neighborhood Association, in their events and volunteering. We even had 3 open houses to listen to our neighbors' concerns and show them what we were facing. This is where we want to put down roots. We're committed to this neighborhood, and as part of the adaptive reuse, we will be living here with our family. We have been sharing our journey on Instagram. We have over 5,000 followers from St. Pete alone, all of whom are excited about this project and its potential to make a positive impact to the city. We had 3 hearing dates canceled on us for our CPCC hearing. Hyleen and Milton not only further damaged the building, but pushed everything back for us. We have worked night and day, weekends and holidays, and never in a million years did we think saving this building will be so much work. Currently, this building is a 98-year-old paperweight. No one can do anything with it. It's totally dead inside. But if you let us change the use, by her 100-year anniversary, it could be a beautiful building with a ribbon-cutting ceremony where the community can come, you, the councilmen, can come, the mayor can cut the ribbon, and with great celebration, the entire neighborhood will breathe a sigh of relief that we saved her by the barest margin. And the world will be a little bit brighter. Dear council members, we really need your help and support today. Help us save our church, which is our St. Pete Church.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next two speakers, please.
Next 2 speakers are Patricia Winans and Irene Krenansky. Please go to the podium on your right, state your name, address, and whether or not you've been sworn in for the record. You will have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hello, my name is Patricia Winans. I am sworn in. My address is 8172 Bayou Drive in Seminole. I grew up on 16th Avenue for about 15 years, so I'm not too far. And then my daughter lives on 15th Avenue currently. So we are local. I am also a local business owner. I do dog care. I can't tell you how much this kind of business affects me personally as a local business worker. Okay, so I'm shaking a little, but I am Patricia. My family is in the neighborhood. There is so much information on social media that we thought this would be fun, good to share with you. Although a few people are here to speak against the project, hundreds don't feel the same, including coming a little distance. In this time where being on one's phone is so easy, coming in person and speaking in public has lost its power. These are some comments that are on social media. Very disappointing. This has such potential. Some of these are a little bit iffy. I wouldn't say these words, but this sucks. A definite missed opportunity for St. Pete. Anytime St. Pete loses a historic 100-year-old building, St. Pete loses a piece of charm forever. Hasn't this been sitting and falling apart for years now? What a shame. Developments like this are exactly what St. Pete needs. While tall glass buildings are inevitable, this is exactly the kind of project that would keep St. Pete, St. Pete. We must prioritize opportunities that preserve our city's unique character. That's so sad and lack of foresight on city's part. It was originally a church and churchgoers had to park. There was some more there. I'll just skip that. How would this negatively affect the neighbors? There won't be much people there than it was a church. Looks like the perfect place for weddings. And as a daughter of a 25-year-old trying to find a venue, it would be perfect. And also as a traveler for local Florida places, St. Augustine, even New York. I went to Boston. This type of place is ideal for my family. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Irene Kresniansky, 921 10th Avenue North. I've been sworn in. Good evening. and members of the City Council. My name is Irene Krasniansky. I'm the co-owner of this beautiful church. My family and I moved here from Los Angeles. And I know when I mention that, I always hear a remark about developers coming from LA or New York coming to St. Pete and ruining the city. But I want to share why we really moved here. We moved here for my son. He has a degenerative neuropathic disease. And when we came to St. Pete to look at it, we noticed how kind and tolerant people were towards him, which is something that we didn't experience in LA. I remember a moment in Publix when a cashier saw that I was having a bad day, and she simply said, "You're doing a good job, Mom." And that moved me. Like, you don't have that kindness in LA. So for my son's future, we decided the accessory building next to the church would be a good place for him to live. It will offer easy access, which is essential as he continues to face more challenges. Having a child like this changes your perspective on life. It helps you focus on what really matters. And most of the time, that's exactly what we found here in St. Pete, people who want to help and not hurt. But I am concerned because I have heard this being said over and over again, and I take pause because these are the words that I hear. We aren't opposed to preserving the church. In fact, we'd love to see it restored, but. And that's really hard for me because those words just slip off the tongue so fast. I mean, it's not like there is a magical wand that, ding, now the building is restored. It does take back-breaking work. It takes years, and it takes a lot of money. So I am concerned. I've also seen these comments on social media, which also worry me. I quote, instead, the church should be demolished and used for residential living, or I'm in favor of tearing down the church and building multi-million-dollar homes in its footprint. And this isn't just like a mere difference of opinion, right? At this point, it's not just like working through a parking problem. This is extreme. To say you want to demolish this historical building, to me, is scary. And I wouldn't want to put the fate of this building in those people's hands. The church needs a purpose, something that can help support the costly repair and upkeep that it requires. Without a viable plan, it might be lost forever. If we're run off by the opponents, the people who oppose this, I don't see anyone else ready for this fight. This was freaking hard. So St. Pete saved us, and now we want to save a piece of St. Pete. That's corny, I know. We're simply asking for your approval.
Thank you. Next two speakers.
The next two speakers, Eric Bowen and Lisa O'Donnell. Please go to the podium on your right. State your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council, and please state if you've been sworn in.
Hi, my name is Eric Bowen, 1421 14th Street North. I have been sworn in. City Council members, I appreciate the opportunity to speak today in opposition to the Euclid Church redevelopment and the negative impacts it'll have off-site. Now, I want to be clear. In general, I am not opposed to investment in redevelopment. In fact, I'm a huge fan. In my day job, I'm an accountant, an owner of a public accounting firm, and I routinely advise investors and developers throughout the Tampa Bay area. I am one of the biggest fans of development and redevelopment that you will find. This project is not a well-thought-out plan. Let's start with parking, or rather the lack of it. Unlike St. Paul's Church, which has a parking lot, we know Euclid Church does not. Now, the developer plans to rely on street parking, which is already being used by residents, effectively displacing them during events. If you look at the pictures that were shared earlier with the Google Street Views, you can see they were taken during the middle of the day. Well, a view during the middle of the day when everyone is at work versus a view taken on the weekend or in the evenings when people are home from work shows two very different stories, as I'm sure you can imagine. Now, the agreements to the off-site parking areas that they have secured are non-binding and could disappear at any time, leaving the neighborhood to deal then with the consequences. And being a historic neighborhood as we are, the narrow streets and limited parking will only worsen congestion in our historic residential area, and will do so on nights and on weekends when children are playing, and that could be dangerous to them. Let's talk redevelopment. Man, I'd love to see this church be redeveloped. I really would. But sometimes preserving a neighborhood and what that neighborhood is like is more important than preserving an individual building. The church is crumbling and it's an eyesore. And yes, it's sad, but what's the highest and best use? It's most likely residential. And as much as it pains me to see a historic site such as this being torn down, I think it's in the best interest for this to be torn down and turned into residential units. Houses in this neighborhood are selling for upwards of $2 million on new builds. Perhaps if they pivoted, built new homes, redeveloped that could have a better impact on the neighborhood without the traffic issues, without the noise issues. Another major concern is the short-term rentals. Now, St. Pete, in general, has historically been opposed to short-term rentals. Yet this project would introduce multiple short-term rentals. It's not fair to the residents who have apartments, who have ADUs, and who have followed the city regulations. Government should not be in the business of regulating who gets to follow the rules and who doesn't. And finally, there has been a concerted effort to silence opposition online by the Neighborhood Association. When opposition surfaces, comments are deleted, and neighbors are kicked out of social media groups. This is not how you have fairness. This is not how facts are presented, and this is not how you should run a neighborhood association. In conclusion, I support the reinvestment decision.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lisa O'Donnell. I have been sworn in. I live at 1421 14th Street North. I don't support the Euclid Church proposals due to two major concerns, been repeated over and over. The first is parking, and the second are short-term rentals. Both of these issues, primarily from the Euclid Association Board, has been, I know they sent in paperwork yesterday, but their approach seems to be a trust us, it'll be fine approach. But let us start with the parking. They've mentioned that they think parking stickers are the answer. Great. Well, who pays for the parking stickers? Who enforces them? Are the police going to ticket? Are they going to tow? Or will there just be an occasional warning? Meanwhile, in 2 years, when all these temporary parking agreements with local businesses expire or get revoked, what's the plan then? Shut down the venue? Of course not. The neighbors will just be out of luck. With regard to short-term rentals, they're not allowed in the city, and as Eric had already mentioned, I mean, we have an ADU, but we don't use it as a short-term rental because, they're not allowed. Not transient rentals of less than 30 days. So this neighborhood is not zoned for transient stays, most notably, but that hasn't stopped short-term rentals for some members of the Euclid St. Paul's board or their neighbors. So forgive me if I take their approval of this and their reassurances with a grain of salt. And let's talk about how they handle dissent. It's been mentioned by Eric, by other people. When residents, myself included, dared to question the board's alliance to the new owners, allowing them, for example, on resident-only groups, we weren't just ignored, we were kicked out of neighborhood discussions entirely on Facebook. Transparency at its finest here, folks. So I asked the city to take a long, hard look at the proposal and what it might look like in a few years. The neighbors deserve real consideration, not just vague promises and selective rule enforcement. Thank you.
The next is Remington, Martin, and Bessa Silver. Please go to the podium on your right. State your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council, and please state if you've been sworn in.
How's it going? Remington Martin, address 2600 First Avenue North, and yes, I have been sworn in. First off, thank you guys for giving me a chance to speak here. I'm actually on behalf of Backstreet's Capital. We're a local real estate development group in the family office of Will Conroy and Craig Scher. I wanted to stand before you today in support of Noam and Irene's appeal and their efforts to restore the Euclid Church. This historic structure holds immense architectural and cultural value, yet in its current state, it is rapidly deteriorating, and we feel that we may risk losing it forever if it isn't for immediate action. At Backstreet's Capital, we've worked on several preservation deals here in the city. Most notably, we're working on a 1937 Kate Allen built home located at 250 Mirror Lake that we actually just got our permits approved. We'll be starting that this week. So we understand firsthand the financial, logistical challenges that these projects bring. But in our opinion, what makes it extraordinary is that Noam and Irene are not only willing, but they're eager to take down this project. At a time where so many historic structures are being abandoned or demolished, we should be supporting those who are committed to their revival. The city has a real opportunity here, not just to protect the building, but to preserve a piece of our shared history. We at Backstreet's Capital strongly urge you to support this appeal and allow the Euclid Church to be restored before it's too late. Once again, thank you guys for your time. That's all we have to say.
Thank you.
Becca? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, she is 4.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Stephen Springington and Ryan James. Please go to the podium on your right. State your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council. And please state whether or not you've been sworn in.
My name is Ryan James. I live at 1214 10th Street North. Good evening, council and fellow neighbors.
Sworn in?
Yes, I've been sworn in, yes. I live just a block up the road from the church, about 400 feet away. And forgive me here, you've probably heard all of this, and I'll save you from reading most of it, but for many years I've watched it deteriorate. And I was overjoyed when Noam and Irene were going to restore it. They truly love this city and chosen the church to build their dream there and making it an event space. Now when people hear the word event space, they immediately think nightclubs, DJs, and to my understanding, that's not this. You know, like just imagine for a moment seeing people get married there again. Like loved ones sharing memories and even be able to walk there for coffee and lunch instead of having to drive. Or like even like a violinist playing, like true performance arts where people waltz and jive like we used to. Public speaking, wow, not my forte, but hey. But yeah, this space has the opportunity to do something unique and special. Truly showcase the arts and the culture that St. Pete's cultivated over many years. A space that I believe us neighbors will actually want to be a part of once we see what it becomes. I understand the concerns of the opposed, but Irene and Noam are kind, honest, and considerate people. Take into account all of our needs and concerns. We just need to sit and talk with one another. Yeah, because what's the alternative? That thing gets condemned and we lose a piece of history, and St. Pete loses a piece of itself that's made it what it is. All I ask of you, just give them a chance. You know, let them breathe new life into it. Anyway, thank you so much. I'm for the mixed use of the rezone.
Who was the first speaker?
Stephen Springston.
Stephen Springston. All right, let's call the next two.
Okay, and he's 4.
Thank you.
Madison Johnson and Kevin Johnson. Please state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes to address council. And also, please state whether or not you've been sworn in.
My name is Madison Johnson. I have lived at 1100 10th Street North for about 9 years, and I have been sworn in and blocked on social media as well. I'm here today to strongly oppose the rezoning and redevelopment of the Euclid Church. The current proposal is simply too intense, too invasive, and too disruptive for a residential neighborhood. This is not a quiet Sunday church of yesterday, where parking lots are now homes, nor a school for children and parishioners. It's a full-scale event party venue with seating for over 170 people on the lower level and an additional 50 plus upstairs. That's well over 200 late-night partiers drinking, dancing, and spilling out onto our residential streets and into our front yards. How long before we see increased noise complaints, public disturbances, property damage, or even tragic accidents involving drunk driving? The plan grossly underestimates parking needs, providing only 7 reliable spaces. We have no parking garages or meters like the downtown corridor. Guests will not park off-site.
They will choose what is convenient to them, flooding our streets, lining them with cars in front of my home, her home, their home, their home. Where will the band, florists, photographers, caterers, and other vendors set up? These logistics haven't been addressed because they don't fit in within the limits of this neighborhood. But wait, there's more. On top of the event venue, this project includes 7 transient short-term rentals, essentially an Airbnb compound, bringing revolving door of strangers into our neighborhood, a large commercial-grade kitchen with the potential to operate as a business, a bed and breakfast, a bakery, a detached secondary residence shed, and if that wasn't enough, monthly outdoor gatherings for 75+ people or more. Now they want to increase the floor area ratio, push density beyond its max, yet provide 0 additional green space. This is not responsible development. This is an unchecked, opportunistic overreach. And who exactly is supporting this? Not the neighbors. Many of those in favor are not local at all. They are out-of-state individuals, capital investors, which we've already seen, and of course the developers and other businesses who stand to benefit from business relationships. The 6 members of the neighborhood association provided a redacted list preventing any verification that these so-called supporters even live near the church. In the comment form they circulated, it did not disclose responses would be used to push their agenda. They disregarded the 115 direct neighbors who are pleading to protect their homes and preserve this family-oriented community. Approving this project as proposed would prioritize outside investors over actual residents who will bear the burden of this consequence. The scale, density, and intensity of this development are simply too extreme. Thank you.
Fred Sagan and Manny Leto, please go to the podium on your right. State your name, address, and whether or not you've been sworn in for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kevin Johnson. I live at 1100 10th Street North, and I have been sworn in. We live 2 houses down from the church, and that's a good place to start, right? The church. We've all heard a lot about it lately, a lot about preserving the church, and that's a pretty admirable slogan, right? What heretic wouldn't want to preserve a church? But lost in all this discourse is another type of preservation that's gotten far too little attention, in my opinion, and that's the neighborhood itself. Does anybody want to preserve that? I certainly do. In fact, most of the neighbors that you see here today and the 100+ others that signed the petition, they do too. That's the kind of preservation that's most important to me. I want to preserve the neighborhood. I want to preserve the quality of life for the neighbors inside the neighborhood, and I want to preserve their ability to quietly enjoy their homes. And if this effort to preserve the church ruins the very neighborhood that it's in, then what is the point of all this? So 200 random people can come get wasted and listen to Pitbull every weekend? Now, I know there's been a lot of talk about studies, right? Ooh, studies. We've got dozens of pages of studies. But I'd like to consider a different kind of study, and that would be posing a question to the room. Which one of you would want a giant 200-person Pitbull pumping party palace plopped right next door to your home, within arm's reach? But wait, before you answer, I've got a parking study with a diagram. Oh, and look, a sound study. This one has a chart. And by the way, I'm pretty sure the sound study was done with a microphone not dissimilar to the one I'm speaking in right now. It's completely insane and ridiculous. I know what my answer is, and if I wouldn't want it for myself, I certainly wouldn't wish it upon my neighbors, because after all, that's what a neighborhood is all about. We look out for each other. Residential areas exist for a reason. Commercial areas exist for a reason. And if we start arbitrarily blurring those lines, we might as well build our next neighborhood inside of a Walmart. I hope this council stands with our neighbors. I hope this council upholds the CPPC's correct decision and decides to vote to preserve our neighborhood. Thank you all very much for your time. And I meant no offense to Pitbull, by the way.
Good evening. My name is Manny Leto. I'm the Executive Director of Preserve the Burg. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this evening, and I'll be very brief. One,
Annie, we need your address.
Oh, I'm sorry. 3302 North Ridge Avenue, and I have been sworn. We did submit a letter of support for this project to the CPPC that should be in your packet, and I just wanted to reiterate our support for this effort. Normally we are here before you to try to keep somebody from tearing down a historic landmark, and in this case, are we here to actually support an individual who wants to keep a historic landmark in place. And I just want to kind of touch on a couple of things. One, a project like this is exactly what your adaptive reuse ordinance exists for. I mean, that's why it was created. So this is a perfect example or use case to put that ordinance in action. I also wanted to touch on a couple of comments from other folks. One is, somebody had mentioned, when they fixed up their building, that the surrounding area improved from that one building. And we have a name for that in historic preservation. It's called a halo effect. And oftentimes what you see is one building improves and it improves the corridor and the properties around it. And we think that'll happen here. The other thing that I think should be taken into account, which some other folks have mentioned, and one of the reasons why we decided to support it, is because it is already zoned for use as a church. And as a previous speaker mentioned, there are Sunday services, there are weddings, there's Sunday school, there's birthday parties. I mean, there's all kinds of things. And that use could happen without any change. So that's another reason why we're lending our support. And the other thing that I want to remind the council is that this is a historic, a locally designated historic landmark. So while, and Derek can clarify, while it would be not impossible to tear the building down, but it's not likely that the building will be demolished. So that means you've got to figure out a way to use what you have, and this is a great option for that. And then my last point, someone had mentioned, this sets a dangerous precedent. Well, it doesn't, because the code is specifically addressing adaptive reuse of a historic structure. So this is a historically designated landmark, and you have a code provision that allows for that. So approving this does not then mean that some other building that is not historic then automatically gets this same treatment. This is a special use case to preserve a historic landmark, and I think that should be taken under advisement. So we would stand with staff and we would recommend that this be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Next two speakers, please. Oh, I'm sorry.
Next two speakers.
My name is Fred Session. I live at 1260 10th Street North. I've been sworn in. I actually happen to live in a 100-year-old bungalow. It turned 100 last year, so I'm stupid. I know a little bit about old houses more than I should.
We have your address, sir? Your address, sir?
1260 10th Street North. The decision made by the commission to deny the zoning changes owners of the church property sought remains the correct decision for our neighborhood. If that decision by the zoning commission is overturned tonight, residents of the collar neighborhoods ringing the downtown areas will lose their quiet in the evening, their parking nearby their residence, and a safe traffic flow past their homes. Once that zoning is changed, the neighborhood residents impacted by the operation of that business will be at the mercy of event parking and traffic flow, noise from in and outside the complex, and curfew enforcement after celebratory events on a residential street. The opponents to overturning the zoning ruling have gone on record with our names and our addresses. It's only fair the same information be provided by those incognito submissions turned in by our neighborhood association. How many are in close enough proximity to be impacted by traffic, by parking, by noise and operations, and will become a part of our daily existence? Are there any conflicts of interest which exist among those submitting their incognito approval? Guess what? We don't know. It's incognito. What events will qualify as acceptable for the 200-plus patrons and the short-term on-site tenants that Krasnianskis want to host? What on-site activities become something nearby residents have to tolerate? We don't work for the Historic Committee and the Preservation Committee. We actually live in the neighborhood. We're real people. What assurances do we have once that zoning is overturned? Will on-site bachelor or bachelorette parties qualify? Remember, it stopped being a church many years ago, so let's call it what the Krasnianskis want to turn it into, an entertainment complex. This is not Notre Dame or Sistine Chapel. You need only to look across the street to see a preservation project the city can rightly be proud of. A former school building repurposed to an apartment complex. It's providing housing for renters of this city who need affordable, desirable places to live as the city continues to grow along its downtown corridors. Apples to oranges comparisons with the St. Paul Catholic Church and school campus a few blocks away further into our neighborhood don't hold up either. Its hours of operations or activities are not remotely what's being discussed for the former church turned entertainment complex. Any comparison is disingenuous. Once zoning changes are granted, our neighborhood will be at the mercy of subsequent operations changes put in place. What those incognito supporters don't want is affordable housing. A couple of years ago, your city council voted to allow MLK Street corridor to be developed to a greater density for the purpose of creating more affordable housing. There are plenty of places a few blocks away to get married in the city. New affordable housing for residents of this city is still needed. Thank you.
Next two speakers, please.
Next two speakers are Fabio Cardenas and Paul Reese. Please go to the podium on your right, state your name and address, and whether you've been sworn in for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hello, my name is Paul Reese, 6822 22nd Avenue North, St. Pete. Yes, I've been sworn in. My name is Paul Reese. I'm the architect of record for the treehouse. I was also the architect of record for the previous developer at this site, way back in 2017, 18, 19, and whatnot. That initial developer proposed a mixed-use building, multifamily living units over offices and a small coffee house. However, despite our best efforts, as you've heard, the current registered opponent rallied the neighborhood and the project was blocked. We pivoted, removed the commercial use, and redesigned it for only multifamily. Although that proposal was approved, without the offices, the cash flow wasn't there and the development costs could not be offset with enough income, and the project did not make it. Once the previous developer decided to not move forward with the project, they put the property up for sale. That's when I started to receive weekly, sometimes daily calls from interested parties, and a lot of them toured the building with me. The building was in sad repair then, and it only became much worse as the months turned to years, and the damage to the building increased. The level of neglect shocked them, and when they calculated the high cost of repair and the historical restoration, each and every one of them realized that it wasn't feasible for their project either. Then I met Noam and Irene. They bring a lot to the table and far, far beyond what I had seen during the previous version of the project. They don't see this building as a project from which to profit. They see it as an opportunity to preserve a meaningful and iconic piece of St. Pete's history. They see potential where others saw only complications. They have vision, they have commitment, and a personal connection to the building and the community. They're going to live here. This is going to be their neighborhood. And they're giving it their all to bring this thing back to life and help the community in that way. This is not an easy or inexpensive project that they've signed up for. And I think on our first call, I actually said that to him. This is a tough one. And they were not swayed. They wanted to do it, and they were ready to move and to bring it to fruition. And they must if they want to save the building. And then they have to move fast because the building is about to be deemed unsafe and structurally, well, it's in dire shape structurally. The structural repair drawings are complete, but they won't start if they don't get approval. So the building's life does hang in the balance. It's been talked about before, but one of the key elements to making this project possible is the City of St. Pete's Municipal Code 1630.020.1, the one on adaptive reuse. And the city defines the purpose of adaptive reuse as encouraging the retention.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Fabio Cardenas, 6822 22nd Avenue North, and yes, I've been sworn in. I am part of the architectural team for this project, and as mentioned earlier, the activities and events being proposed tonight are the same as those that took place while the church was active. I have a short video and audio to show you demonstrating that amplified singing, bands, drums, music, and events were held at the church. So, can you please play the video?
I'm not getting any audio from this. You can play it.
The next to speak is Peter Belmont and William Cobus. Please go to the podium on your right, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council, and please state whether or not you've been sworn in.
Good evening, Peter Belmont, 103 Wildwood Road Southeast. I've been sworn. I don't know if you're looking at me like, I guess I have to start with, been 2 years plus since I last spoke to you, and when I last spoke to you, it was somewhat propped up at a table from Oregon when you were giving me the key to the city, which I so much appreciated. And who knows, maybe that was it. I was supposedly terminal, and here I am, so miracles happen. I'm here, yes, to support the reuse, to pick up a little bit where Mr. Lito left off. Council has not made the decision very often to individually designate landmarks. Derek, maybe you can correct me, is it 120 odd or 140 odd individual landmarks in the city? So a former council made the decision for this building. It doesn't happen often. It means it's special. What else is special about the city are our traditional neighborhoods. They are diverse. They're diverse in uses, they're diverse in people, they're diverse in incomes. And so different uses are part of our traditional neighborhoods. Churches, neighborhood retail, mixed use, apartments, single family, that's what makes our traditional neighborhoods what they are. And so when I used to think about Euclid St. Paul, I used to think about it's one of the city's wonderful traditional neighborhoods. It happens to be anchored by 2 churches, the church at issue today and St. Paul's. And so as has been mentioned, it could be a church today in terms of a permitted use. I don't view the requested use as to be all that much different. Meeting hall, community assembly facility. It sounds like a church to me. But as has been noted, as it's an individual landmark, it's not likely to turn into affordable housing. It's not likely to be torn down because we discourage demolition of landmarks. It's difficult. It's not likely, I don't believe, to be turned into a reuse project of residential. We have a reuse project of residential that will be starting at Westminster in the Old Northeast. We have one in Crescent Heights. They're a different church, much smaller. This is a large church. Its uses are limited, and so I hope you will consider this feasible for the building and feasible for a traditional neighborhood. Thanks, and it's nice to see you again.
Next.
Good evening, Council. My name's William Kobus. I live at 1120 10th Street North, so maybe 300 feet from the church.
Have you been sworn in?
And I've been sworn in, yeah, the second time around. So, where I live was called Bartlett Orange Plot. It was orange groves. 1924 came that school across from the church. 1925 came my house I live in now. I thought I had the oldest, but he beat me by a year. I just found out tonight. So when I step out, I see the church. I've been there 25 years, and I used to hear the music coming from the church, and it carried well. So I don't know how much soundproofing is going to work. And I did speak with Noam one time at the ESPNA meeting, and he indicated that parking's not going to be a problem. And then he said that he had some letters of intent with St. Anthony's Church. So I go by there. I even went in there today. It's locked. It's a construction site. There's no cars. There's just construction vehicles, storage, large pieces of material. The cars are never going to go in there. You know, first of all, it would be a HIPAA violation by the hospital. Secondly, what are they going to let their insurance go up for, you know, a couple bucks? No. So the point here is that traffic is not going to be solved by these letters of intent. And then I'd like to come to that halo effect I heard today. And somebody else said a community is born. This community that we're in was grown and turned it into a beautiful place. 25 years ago, it was a rough neighborhood. And the halo effect was the community that's around that church. And if this church comes in and you let the genie out of the bottle, it's going to be horrific for us living 52 weekends a year with traffic, overflow,
Thank you.
Okay.
And just quickly before we go to the next two speakers, I was told there's somebody wishing to speak on Zoom during quasi-judicial. We don't take speakers via Zoom, so if you can hear me, I just wanted to give you a heads up. That's why we haven't called you. Let's go to the next two speakers, please.
Next two speakers are Anna Strufert and Amir Jamali. Please go to the podium on your right, state your name and address for the record, and whether or not you've been sworn in, you'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Anna Streufert, 1124 11th Street North. I have been sworn in. Good evening, Council. I am the current president of the Euclid St. Paul Neighborhood Association. I am here today to read a statement on behalf of our Board of Directors. As the leadership of our neighborhood association, it is our duty per our bylaws to preserve, enhance, improve, and beautify our neighborhood. After very careful consideration, we have concluded that we have no objections to this application regarding the Euclid Church. However, we do have conditions that would require a strong relationship with the city and the applicant in order to make it mutually beneficial. This matter has been considered with sensitivity to those that live within close proximity of the property, and with the knowledge that this historic building and this corner of our neighborhood are in desperate need of revitalization. Several factors led us to this conclusion. Many neighbor-to-neighbor conversations, neighborhood comments that were solicited and collected by the association email. We had in-depth discussions with city staff, and we witnessed treehouse development listen to and address our neighbors' concern. And finally, we considered the past reuse applications regarding this historic property, the knowledge that the zoning is exclusively tied to the historic structure and its current state. We echo the sentiment of the registered opponent and neighbors who have expressed concerns regarding parking and traffic flow. These are paramount in considering the future of this area. However, these issues are not without solutions. Should we move forward with this project, we need traffic mitigation plans that protect our neighborhood, one-way designation, no parking, resident-only parking, and relocation of the rideshare spot to 10th Avenue. Many of these traffic features already exist in our neighborhood and around due to the presence of our very active St. Paul Catholic Church and School located 3 blocks to the interior of our neighborhood. The church currently serves an average of 1,100 parishioners every weekend and 385 students, the majority of whom must be dropped off and picked up every day by car. This is in addition to the many scout meetings, AA meetings, weddings, funeral, it goes on. In conclusion, we have no objections to this application with consideration that the city and the developers work with our neighbors to provide solutions to make this reuse possible. We urge you, city council members, to consider the long history of vacancy of this treasured historic building that bears our neighborhood name. It has deteriorated long enough. In closing, this statement was written, edited, and approved by a majority vote of the Euclid St. Paul's Neighborhood Association Board of Directors. A copy of this statement, a spreadsheet of our comments collected through an open form, no stance required to complete the form, was submitted to you for public record. In addition, these are the only official responses that were verified by our board to be neighbors, and they were collected by our board. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. This is Amir Jamali, Grade Engineering 4308 Honey Vista Circle, Tampa, Florida, 33624. I've been sworn in also.
Thank you.
So this is Amir. I'm a licensed engineer and certified planner in the state of Florida. And I also worked as a transportation planner with Pasco County for a couple of years, where I was involved in so many land development projects. I'm here to share the results of the traffic study, one of those ridiculous studies that I've conducted for this project. Basically, to determine the number of parking spaces required for this project, I used ITE parking generation manual, which is a widely recognized industry standards. Based on the ITE, a meeting hall would typically require 72 parking spaces, and while this project is proposing minimum 203 on-site and off-site parking spaces, far exceeding the requirements and recommendations. For the 6-unit bed and breakfast, ITE recommends 7 parking spaces, which is exactly aligned with 7 on-site parking spaces for this project. To ensure a conservative approach, I've used convention center and hotel as a comparable land use categories for this project, both of which have higher parking demand than a typical bed and breakfast and a meeting hall. So this shows even in worst case scenario, this project is providing more parking spaces than enough. As an engineer and planner, I understand the parking availability is a key concern for any land development project, even especially for the neighbors. That's why this project goes above and beyond the land, city code and IT recommendations. With 203 parking spaces, there is no risk of overflow of parking into the adjacent streets. In addition, this project is providing 1 ADA parking space and an area, a dedicated area for rideshare parking, which improves the safety, accessibility, and traffic circulation. So I'm confident that this project will function efficiently and support the nearby community. Thank you.
Next two speakers, please.
Next two speakers are Baber Hayter and Leslie Curran. Please go to the podium on your right, state your name, address, and whether or not you've been sworn in for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Hyder. I live at 1101 10th Street North, and I've been sworn in. Thank you for your time and your consideration. My name is Barbara Hyder. My wife and I live 3 houses down from the church. Council, I urge you to respectfully reject this appeal. My wife and I moved to St. Pete from Austin 3 years ago, not knowing a single person in the city. Today, we took a leap of faith in the neighborhood, and today we call our neighbors our best friends. That's a testament of how beautiful this neighborhood is and why it needs to be preserved as a residential community. City Council, I ask for your empathy and consider yourself in the shoes of those directly affected. How would you feel with the possibility of 100 drunk people next to your house, your children, and your pets? How would you feel with your street cosplaying as an Uber valet lot? All it takes is one incident, one fight, one drunk bad apple to put our neighbors in danger. As a former Austinite, we see this appeal as a slippery slope. It starts with the church, and then suddenly an entire block is turned into commercial properties, like we saw in several historic neighborhoods in Austin. Something that started in the name of preserving historical residential buildings lead to their destruction. Please remember the Community Planning and Preservation Commission agreed this project does not justify the disruption to the neighborhood. The CPPC took significant time to consider the merits of this project and ultimately rejected this proposal. And they are the experts in land use. City Council, please affirm their decision. To put it simply, the juice is not worth the squeeze. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Leslie Curran, 1234 Dr. MLK Street North, and I have been sworn. I don't know if you want to swear me in again, but thanks for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. One thing that's for sure, and that's the fact that the Euclid St. Paul neighborhood is fantastic. I had a laugh when Monsignor Gibbons was here earlier talking about the condition it was in 25 years ago and the barbed wire around the school. I went to that school when there was barbed wire around there, and I don't know whether it was put there before or after I entered, but it was there at that time. My children went to St. Paul's School, and currently my business is located right on the alleyway between MLK and 10th Street. So when I first started, for years, I've been there 4.5 years now, actually almost 5, in renovations of the building. But I'd go by the church thinking what a shame it was, and heard of all. Of course, I even called about buying it. That's where my gallery was going to be. But then I don't have a sugar daddy or anything, so I kind of went right down the tubes. But instead, I located in a 1925 building that was completely restored. And when most people come in there, they think it's brand new, and it's not. And it was just law offices changed to mixed use. So I think that, on one hand, you think of this project being in the middle of the neighborhood, but as you can see from all the diagrams and all, it's really on the edge of the corridor between the MLK Business District and the residential area. There's been a lot of discussion about parking, and I know that everyone would like to see parking legal documents that say they have contracts with all these businesses. When I have events at the gallery, I have no contracts with anybody, but all the surrounding businesses work together. And I think that's really the key, and someone talked about the businesses and residents working together, and that's really what it takes. And we get together, they know when we're having events. We tell people when they come with heavy pieces of art to bring in, it's easier to go in the Flamingo Lounge parking lot. And I tell them as long as it's not happy hour, you're good to go. And really being located there, I've had no trouble with noise from the Flamingo. I'm between the Flamingo and an Airbnb. Hook's restaurant is right there. A very busy alley. The ones that have given me the most problem have been the residents directly behind me in the apartments in the alley. Always cleaning up after them, taking care of the broken furniture they leave out there, things of that nature. So I'm thrilled that somebody is finally going to make something of that historic property. Thank you. And congratulations to the new council members.
The next two speakers is Leslie Hyder, and she's against and does not want to speak. It's Kim Kaperzak and T.C. Salis. Please go to the podium on your right. State your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council, and please state whether or not you've been sworn in.
I'm Kimberly Kasperzak. I live at 1039 10th Street North, and yes, I've been sworn in. Thank you for your attention. I know it's getting late, but because we're all here, you can see how important this issue is to us. I want to talk about noise, okay? The Nome and Irene's original application lacked any consideration of the noise their massive event space will generate. While I've yet to see a meaningful plan, they did, however, add a sound study proffered by someone named Dorian Wolf. Mr. Wolf calls himself an independent senior sound consultant, but failed to provide any qualifications. More troubling to me, he works for a Tampa-based music production company, which only stands to benefit from the creation of yet another entertainment venue. Here are some problems with his sound study. Mr. Wolf played pink noise, or what sounds like ocean waves, inside the church through a microphone at 90 decibels. Why he used 90 decibels is unclear. The average live performance sound level is 100 to 110 decibels. Peaks often can reach 115. Keep in mind, for every 10 decibel increase, the sound to our ears doubles. So real sound levels are double and triple what Mr. Wolf used in his test. And the CDC says prolonged exposure to just 70 decibels can damage a person's ears. Second, no consideration was given to the lower end frequency sounds. That's the pounding you hear from the pickup truck next to you at the stoplight. Maybe Pitbull. Those bass sounds are more annoying because we're more sensitive to them. They also pass more easily through walls and other surfaces because they have a much bigger wavelength. Mr. Wolf also doesn't address unamplified noise, the delivery trucks backing up, the event planners talking on their mobile phones, the clanging of equipment getting loaded and unloaded all day, possibly every day. But all this talk of decibels is really just noise. The study's irrelevant. Mr. Wolf found outside levels more than 15 decibels lower than the ordinance limit of 72 decibels. But there is no city ordinance limit of 72 decibels. Regulations based on decibel levels were removed from the city code in 2008. Thankfully, St. Pete now uses a common sense standard. According to current regulations confirmed this week by the police department, a noise disturbance is any sound that annoys or disturbs a reasonable person of normal sensitivities. We keep hearing about this high-end wedding space, but let's be real. This space will be rented to whomever can afford it and for whatever reason. Frat parties, bachelorette parties, rock concerts, raves, whatever. None of these activities or events are appropriate for our neighborhood, so please deny this appeal. Thank you.
Hi, my name is TC Sales. I have been sworn in 105 Oakwood Drive. My name is TC, and I'm here to address the concern raised about the need for buffering between the church and the property at 1021 10th Street North. It is crucial to look at the full context of this situation. The historical designation of the Euclid Church was granted just before the homes were built behind it. In fact, the congregation had already been in full decline at the time. The neighbor who now expresses concern about the proximity of the church to her home never experienced an active congregation or the vibrancy of a functioning house of worship. The church had already lost much of its original presence in the neighborhood by the time the homes were constructed. The church didn't oppose the houses built behind it, both 20 and 80 years ago, but maybe it should have. The church never thought the residential development encroaching upon its space would then become its enemy. So the developers proceeded without hesitation, building on every last inch and as close to the church as possible. Now, years later, these neighbors are highlighting a lack of buffer from the very church that was here long before them. One point that must not be overlooked is the fact that the neighbor who is now requesting a buffer couldn't possibly have missed the towering, imposing presence of a 3-story church right next to the property where she was touring to then buy. The church has always been a dominant feature in this area, virtually impossible to overlook its size and location. The property at 1021 10th Street North is located next to MLK Street, a designated commercial corridor and having commercial use next to it, not a new or unreasonable condition. And it should not be the basis for denying this application. The church has always been adjacent to the commercial properties like now, the gas station and the paint shop. I'd also like to point out an important fact that these businesses bring movement, traffic, and noise. The trash truck for the gas station picks up directly behind the garage of the neighbor, and all the trash bins being picked up in the alleyway and so forth passes behind all the neighbors' houses. Okay, noise. This church, as it stands today, is not contributing positively to the community. Instead, it is in a deteriorating state, and it's hindering the neighborhood's growth and vitality. Vacant, decaying buildings do not serve the interests of preservation, community enhancement, or economic development. We cannot stand by idly and allow this historic structure to continue to fall in further disrepair. I urge you to consider the broader benefit to the entire community. Let's ensure this historic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next two speakers is Laura Turner and Tom Turner. Please go to the podium on your right. State your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council. Please state whether or not you've been sworn in.
Okay, Laura and Tom Turner, my husband, beside me, and we're at 1025 10th Street North in St. Pete. We are 50 feet from this church, the back of the church, second house, and we have been sworn in. We would like to ask you to deny this petition, the commercial part and all of it. First of all, Tommy is from St. Pete and has lived there all his life. I'm a native Floridian. His grandfather was one of the founders of St. Pete, George Turner. You will see his name at Demon's Landing. And Tommy owned the garden with his 2 brothers until 1999 when the city bought it. So we did weddings, and we sat down with Noam and Irene. I understand what they're doing. I appreciate what they're trying to do. I understand it, and it's a beautiful building on the outside, but it won't work. That venue will not work there. If it was going to be anything residential, I don't think these people would have any objection. But our houses are very close to the street, and we hear what everybody says on their cell phone walking by. These people, if it's going to be a wedding venue, they should be able to have a good time and watch their daughter get married if they're staying in those rooms. And they're going to party down, and they should. But this should not work in our neighborhood. This is in our neighborhood, and you are our council members. And I just really respect what they're doing. If it's as far as the leases or the intent to park, we told Noam our problem was parking, commercial, and noise. And he said, I said, why don't you do what Westminster did, or something like that, you know, or the apartments across there. And he said, I'm not a developer. So I just don't think it is for that. We will have no peace. We will have nowhere for anybody to park to take care of us. Tom has a disabled permit. He has hearing aids, you know, and we are going to need somebody to take care of us. So it just, I think, would ruin the neighborhood. Our alley is so busy right now, we can't even back out. We have a small apron and a garage.
but we can't even back out. I have a film of him almost hit a cop the other day. So it's very hard for us to imagine that this could be good for us. We understand that it's going to, we understand it will run out as far as it's full of mold. The lady that was head of the adaptive use hearing, she said, sometimes things don't last forever. And when I see them and they're working with all this dust, and can.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay, he won't talk.
Okay.
He won't. Can I take his time? He's got hearing aids.
No, ma'am. Sorry.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, the last two speakers is
Yeah, right?
The last two speakers is Mark Ganner and Amber Hurley. Please go to the podium on your right, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council. Please state whether or not you've been sworn in.
My name is Mark Gagne. I'm the real estate broker that sold Norm the church. So I don't really have a position. I'm sorry, 2463 Jonah Court, Palm Harbor, Florida.
Have you been sworn in?
Yes, I have. What I want to try to convey to people is I've done this 7 times. I've sold 7 churches, and I've watched every one of them fall apart and become assisted living facilities. One stayed a house of worship of 7. I've been through this scenario 5 times. There is a halo effect. We've got a guy that spent $1.1 million on a facility that is dilapidated, that wants to save it and put the character back in it. And I thought everyone would be ecstatic. I really did. I was shocked to find out there was opposition. None of us like change. But when someone is sitting there and every day it's a dormant facility, and they've been there 5 or 6 years and there's no activity, they're used to that. And people don't like change. There's got to be some compromise between the homeowners, the surrounding homeowners, maybe with CC&Rs. Maybe you put regulations on, if you're going to have an event, you have to have a police officer there till the event's over. Some CC&R, some direction to try to make it work for everybody involved. Instead of just letting the church get torn down, it's going to get torn down. The hedge fund's going to suck it up. And when the hedge fund sucks it up, that's the next stop. You can't make it affordable housing. It's too expensive. There's got to be a compromise. Maybe some hard CC&Rs on the approval process. And maybe the surrounding homeowners can participate in the structure of the CC&Rs. They put $5 million in that facility. There's going to be a bunch of homeowners that 3 or 4 years later will say, yeah, I oppose that, but I'm real happy now it's there. Okay? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Amber Hurley, and I have been sworn in, and I live at 1500 11th Ave North in Euclid, St. Paul. I had a long spiel about how I was against this project in the beginning. I was really opposed to outside developers coming into St. Pete and doing this in our neighborhood. And I have really come around to the project after spending a lot of time reading the documentation, speaking with neighbors. I'm really lucky to be a part of the neighborhood association. I'm not speaking on behalf of the neighborhood association in any way, but it's given me the opportunity to meet so many neighbors across generations, across economic boundaries, across social boundaries. And the more I talked to neighbors about this project, the more it became clear to me that those in opposition are very loud, but those in opposition are very few in number compared to those who are in favor of the project. And I really am proud to join those neighbors. I'm proud to join Preserve the Burg and so many others in supporting this project. I support it because it's consistent with the historic preservation element of the comprehensive plan, and I know that projects like this are exactly why we had the historic element of the comp plan in the first place. And I just want to say, all of the issues that are being raised today, parking, noise, all of these have solutions. You've heard that again and again. We as a neighborhood have to be open to finding those solutions, because otherwise the church will sit and the church will decay, and it will decay until it is eventually gone. And it will be replaced by homes that, yes, cost $1 and $2 million and none of us could afford. So I don't want that to happen. I'm really proud to join our neighbors and to be in support of the project. So thank you all for listening. I know it's been a really long time, but you can see that we just love our neighborhood. So thank you.
Thank you. Last speaker.
The last speaker is Kason Watson. He does not want to speak, and he's against.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public comment. We'll move into cross-examination. Each party will have 5 minutes to cross-examine. Staff?
No cross.
The opponent?
Yes, please. I do have some cross questions for the applicant, please.
Okay.
After reviewing the transcript from the CPPC hearing, when I asked if they had considered residential use, I didn't get a clear answer to my question. And so I wanted to ask a more direct question this time.
Could you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Yes, I was going to ask, wouldn't you agree the applicant has not pursued residential options available in this zoning district, including single or multifamily living options?
I'm going to ask you to repeat just one more time for me,
Yes,
please.
yes. Wouldn't you agree the applicant has not pursued residential options available within this zoning district, including single or multifamily living options?
Thank you, Michelle. I don't know your last name, so I'm going Michelle. My answer is that a prior application has come through. In fact, Paul, the architect, was involved with it. That was for residential, was for office. The residents and Michelle, as I understand it, stood in opposition to that request. And because of all the resistance, that developer never moved forward. That's my best answer.
Are you aware of that the prior owner was granted permission from the city to take the subject property and apply an adaptive reuse for multifamily living?
Thank you. I'm only aware of the prior application that came through, which was not followed up on because of the many reasons that have been discussed tonight. That's the only thing I'm aware of.
Would you agree that the applicant can apply for residential use as an adaptive reuse within the current zoning of an NT2 designation?
My best answer again is that residential was attempted and it was met with strong opposition from the neighborhood, and I can't imagine why anyone else would follow that same path. Thank you.
Were you aware that the residential did not happen because the developer was trying to pursue tax incentives associated with the State Historic Commission, and the Historic Commission would not grant the subdivision of the property and the tax credit simultaneously?
I personally have not seen any of that on record, nor am I aware of it. I read the or most of the record of when the application came through, and again, my answer is the same. They pursued residential. It was opposed by the neighborhood. There were too many obstacles and hoops to jump through, and they dropped it, like many other applicants have, or many other developers and applicants have attempted.
Has the applicant tried to use all of the available underlying uses available in the matrix in order to save this church?
This is a complex scenario. It's not just simply pulling your finger down a matrix to figure out what may be a better use. It's a complex element of economics, development, city government, to try and come forward with a proposal that can be credible economically, to bring the structure back to where it needs to be, which will take millions of dollars, and the wherewithal to be able to run that kind of team, which NOM has put together. So it's much more than just looking at a matrix. It's looking at many elements of any development. Let's just look at the Ray Stadium. It involves economics, it involves development, it involves wherewithal, it involves government, many facets, not just one.
A follow-up question then for Mr. Kilborn, if I could, please. So the previous developer was approved for multifamily use. However, as I understand it, the State Historic Commission would not allow the property to be subdivided and grant that tax credit simultaneously. Is that correct?
We had heard that there was an effort to obtain some type of incentive through a state review, but that typically when somebody is taking a large sanctuary space like that and subdividing it,
they are removing the historic integrity of that interior space. And so when somebody is seeking a financial incentive for that type of action, it usually is not approved. We weren't directly involved in any discussion, but we have heard that there was an effort made at that time.
Is it possible there are other grants available to help with the financial portion of the residential adaptive reuse?
Yes, sure. There are different financial incentives, either through grants or other private funding mechanisms.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask the owner if he has any experience running a large private event venue. And I realize I'm close on time.
This is a very good question. I know I'm new in town, and okay, so I tend to be
we'll let you
long-winded.
answer
I'm
the
sorry.
question.
I'll respond. I'm an entrepreneur. I've been an entrepreneur for 40 years, and I am a person that solves problems. If you see my track history, I have started and finished companies of things that I've never done before. The true purpose of a good administrator and entrepreneur is to solve problems that can be unsolvable, to make things work and achieve a goal, which is hard in as you know, in governance, because there's so many stakeholders. So I, as a kid, when I was in college, I did run events in England. I was born in England. My parents are from Chile. I'm a mixed child. And but I don't see that as the bankers also said, oh, you really, that's not your profession. And I said, but you need an entrepreneur that can actually surmount the barriers to make an unsolvable problem solvable, because nobody has been able to solve the problem. So I am here. Yeah, I think that's the answer.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The answer is no then, is that correct?
Okay, so time's up, so we're gonna move on. Applicant, would you like to cross-examine?
No, we'll pass, thank you.
Okay. All right, so now we'll move into rebuttal or closing remarks. Each party will have 5 minutes to make closing argument or rebuttal. Staff, any closing remarks?
I do several, try to address some of the different points that came up. I'll start by saying that, the purpose of the adaptive reuse provision in the city code is to encourage the retention and productive reuse of historic buildings, especially buildings that add historic, architectural, or cultural value to the community, rather than demolition, because the use of the building has become functionally obsolete. Our commission, this council knows that there have been many actions related to church properties in recent years, and in part because these buildings do have unique architecture, they have unique configurations, and so they do present very unique challenges. And the adaptive reuse section of the code acknowledges that and tries to provide flexible options for consideration. In this case, there's been a lot of reference to the 2019 action, so I thought I'd give you a little bit of detail about that. In 2019, there was a request for adaptive reuse. It did include 12 multifamily units and 8 office workspaces. There was neighborhood opposition at the CPPC hearing, but the application request was approved. To accommodate those 8 workspaces, there was a map amendment that then came forward to City Council. There was debate around that map amendment, and so the applicant withdrew their request prior to a final decision from the City Council. So the commercial part was never decided, but those 8 workspaces were then converted to 8 multifamily units, and the project was approved and recognized for 20 multifamily units. Obviously, they did not proceed with their multifamily proposal. I cannot speak to why they did not and whether that was a market-based reason that affects the future of the building. So based on our experience with churches, based on our experience with prior approval to put in 20 multifamily units, when we were approached by the current applicants, I did go through that past history, and also considering best practices for historic preservation, which is to protect the integrity of that interior space. In the city of St. Petersburg, we do not review interior modifications, but when somebody can preserve that interior historic integrity, that is a best practice that we will always recommend. And so we did have a conversation about special event spaces. We suggested that might be an option that could be pursued under the adaptive reuse section of the code. And that is the concept that was brought to us and we were reacting to. There was some reference to short-term rentals. The request here under adaptive reuse is for bed and breakfast. Bed and breakfast does require the on-site residence of a manager or somebody who is responsible for the bed and breakfast operation. If there is not an on-site resident or manager, then the bed and breakfast use cannot be recognized. And so this proposal is not for short-term rentals in the sense that they have their own separate set of regulations. There has been no discussion about a bakery. I know that was mentioned, so I just wanted to point that out. I also wanted to say to the council, I appreciate your patience with public comments. This has been on a very long timeline, but there have been many public comments, petitions, emails, signatures received in the last 7 days, and especially the last 24 to 48 hours. We have tried to turn those around to you as best we could by bundling them and providing you some instructions on those packets. We are recommending approval as we've described in the staff report. In that staff report, we did reference the historic preservation element. We referenced the land use element of the comprehensive plan, the goals, objectives, policies there, and why we think this also aligns with the LDR standards for adaptive reuse. I did want to point out, if you're going to vote to overturn the CPPC decision, just a reminder that that does require a supermajority vote of the city council. So it would require a minimum of 6 affirmative votes. And then finally, I'll close by telling you I tried to give you a table of contents in the report, acknowledging that it's a very large packet. And I numbered it according to the report I was submitting to the clerk's office, not anticipating that the packet will be eventually 1,500 pages. So if you need a cheat sheet as you're discussing this, I do have the digital PDF numbers that for the pagination that is on the website. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, opponent, any closing remarks?
Council members, I urge you to weigh the profound and lasting effects that a commercial rezoning and increased intensity of use so close to our homes will have on our residential neighborhood. We've seen firsthand how thoughtful developments like the residential reuse of Euclid School into apartments can preserve and revitalize a building, all while respecting the residential character of the neighborhood. But this proposal risks undermining that balance and introducing an incompatible use that will disrupt our way of life. As you've heard, in 2019, I was the opponent. My concern was rezoning to CCT1 and a commercial reuse, which sounds very familiar today. Density intensification concerns were also cited then as they are today. The previous developer had approval for multifamily housing, and I learned from city staff that they were pursuing a tax credit with the State Historic Commission, but the commission would not allow the sanctuary to be subdivided and offer the tax credit. So a developer can still subdivide the sanctuary for multifamily living, they just won't receive that particular tax credit. There are other options available. Multifamily use is compatible with the residential neighborhood, which I fully support. And to reiterate, there are 3 historically designated churches in St. Pete being converted to single or multifamily use. If this application were to be approved, there is very little we can do. Unamplified noise will never be something anyone can control because there's not an ordinance to control it. Late at night, when unruly, drunk, and loud people leave the venue walking to their cars, waiting for valets and Ubers, they will be talking to each other, talking on their phones, slamming car doors. Some will be slightly inebriated after the party, and some will be very inebriated. Guest departures followed by support staff tearing down and loading out. And this would be life on our street potentially every night of the week, certainly weekends, Sundays, and holidays. Heaven help the nearby families who are trying to get children to sleep who have school or someone working from home. I've spent plenty of late nights and weekends working from home on conference calls or Zoom meetings. I would not be able to do that work from home with party noise emanating from the building next door. You've seen the photographs. There is not enough physical space to proper this commercial use from residences. In terms of neighborhood, neighbors are people who help each other out after hurricanes. They check on each other's houses when they're away, and they check in when someone is sick. While the church owner may live on site or may have a manager, their wedding clients and guests will be on site for a few hours or possibly overnight in a transient unit. They will never be our neighbors. They will never have to look one of us in the eye after a night of partying, drinking, and smoking. We will never get to know them, and they will never have a vested interest in our community. Allowing this change, this is a huge change from the churches that previously existed. And regarding the owner's investment in this property, contingencies in real estate contracts are not unusual to protect a buyer. I know of personal use contingencies. It can be based on the sale of another home or inspector's report. A contingency on these requests being approved could have been added to the church's sales contract as an exit strategy. We are not responsible for the owner's lack of due diligence before investing in this property. And I know the city has preservation goals. I'm a reasonable person, as are my neighbors. We are all well aware change is inevitable. I'm not opposed to change. I feel that preservation and conversion of the Euclid School into 16 apartments was a positive change. This request is not reasonable and is not a positive change. It is not unreasonable to ask that you require my next door neighbor 1 foot from my property to continue to be zoned residential and serve a residential purpose. The only person threatening demolition is the owner. As I said, we are not opposed to saving the church. We are opposed to these two requests. And to close, do not let consistent decisions from the city to adaptively reuse historically designated landmarks as single and multifamily properties suddenly be tossed aside for the benefit of two individuals trying to seek the most financial gain possible. I and the residents fully support an adaptive reuse for this property that preserves the integrity and historic landmark designation of the church while reusing it within the underlying zoning designation as NT2 for single and multifamily use. Please do not overturn the CPPC's decision. Please uphold their denial of these requests. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Okay, applicant.
Good evening. Again, Mr. Chairman, council members, Todd Pressman, 202nd Avenue South, number 451, St. Petersburg. First of all, I'd like to thank Derek and his staff. This has been a very complex and involved application. We appreciate their time. We have the greatest respect for all the citizens, both pro and against, who are here this evening and speaking before you. Just a couple things to clear up real quick is the increased square footage on the map amendments. That's for a unit for the owners. As Derek indicated, there has to be a manager or owner on site. That small increase of square footage on the map amendments is for Noam and his wife who will live on site. There is no bakery proposed. And as well, I think an important consideration again is when you look at the position of the neighbors, and with greatest respect to Michelle, who's talked about impacts, she is adjacent to the gas station. As you go up along that alleyway, that entire alleyway and all the homes on 10th are adjacent to CRT1. That includes Flamingos, Hooks on 9th, medical, spa, and as Ms. Curran said, all those businesses interact and are part of that community. You've heard from two sides, and I've sat on many boards myself through the years, and that's always a difficult decision to be in. But I would suggest to you that you consider the comments from the Euclid St. Paul Neighborhood Association. And they've told you, and she stood before you and told you, that they've witnessed the applicant listening and addressing the neighbors' concerns. They've considered the reuse application regarding the historic property. Their own poll that was done by email, so we're assured that the Euclid St. Paul people was a positive majority response for this project. I would suggest you consider Preserve the Burg, one of the most iconic organizations in the city who are strongly in support. I'd suggest that you strongly consider your experience and professional staff. I won't repeat the reasons for that. I think those unbiased organizations and people coming forward is what strikes the balance between the two camps that you've heard tonight. And finally, this is the last chance to save this iconic structure, which is part of the Euclid St. Paul community. I've shown you pictures of its point of disrepair. You've heard from the architect. It will not be saved if we don't approve this tonight. So with that, we appreciate your time, the patience of everyone here, again, the staff, and thank you.
Okay, so we'll go into executive session. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you, Chair. So I am privileged to represent District 4, which means that your neighborhood is in my district. I want to thank you all for being here, both for and against. This is what really a democracy is about. And I know people on both sides of this argument. So whatever I decide, people I know are not going to be happy with me, which doesn't change anything that I do here. But look, not only do I represent this district, I'm well aware of all the dynamics that have been talked about. I've actually lived beside businesses on MLK. So when I hear neighbors talk about their issues, guess what? I've lived it personally. I've also written a local landmark designation. So I've done both things. And I can understand trying to save a historic building, and it also does not negate considering legitimate concerns expressed by the community. Those things can actually exist. And I hate it when I hear people put down other people because they think that their concerns aren't valid. I hate that. And I've heard some of that today. They're real valid concerns. And you know why we know they're valid concerns? Because we had a CPPC make a decision, and these are people that do this for a living, and they had a difficult time with it. So you know this is a difficult decision. We've heard conversations about other churches that have been converted. I know those churches, and guess what? This didn't happen. Why? Because everybody was on the same page. So here we have two sides with probably valid points one way or the other, and we have to parse out those facts to come up with a decision. And that's what we're trying to do here. So on adaptive reuse, I know that city encourages adaptive reuse. Also, it does not take away considering the factors that we have to consider. We have to look at both sides. So parking is definitely a consideration that we have to look at, and you cannot ignore it. You just can't. And I know that for a fact. Why? Because I deal with parking complaints in my neighborhood all the time, and there's residential parking permits in Hona. We can talk about that all night. Euclid St. Paul's Board of Directors gave a letter, and one side said that they supported it. The neighborhood said that they supported it. However, it's conditioned. Because it says here that they support it. However, should it be approved, we need a traffic mitigation plan that protects our neighborhood, including one-way designation, no parking one side, resident parking only, and relocation of right-of-way spot. All these things that, believe it or not, do not just happen. They don't. You know, when we make these decisions now, this gets approved, that doesn't guarantee any of that happens. It just doesn't. So your approval based on something that may not happen, it's hard. Because I will tell you, residential parking permits require a parking problem. And I will ask legal, don't they require a parking problem?
Residential parking permits are found in our code, and right now they are for historical Northeast, some areas of Kenwood, and downtown. And yes, we do a parking study to determine need for the parking program, and we are looking at ways to expand that beyond the zones. But generally, we, as do numerous other municipalities, we do a parking needs study before we do restrictive parking, like a resident only.
You have to have the parking problem to start with, and we actually, believe it or not, I'll give you another example. Left Bank Bistro. The parking standards are only for the weekdays, from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. in Hona. So when there is a parking issue on the weekends, guess what? Doesn't cover it. So that issue happened that I had to deal with. So residential parking permits, nobody can rely on that, and we have nothing. We don't even have enforcement that we can rely on because we just had that discussion in one of our meetings. So I just want the neighborhood to understand that there is no guarantee whatsoever about approval that anything that you want to happen is going to actually happen. It happens here, and there's no guarantee. And so that, I think, is extremely important for people to understand. Parking partnerships. Even staff agrees, not something you can depend on. It just isn't. It's a letter of intent. It's not binding. And so it is a legitimate concern. And for those that have said it isn't, even our staff agreed. It's a legitimate concern that we have to look at. And I have to look at, okay, what areas are going to be affected? There was a parking study done. The majority of the parking there is not on site. It's off site. It relies on other businesses. What happened if those businesses that have said, yeah, we'll let you park, sell or redevelop? What happens to that? What happens to the ostrich faces if we change the rules and if you have a parking permit, a residential parking permit approved? What happened to those parking spaces that this relies on? They're gone. And you know how I know that? Because of all the businesses on MLK that have to deal with these issues, and they're much smaller businesses. We have, and I'll tell you, Left Bank Bistro, Hooks and Flamingo Sports Bar. They used to have a parking attendant to make sure one didn't park in the other parking space. Trips had parking issues. Rolling Oats, which increased their parking space. I could go on and on and on. So there's always a tension on parking. We can't just ignore it. I just can't, because I deal with it. We just right now went to the mayor's State of the City. We went to the Palladium. No parking. Seriously. I had to go in the neighborhood, park. We had reserved parking. There was no parking for us. And here's the thing. There is parking in a what? In a parking garage in downtown. Yes, you can park in a parking garage, but there is a parking garage. There is no parking garage for you to park in Euclid St. Paul's. So when you think about all these event venues that we've talked about, having weddings, they have contracts with parking garages. So a good parking plan is actually important. And we have here information. There's going to be, on average, 180 attendees, and there are a minimum of 72 parking spaces. I can't ignore that. So there's also the argument that, which by the way recently happened, the uses have been similar on the site. It feels very similar to a conversation we had about car washes recently, because there is a car wash there. We're just doing the same car wash. Guess what? The intensity is different. Not every car wash is the same. There's those mega car washes that have all the bells and whistles in it, and there's the ones that you go and wash your car on your own that are much smaller. There are ones that are in the gas stations. So they're all different. All churches are different. You have to actually look at the intensity of what is being used for. You can't just say, well, it's just a church. So that, I think, is really important. So intensity is something we have to consider. We also talked about the map. I want to go into the map amendment a little in terms of the buffers. I know that one of the commissioners made that comment, and I'm going to make it because it reminded me, Pasadena Community Church, about pushing boundaries and where the line is and using zoning on one side to kind of push it into a neighborhood when there already is a buffer. It's the same thing. And I had issues with that because there are buffers there. And it's like, well, no, now we just go ahead and extend the commercial into the neighborhood. And then next time they're going to be, oh, well, those commercials there. We can just extend it another block. And so there has to be more than that. Well, it's just beside it. It's okay. I think you have to look at both sides. And I just I had a hard time at the Pasadena Community Church argument in terms of pushing the boundaries, because I thought they had a good buffer. And here it's the same argument again. And last I'm going to say is, one of the things I want to point out is I cannot ignore the CPPC. And I'll tell you, The fact that we need and I had the same conversation at Pasadena Community Church, the fact that we need a supermajority to reverse a decision, whatever that decision is, by the Community Planning and Preservation Commission, to me is an indication of how much weight we give to that decision. Because they are professionals that do this day in and day out. They look at all these details. They're not going by emotion. They're just not. There are emotions on both sides, but you got to look at the facts and you got to look at the numbers. And so the fact that we have to have a super majority here to actually override what these professionals thought, that tells you something. There is, to me, no new evidence today that we have received that wasn't before them. It's the same information. And there is, some of it is just, it's more pages because guess what? It's repeated many times with different, but it's the same information that they looked at and they had the same issues. They had the parking issue. And that's the hard part for me, where I don't see how that issue has been resolved. And I will tell you, it is a real issue, even for those people that support it. It is. All you have to go is go to Hona and see some of the issues they have in terms of parking. And when you have all the parking space and you have an older home and you have a kid, which has happened to me, with groceries, and you can't park to get to your house, and you have a baby, that's a problem. It really is. So do they deserve also a good quality of life? Yeah. Are they just being jerks because they don't want this developed? No, they actually have real concerns. Just like I understand that you're a business owner and you have a dream for this property. Yes, and to me, I think it sounds wonderful. But the issue is that the right place for it? That's the issue. I think, is it cool? Sure. But is it the right place, and does it have the amenities that you need for that business where it's at, given the conditions of that area as they are right now? So those are my initial thoughts that I try to condense from all the information that I received and all the wonderful comments that you have given me. But that's kind of where I'm at right now, and I would love to hear my fellow colleagues. Thank you all so much for being patient.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Thanks to everyone who has been here for a very long time with us. We're kind of used to it. Many of you are not. You kind of get a taste of what this is all about when you find yourself in a conflict like this. No matter what side of this issue you're on, I appreciate you. The passion that you have for your neighborhood, and I know it is a fabulous neighborhood. I already knew that, but you are why. It's beautiful, but it's you are the ones who make it so special. And no matter what happens with this particular property, this will continue to be a very unique and incredible neighborhood. And we've seen why tonight. No matter what side of it you're on, just the pride that you have in your neighborhood, that's the common ground that you have. And I hope that you walk out of here tonight remembering that you do have that in common. Vice Chair Hanowitz explained very well her concerns about parking, and I share those. Reading the transcript from the CPPC meeting, I was in agreement with Commissioner Wanamaker on the challenges, especially of having those shared parking agreements. I think one of the letters of intent that was gathered in preparation for this, one of the businesses has closed. It's kind of it really shows you how volatile those agreements can be. You cannot count on it. The parking is that is one of my biggest concerns. And then there's the compatibility. Now, I used to live in a neighborhood where there was often a lot of that amplified noise that I could hear from my place, and there was a lot of unamplified noise late at night. Trolleys, buses going down my street a lot, and having people take all the parking spaces out in front of my place. So sometimes, once in a while, I'd have to park like a block or two away just to get home. Yeah, so that was the kind of neighborhood I lived in, and that was downtown. And that is where businesses like this should be, in places that relate to what's around it. I knew what I was getting into, right? Downtown is where things like that are supposed to happen, and that's another point with which I agreed with Commissioner Wanamaker on. So the CPPC, they had a tough job because of what we see here tonight, and some of them really voiced their support for adaptive reuse, and you could almost tell, even just reading it, you could tell it was difficult because they, like I, would love to see this church restored, preserved, and put to a better use. And you think about adaptive reuse projects that we already have here, it's something to be especially proud of. But unfortunately, this plan is not for a children's bookstore. So we heard that as an example earlier. Oh, how I wish it was for a children's bookstore. I don't know if we'd even be here right now if it was, right? And if only Leslie Curran could turn that into a gallery, oh my God, that would be amazing. But that's not what we have here. And we have to focus on what it is and how it's going to affect not just the opponent, but the other neighbors around it and the long-term appeal of the neighborhood. And that's where I get into the relevant criteria. And I see the compatibility of use with the properties in the neighborhood, the substantial detrimental effects of the use, including the living or working conditions in the neighborhood. These are real things. And I wish I could see a way for this, because it's a great idea. It's just in the wrong spot. So on city council, a lot of times we love talking about trees. I think all of my colleagues, we always all get on board whenever we talk about how we want more trees in St. Pete. But there's also a saying, right tree, right place, right? So we all can agree we want more trees. Got to find the right ones. In this case, it's right plan, right place. If we had the right plan for this structure, for this property, I think we could all get on the same page and say that's the right plan in the right place. The plan that is before us tonight is something that would be right in a different place. I would love to see that. But really, preserving this church, I'm very sad to think of what the fate of this church might be if we don't move forward tonight. Because I really love it. It was hard before when something else came to us on that residential and co-work space. But this isn't it. Preserving the neighborhood is more important. And given what we have in front of us, I haven't heard anything that would make me feel differently. So that's where I stand on this. To wrap things up, I would like to know from the city attorney's office, could you please, just for clarification with everyone, and maybe it should wait, but at some point, if you could make sure everyone understands, since this is an appeal, yes, what the motion would need to be, and then what a yes vote would mean, and what a no vote would mean. And if you want to hold it until we've got all 8 here,
Okay, I'll just preface by saying, I'll repeat too, we would ask that there would be 2 motions and 2 votes, one on the adaptive reuse and one on the map amendment. That mirrors how it was done at CPPC. They voted on the COA, which you're not hearing here. Then they voted on the adaptive reuse application, and then they voted on the map amendments. And as Mr. Kilborn indicated, they can be done independent of each other. They're not approving one or denying one doesn't affect the approval of the other. So if we could just have one vote on the adaptive reuse and then one vote on the map amendments, that would be helpful. And now that Commissioner Givens is back, I will say that usually it's a little tricky for appeals, but this one is easy. It's all motions are in the affirmative, so you're making a motion to approve the appeal. And in this case, approving the appeal is approving the adaptive reuse or approving the map amendments. So it's a yes to the project if you're upholding the appeal.
Thank you. And there was a note in staff's presentation that the map amendment request can only be approved if the adaptive reuse is approved.
In the staff presentation?
Yes.
Would you like to speak to that, Derek?
It's the slide that says process explanation.
Yeah, I think our explanation in the presentation was that the zoning request, the zoning map amendment request is coming in under the umbrella of the adaptive reuse. So when you read the adaptive reuse section of the code, it refers to a major reuse requiring a map amendment. So that's how we have been looking at the map amendment, is tied directly to the adaptive reuse. So if the council votes to honor the CPPC decision, which is to deny the adaptive reuse proposed, then we would request that you also deny the map amendment, because the map amendment is tied to the...
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's see what happens when we get there, okay? All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Fix Sanders.
Thank you. Oh, this has been a long one. It has been a long one, but it has definitely been a conversation worth having. And thank you so much for coming out, expressing your opinion. And again, we've said it that we respect CPPC, but I also respect the opinions and the expertise of those sitting here on the dais. So when I think about this particular location, it brought back a story of when I got married. There was a former church that was in bad condition, and someone remodeled it for a wedding venue. No parking, none of the above, residents around it, and that was the best day of my life. And you know what? It's a church again. And it wasn't, the building did not, the event space did not fail for lack of use. And me being in the event space, I know just how important having nice event space in the city of St. Petersburg is, and affordable event space in the city of St. Petersburg. That's the first thing. There was no parking at that venue, but we made it work. You know, we hired a limousine company, we had the valet, and I can tell you quite a few people that got married in that venue. And we had no issues, there were no issues. So I wrote a lot of notes in regards. It surprised me to know that that church has gone through so many iterations of no, not in our backyard. I want to preserve it, but not in my backyard. I love preservation, but not in my backyard. So I understand what the relevance of wanting to preserve your community is. Now, I live in South St. Pete, so you know my whole perspective on saving the community means a whole lot to me. But they don't ask us all the time. We don't get that option all the time. And that's the first thing that came. And I want to say thank you for wanting to live on the site, which means you're not going to have anything and everything going on in your home. That's where you will lay your head. That's where your son, who is facing challenges, will live. So I can't see you having pit bull in your house. I can't see any of that. I know we had a location before us that we're building, and that was the biggest concern, was the noise and parking. But we still build downtown all the time, and Lord knows we have no parking. And we approve those all of the time. When we talk about the noise ordinance, there was one project that wanted to build, and the residents spoke their truth, and I appreciated them. So you know what we did as a council? We said, we'll approve it, but you can't have an outside bar. You can't have noise above. We gave stipulations to that. Have we tried that? I don't know. But knowing the fact that we have a church that we would love to preserve the historic beauty of it, as long as it's not in my backyard. It's historic for a reason. It's been there for a very long time. Being on this council, for example, we've had the PSTA bus station. They built around it, and guess what they wanted us to do? Move it. We have the stormwater site, South St. Pete. They built around it. Guess what they wanted us to do? Move it. At some point, we're gonna have to, I wake up every morning and I had an empty field across from my house where my children grew up, played the whole 9 yards. Guess what's going on there now? Houses. Did I feel some kind of way about it initially? I did, because I didn't want it to change. I wanted my community to stay quiet, no additional traffic, no new people coming up and down the street, but reality set in. St. Pete is growing. St. Petersburg is growing. I just can't see a rave being in this location. I just can't see it. Especially when doing events, you have the authority to pick and choose who rents your building. I'm not gonna believe that you're gonna let anybody come in here and tear up your building, tear up your neighborhood, tear up your community. I'm not gonna believe that. I refuse to believe that. But we always want to pick and choose, and I think that's the issue that I'm struggling with. I don't want anyone to feel as though every time you don't like something, is how many more people you can have come to the mic. We've heard that. We've had people try to come and block housing. Now, the project we had about the car wash, oh, that was a no-brainer. That one really was a no-brainer. But the parking issue, that's my biggest thing. Every time we have a new project, it's parking. And yet we still approve the parking. This is not a 10, 12, 15-story high-rise. This is a place of worship, weddings, birthdays, not a club, not raves, and you're living there. It would be one thing if you opened the door and walked away, but you're living there. Your son is there. Your child is there. So I guess that's the piece I'm trying to deal with. So again, the CPPC made a decision, and I respect them for that. I'm just trying to see if there are any options with noise being the issue, just like we asked those other developers to consider removing that option of outdoor, whatever, music. And I'm just trying to see what I'm going through my notes. But that's pretty much where I am. I love that day I got married in that church that was converted, and it's still a church now, and there was no parking there either, but that was the most beautiful venue, and it's still the most beautiful venue on Mirror Lake that I've seen. So I'm gonna support it because I want to maintain the historic preservation of this building, as well as give all entrepreneurs an opportunity to be able to showcase. And plus, I said I'm big on events. We need it in the city of St. Petersburg, affordable places in the city of St. Petersburg. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question for legal. Can you please clarify what our city code is as it relates to unamplified noise?
So I just want to be clear that our noise ordinance does not calculate based on decibels. We used to, we do not. The standard is plainly audible, but it's not just a pure plainly audible or a defined loud and raucous noise standard. It depends on your zoning district. It depends on the source of the generating noise. There's different distances at which a noise will be a violation of a code at different times. And so right now it's zoned a NT2 and it would be a building. So noise from inside of the building after 11 p.m. would be, if it was heard at a distance of 25 feet or more, it could be cited under our code. If it was a commercial zoning district, then that distance after 11 p.m. goes to 100 feet or more. In a residential district, during the daytime, between 8 a.m. and 11 p.m., that's 500 feet. In a non-residential district, we do not prohibit, we don't have a sound distance during the daytime.
Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
And again, I just want to thank each and every one of you for coming out tonight. Don't want to belabor this or prolong the point, but you know, this is what civic engagement is all about, us showing up and making our voices heard. Thank you so very much to Noam, to Irene, and to your daughter who doesn't like public speaking. Thank you so much for showing up and making your voices heard. We value that. I know I certainly do. I also value the opinions of our CPPC members. I appreciate their expertise and their time as well. Being a former neighborhood association president, I value the opinions of the neighborhood association. You all are our boots on the ground. You're the eyes and ears, and I appreciate you all for showing up and letting us know where you stand on this position as well. It's a tough decision because I have to think about the fact that, you know, to my colleague's point, parking is a huge issue, and we don't know what's going to happen with these businesses that you have unbinding agreements with. So that is concerning when I think about the fact that you're going to have a number of folks, seniors, moms, who are walking back and forth up and down that road with their children in the late hours of the night, and they will not have anywhere to park their vehicles. It's concerning to know that, you know, there's going to be events taking place in the middle of the day, and there's really no code as it stands that would really protect these residents. And the code as it is written, 500 feet, well, that's Michelle's backyard. So it's concerning to think that the decibels that's going to be played at this venue is going to be heard in people's homes, and who knows at what hour. So that's concerning in my opinion. But I will have to vote in favor of upholding the CPP's decision. So that's my position. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Okay, you know, I have always been one, oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Floyd, go ahead. No.
Waited till after.
No, you're fine, go ahead.
I just wanted to jump in and say one thing about parking in particular. You know, and maybe this is a question for legal, but there are rules about parking for you know, residents? Like residences are supposed to have parking on site that's off the street.
Correct. Our land development regulations require off-street parking spaces depending on the use and the size and the neighborhood zoning district. So generally the residential neighborhood that is to the north of this was developed after our regulations came in. They might have changed a little bit, but yes, off-street parking would have been required at the development and the replatting for those properties.
Yeah, and so I understand people not wanting a lot of cars in their neighborhood, but like I park my car on my driveway every day, as does my wife, and that's where you're supposed to park. You're not supposed to park your car in the street all the time. That's just one thing I wanted to get clarified in the conversation. The other thing is, I generally, I find myself generally in support of the appeal. I mean, I've seen my colleagues, you know, it takes 3 of us to stop this, and I've heard from 3 of us right now, so I can see what that means. But I do think that the conversation around parking had been not quite exactly how I think of things. I mean, I think one thing that we have as a council have tried to push forward is in places that are on corridors, being more lenient with parking to try to allow people who want to use public transit and other means of transportation to do that. I think this kind of fits into that as well. So I don't feel the need to go into a lot of the other details. I understand the concerns of the neighborhood. I live right next to a commercially zoned property, and I have my own issues, but I'm friendly with the owner. It's a pet store, and side note, when we voted to ban rabbits, he was really upset with me. Rabbit sales, he was really upset with me. But I do find I have a good I do have a good relationship with them, and when we have problems, we work it out very quickly. And problems come up all the time, so I'm very sympathetic. But I did just want to get on record, like, I generally am in support of easing up parking requirements and making sure people's homes have places where they're supposed to park and they're parking there, and trying to encourage people to use alternate transportation. And that's what I think this project is kind of put out there. But I won't belabor the point. I've heard from my colleagues, and so I'll leave it there for now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Just one point in terms of parking in my neighborhoods. All the homes do not have parking in the neighborhoods because a lot of them are historical, and they had like garages for a buggy. So I'll give you an example. In Crescent Lake, the house we had to park on the street because you'd have to fit a buggy in that garage. Like 1920s. It was built in the 1920s.
Okay, I was about to be like, wait, you mean
like I don't know, a T model, whatever they had back in the day. Okay. So like it was small, and a lot of people, a lot of people use them for storage. So like if you go on Crescent Lake, you'll see like 20th Avenue. You'll see a lot of those homes. They won't have the garages that you think about in some of the newer homes. So that's why a lot of them park in the street. Same thing with Hona. So that's kind of the issue.
Councilmember Givens.
Mr. Chair, really briefly, I just want to say in closing, we won't always agree on everything, and I can't remember who said this earlier. It may have been you, Lizette, but I just really hope that you all can come together and find some common ground after tonight. I feel the passion. You can cut it with a knife. So all of you love your neighborhood, and I really hope that, and I think it was your daughter who said it earlier, Irene, that the solutions are there, and it may have even been Dad. You just got to find them, right? And it's going to take you all coming together and actually talking and having conversations to find those solutions. That's going to make everyone happy. So I know you won't always agree, but hopefully you can find some common ground. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay. First of all, thank you everybody for coming out, both sides of this. Vice Chair Hanowitz talked about Pasadena Community Church, which is in my district, and this is so very similar but so very different all at the same time, especially with just how many people on each side of this. And so I will be brief. I won't belabor the point, but I have been historically a massive believer in the CPPC. I sat on the CPPC for 3 years. I understand their passion, their knowledge, their expertise. I also, and it's been said on this dais before, I also very much, when we talk about these types of situations, look to the sitting council member of the district, and I really believe their knowledge of their own district. I lean heavily on that. I will be honest, coming into this, I didn't know where I was going to land, even not knowing where Vice Chair Hanowitz was, but knowing where the CPPC was, just because the history, I want to see this building stay. As much as I appreciate the opponent, this building was there when you got there. There could be lots of things that happened with that building. You had to be okay with all of them. And so that does not get lost on me. But I think at this point, I am frustrated with the parking. I was frustrated with the traffic and the parking when we were talking about Pasadena Community Church, and those were, I think, more dense of what we're talking about here. But just everything we've heard about the LOIs, really, there not being anything that says, okay, yes, you're going to absolutely have those spaces, along with the intensity of what could happen here. I think if there were some conditions of approval, I could move forward with this, but at this point, I just can't support the appeal, and that makes me sad. But I'm just not there. Okay, Councilmember Floyd.
Yeah, I wanted to get clarity. Like, could there be conditions of approval for this?
Well, there were several conditions of approval conditioned on the original application. Council is able to consider this application and do conditions to the approval depending on what those may be, but some of them may not be achievable. So with that in mind, I mean, yes, theoretically you can add conditions, but without knowing what those may be, I can't definitively answer that.
Okay, all right, that makes perfect sense. I mean, some. No, I understood, but I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Concept, yes. In practice,
some
possibly.
ephemeral thing that's out there. I'll just state, some of the things that I heard that I thought would be excellent conditions of approval were like, and I'm just start listing them. You can just tell me no if I'm things like moving the ride share space, things like, I've got a list actually. Outdoor use and outdoor events.
So as Mr. Kilborn explained earlier, really the adaptive reuse for the request that you have here is treated like a special exception review. So yes, those would be appropriate criteria or conditions to add to be able to meet criteria for approval. So a requirement that any valet pickup or parking be on a certain street, or preventing the use to have accessory outdoor space, those are things that can be added as conditions. Though we would ask that those be voted on separately and then added to the final vote.
Okay. All right. I see Mr.
Dima.
Here for backup, Chair. Yeah, no, it was all things related to the use specifically and the site plan. That would be, fair game. Just on the adaptive reuse vote, though, no conditions to the map amendments.
Yes, yeah, I get it. Okay.
Site plan and use.
The general broad categories of what's fair game for a condition on the adaptive reuse. That's correct, Chair.
What I'll state here is I'm open to working to get that, get it across the line by doing that. Of course, I'm not going to propose anything right now because I haven't heard, like I said, I've heard from my colleagues that there are some things that they feel like can't be overcome, and that's just what it is. So, yeah. So I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Fix-Sanders.
Okay, so I want to make sure I'm clear since I have boldly and still agreed to support it. So would my vote be yes to uphold the appeal or grant?
So you'd be granting the appeal. You're saying yes to the appeal, and you would be a motion to approve granting the appeal. And in this case, granting the appeal is granting the project. That's not always the case, but it is this time. So a yes is a yes to the project.
Oh, okay. Okay, I good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so at this point, I'll entertain a motion.
Okay, so I make a motion to grant the
appeal.
Okay. Yeah.
Of the adaptive reuse.
Of the adapted reuse.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Seeing no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, would you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your vote. Seeing as all council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item J5A fails 4-4 with council members Driscoll, Curtis, Givens, and Hanowitz voting no. Council members Fix-Sanders, Floyd, Gabbard, and Harding voting yes.
Thank you. Okay, so we have J5B, which is the map amendment. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Chair, I just want to clarify that on the agenda, J5A was the land use and J5B was the zoning map, but they can be, so it just needs to be corrected on the vote, but you can take the map amendment votes together.
Okay. Thank you. So this would be the map amendments.
Correct.
So I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Oh, well, I'll go ahead. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Seeing no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, would you open the machine for voting?
Legal. Does it need to be corrected?
Like A when they voted on
Yeah, Councilmember Floyd.
voting on adaptive reuse.
I want to make sure I understand.
The motions didn't reference the numbers in the agenda. They made they mentioned the subject matter.
Yes.
So you just need to make the change on the record with respect to how
map
that was
amendment?
recorded.
I was making a note for the clerk that what we're seeing in the
Correct.
visual representation that matches the agenda isn't reflective of the votes that were taken as a separate adaptive reuse and now the map amendment. And again, this is still moving approval of the appeal for the map amendments, but a yes vote is a yes to the rezoning and the future land use map amendment.
Okay, I have a question.
Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. With the first motion failing, this is just to rezone the property, even though the use is not even attached to it anymore. So,
I didn't think we had to.
okay, all right. Okay,
So
sure.
is it
All right,
just-
thanks, Chair.
Well, it could die you could die without a motion.
I mean, we got
I
a motion.
mean, if we don't have to, then,
I mean,
all right, well, I'll remove my motion.
die without a motion.
Yeah, well, that would.
Okay, so
remove my
motion's been removed.
I was prepared to.
Council members, anybody else willing to make a motion? Okay, so the map amendment dies for failure of a motion. Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, let's give it a second.
Even down to the language. Goodness. You guys did a good job keeping this together.
It's much more difficult when saying yes is actually saying no.
If everybody could please clear, if everybody could please clear chambers, we still have business to conduct, please and thank you. I mean, unless you're here to speak on open forum or you want to hang out, but I'm not trying to kick you out, but.
That's what I would definitely say.
We have two speakers?
I mean, you were there, and that was not easy.
Okay, we're going to move into open forum. Clerk, could you please call two speakers at a time?
Lori Ayubim and Jerry Grewing. Please go to, there you are, okay. State your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
My name is Lori Ayub. I live at 419 Capri Way Northeast, St. Petersburg. And yes, I swore, I've been sworn in. I'm coming today actually on request of my neighbors and other citizens, well, people I've talked to about the situation of permits. And it's not something about what the city's doing or not doing. It's about my interaction with a contractor who did a great job drying out my home, but in the instance of his permitting my build back from the storms, he said that if I wanted to expedite the permitting process, I could do that through him and a third party. It would cost me $3,500, which I paid him. And I called him the end of last week to see how things were going, and he said he was sick, he was sleeping, he didn't have time, he needed to bring a picture of the front of my house to the city. So, and that would make the permit proceed, but he didn't have time to do that. So we looked into this situation. We called the supposed third party. They said they'd never heard of him, and their fee would have been $850. So I was just asked to bring this to the, unfortunately nobody's here to hear this, the attention of the community, I mean, besides you guys, that this is happening, and people should be made aware that maybe you, I don't know, someone else told me, well, you can't expedite if you know somebody in there, but that's not really expediting, that's having connections, and you shouldn't be paying that for that. So I was just asked to bring that to your attention, and unfortunately, the name of this man was referred to be my friend, their mutual friend, so I didn't want to make a big deal out of it, because like I said, the dry out, he did really well and very promptly, but this is not excusable, and his name is Manuel Jones with Southwest Florida Builders Group, which apparently has a lot of contractors working under that name. And I have copies of the, I don't have copy of that situation, of the bill for that, but I have copies of his contract. So I don't know if you want that because it has the logo of the company on it or not. That's a copy of my invoice with the logo for the company. So that was all I wanted to bring to your attention. Thank you.
Ma'am, what was your address again?
419 Capri Way Northeast. And I have put the permit into my name as builder owner, and I've been working on that since Monday. I've been at the city every morning trying to clarify the paperwork. It's been a little convoluted with what he handed in.
Administrator Gerdes, you look like you were leaning in.
Yeah, thank you. Ma'am, we can get your information that you gave to the clerk, but I would also encourage you to reach out to the Pinellas County Construction Licensing Board and let them know.
Yeah, we were.
Yes, yeah.
We were advised.
And we could have walked it through the first day because, excuse me, I'm Jerry Growney. I live at 300 Brightwaters Boulevard Northeast.
Were you sworn in?
And I was sworn in.
The other thing I was going to add is you contact the St. Pete Police Department.
Yeah, we are going to do that, the fraud division.
Because there could be others out there. And even though the information may help them, even though you may not decide to go forward, you have no idea what else is going on, and that may help in other investigations.
If you're going to comment, please come to back to the mic.
I think what is that he said that was the money for, he said to Jerry that was for his time.
Yeah.
But that's not what he,
Yeah. But anyway, he jumbled up the file so much, he put it under county where this is city, and he put in all these things, confused the whole thing, and didn't put it under people, flood situation. So it went to the back burner, in other words. And I just hope and pray that they, I just want people aware of that these people like this are around doing this stuff out there.
well, it was negligent. But anyway.
Well, thank you very much for your time.
I'm sorry that happened. Thank you for coming and letting us know. It sounds like Councilmember Harding's on top of it. And then we'll make sure we get your information from the clerk.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other speakers for open forum?
Needs to do it.
You have to fill, you got to fill out a card, and then you can have 3 minutes.
Fill this out.
Heather, can he speak on that?
It's not part of his previous, and it's closed, so the decision's already been made. Oh, no, you fill out the card.
Oh, yeah. You know what, though? They're not the only ones.
The next speaker is Noam Kromnowski. Name and address, please.
Yes, Noam Krasniansky. I have been sworn in 1919 10th Avenue North, St. Pete. Okay, so listen, guys, I don't feel any ill feelings for whatever decisions you have to make. I understand that the situation is really contentious, okay? And I just want to have an honest conversation, okay? Because that's all I've been trying to do, okay? I went, Derek said, you have to go talk to the association. There's a big hoo-ha. So I went to the association. We presented the plans. They gave us all the things that they were concerned. I talked to Michelle. She was my neighbor. I've never treated a neighbor badly. We had people that came into the building. She called me. She has my number, 3 o'clock in the morning. I called the police. We arrested those people. She said, I live alone. I'm scared. I said, no problem. You call me at any time you want. And she did. And I did address those issues. I didn't mention that because I didn't want to put her on, make her feel uncomfortable. Because I've been taught by my mom that you respect your elders, right? So And I understand that I look like the bourgeois businessman that wants to make lots of money. But guys, if I had put my money on Bitcoin, I would have done 4 times the amount. I didn't do this for money, okay? I did it because my wife, I married a woman that is a creative being. She's a beautiful soul. I've been married 29 years almost, and she likes creative things. And I fell in love with it. She fell in love with it. And the truth of the matter is that we committed, because I don't do things half-ass, okay? I don't work for the man, okay? I did work for the man. I'm the man, I guess. I mean, my wife's the woman, really. You know, anybody's been married a long time, no.
Yeah.
They're just second, okay? So the point is that what I'm trying to say is I hired the best professionals, supposedly taught is like the cream of the crop. And I was referred by this gentleman, Mark, which is my, half a minute. Okay, that is my broker that saved me, right? We really moved out of LA because LA became, I'm sorry for this, there's nobody here. Oh, excuse my French. It smells like it. It's dangerous. I have to think of my kid. So anyway, the thing is, we fell in love with this church. So my question to you is, what's my path forward? Because doing the LOIs was what legally they explain in legal terms. That's what you do. The building's going to take two years to. You cannot pay rent for a lease for those 2 years. So I go to LOIs. As a matter of fact, if you didn't notice, I got a 10-year lease from the last one because the LOIs, Mrs. Wanamaker said, had no teeth. But what else do I do legally? I mean, I don't want to do something that is not legal. You see what I'm saying? And I want to take consideration from everybody. So my question to you is, what path forward do I have from here? Because I really would like this project to come through and for her to be happy.
So again, just to be clear on the record, your public hearing was closed. I know you understand that. I just have to say that for legal reasons. And again, you do still are the owner of an individually designated local landmark. So your path forward is to continue to work with Derek Kilborn. And I will tell you that you are, per our code, for 18 months, you cannot bring a substantially similar project before CPPC. So if you come back with the exact same plan and you haven't changed anything, we won't hear your application for 18 months. After 18 months, you can come back with the same exact thing if you want. But any other plan that is substantially different than the one you have now, and Derek can help walk you through what that would be, you can come back and have another hearing at CPPC, so it doesn't close your avenues for that. As far as legal advice, council can't give it to you, I can't give it to you.
Understand. But I just want to know the path forward, and I got it. If I change those LOIs for leases, will that change this?
I cannot tell you that, sir, and your 3 minutes are up, but I will tell you that your best options are to continue working with the historic preservation staff on a way forward.
Okay, and a church can come back, right? I've had churches.
Okay, I'm sorry, we got to close open forum. I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, we'll go into announcements. Any announcements, council members? I know we've been here a long time, but it's Councilmember Fig Sanders' birthday next week.
I need everybody to be on key.
All right, let's sing Councilmember Fig Sanders' happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Deborah. Happy birthday to you. And just so everybody knows, Elizabeth won our Super Bowl.
All day long. That was the pork one. Oh.
Okay, well, I appreciate everybody. Thanks for a long day, and City Council is adjourned.
Pablo Mardones. I'm the owner of the Chrome Factory here in St. Pete.
I'm Angie Gray. I am the assistant right-hand woman of Pablo.
Me and my friend Felipe, we opened this store together. We had this idea that we were kind of tired working like our corporate jobs, you know. Although life was very like stable and all that, we wanted just to have something like of our own and kind of like work a little bit more like the life-work balance, you know, in our favor. So we decided to open a restaurant. We are in 57, the corner of 57 and Central. So like we are 1 block away from the Sunrunner, which is pretty cool too. Like before we open, like we didn't know this is gonna happen. We have a stop right here, like less than a block away, and so we are very close to the beach, but not too far from downtown.
I actually quit my corporate job and wanted something more like local, family-friendly, work-life balance, as you said. I submitted my resume to the Crumb Factory, and not even 10 minutes later, Pablo got back to me and was like, "Hey, come in for an interview."
We produce everything here in-house, like...
And you can watch us do it.
Yeah.
People just enjoy coming here and like being part of like this little family local
Yeah,
restaurant.
I think we have been very well received.
It's really like kind of laid back. It's not like your stereotypical coffee shop where like people come to work or people come to like sit on their computers all day. Like we do have some customers that do that, but for the most part, everyone's here like they want to socialize. We get a lot of regulars, and yeah, like everyone loves bread, everyone loves pastries. So yeah, it's great. I've even been out and about in St. Pete, and people have been talking about like the Crumb Factory, and I'm like, I work there. Like this is so exciting.
That's one of my goals. Like I want to be a place that people associate the Crumb Factory with St. Pete. You know, so it's definitely important for us to be really part of the city.
Sign painting was a very blue-collar job. It wasn't a glorified art by any means. The people that were practicing sign painting, they had to find the most efficient means of going about it. So oftentimes they would draw it directly on and paint from there. And when you take that approach, it's prone to accidents. Sometimes you'll have the proportions a little bit off, or you'll see a little bit of these imperfections. And I think that's really charming. I think that catches people's eye. They feel a little bit more connected to the personality of the lettering or of the sign. Inside an art studio, it was a warehouse, and there was a lot of other great artists, and I realized no one there was really focused on lettering. In that time, they asked me to start painting signs for each different art show that came about, and that really got me the experience and working on a large scale. I totally fell in love with crafting the letters and building them up from scratch. There's reverse glass signs, there's wall signs, A-frames, we have blade signs, hanging signs. There's a wide array. One aspect of the work I do is gold leaf work. It's pretty magical to watch it happen. You're applying these thin sheets of gold to either glass or on the surface, and you paint the background and then remove the excess of the gold, and it kind of reveals the lettering that you painted. St. Pete has a really great small business community, and I've had the opportunity to work with so many great people that started out as clients and become good friends. I really appreciate the trust that people give me to help them and advise on what sign's gonna work best for them. At the end of the day, you eat with your eyes before you do with your mouth, so having a good sign will leave a lasting impression. And you might not always know why you like it or dislike it, but it sticks with you.
So a gentleman by the name of Percy Fansler had an idea of using an airplane, because back then a flight was basically just a novelty, right? So a lot of air shows and stuff like that. So that he had an idea of flying from point A to point B on a schedule, just like a train. Unheard of, but who the heck would do that? Nobody was going to fly on a plane when you had a good old train. They arranged for Thomas Benoit and his airboat company to come to St. Petersburg. Roger and Tony Janis came with them, their chief pilot and mechanic / engineers. January 1st, 1914, they pushed that bad boy, that Benoit airboat, into the water, and 22 and a half minutes later, landed in Tampa in the world's first commercial airline flight. Would you have flown in that plane?
I believe I would have. I think I would have.
Moved to St. Pete in 2014. We drove around and walked around different neighborhoods and noticed that they had events, community gatherings, cleanups, signage, cool logos, flags, all kinds of stuff like that. And I thought, I wonder why we don't have that. For the longest time, one of the things that annoyed us was anytime we met locals from St. Pete, one of the first questions they would ask us is, what neighborhood do you live in, right? And so people would say, well, I live in Kenwood, or I live in North Kenwood, or I live in Old Northeast, or Old Southeast. And we would just say, you know, we're that neighborhood north of North Kenwood.
When we were initially looking at this house, on Zillow they had it listed as North Kenwood, which we thought was a bit of a stretch.
A little bit of a chin scratcher.
Yeah, I think they were trying to kind of just jump on the Kenwood bandwagon.
We wanted to have an identity. We wanted to have something that we could be proud of, but also that our neighbors could be proud of together.
We went into this just wanting to organize a neighborhood association, and we didn't realize how much it would change our lives for the better.
About a year ago, I joined up and became part of the core team reviving the neighborhood association, and as part of that, we decided to really start fresh, and we interviewed, asked neighbor input and talked about coming up with a new name.
I started doing some research and realized that we actually did have a name. We were Highland Grove neighborhood. Highland Grove was actually a much larger neighborhood, and we decided to split the neighborhood into two smaller neighborhoods. On the west side of 28th Street, a neighborhood formed called Station View, and on the east side of 28th Street, our neighborhood formed, and our neighbors voted to call it St. Pete Heights.
So St. Pete Heights is an amazing location, actually. It's pretty central. Our big intersections are 30th Ave North and 38th Ave North. We make up a kind of a perfect square in the center there, also from 275 over to 28th Street North.
The more people start to see the name, hear the name through things like signage, which we're working on now, flags and other merchandise. We just got our branding done by a local St. Pete artist.
I am the guy behind the St. Pete Heights branding project. I work with the committee closely to come up with a new brand identity that represents who they really are. From the beginning of the project, our goal was to create something that can represent the people of the neighborhood. As opposed to when you're working with a business, you're thinking about the customers in mind. In this case, we wanted to represent the community, the people, and some of the things that makes them unique. My job was to find a way to tell their story through a visual identity, through beautiful typography, colors, and something that is able to showcase their passion behind their love for the neighborhood.
People are going to have pride to be in this neighborhood. It's a new neighborhood. People don't necessarily know what St. Pete Heights is, probably never heard of it. Once they start seeing the logo on, signs, flags, shirts, things like that, it'll become more identifiable, and I feel like it'll bring more of a sense of community to the neighborhood.
The more they see these types of things, the more inclined they're going to be to care about their neighborhood and to want to feel invested in the community. It'll just be a domino effect where over time it will become bigger, better, and a place that people just love even more.
I can't wait to put that flag up in front of my house. I can't wait. It's gonna look really cool.
One of the things that we do in the neighborhood association is have care days. There are opportunities for the neighbors to come together and volunteer, oftentimes to beautify, clean up. It really can be anything. But the most recent one we did was a Drains to Bay project, where we put the signs that say Drains to Bay on the storm drains. We did every one in St. Pete Heights.
We had a day where we put signs that say drains to the bay on all of our storm drains, so people know that any water that go into the storm drains will wind up in the bay, so they're more careful about that.
When we do these care days, we're walking around the streets. Like, how often do you just walk around the streets of your neighborhood doing something like cleaning up? Or people notice that. Neighbors notice that and want to know, like, what are you guys doing? And then we get to talk about the neighborhood association. We even had one guy join in.
I would say it's very worth it. We've met so many incredible people in our neighborhood that we didn't even know live just doors down from us. Had it not been for the neighborhood association, had it not been for this initiative that we had, none of that would have been possible. And to me, those human connections are really what it's all about.
Dear reader, you are loved, more than you know.
Keep smiling and shining and being who you are.
The world is lucky to have you.
Happy Pride to you. Celebrate like you should.
Life would be dull without you in it.
Keep shining bright.
Sunshine face.
You are so loved. Do not let anyone ever tell you different.
St. Pete loves you.
We need you. We appreciate you. Thank you for being you.
You are beautiful just as you are, and you make our city more beautiful because you are a part of it.
You make the world more colorful.
You make the world brighter.
Never give up. You are loved for exactly
who you are. I promise. The world needs you in it.
I was really blessed to grow up in a multi-generational family. So my mother and both of my grandmothers were very influential in my life. They were women who were very family-oriented. That commitment extended to the larger community, and that created a very secure and safe environment for me to grow up in.
Most of us growing up in the 80s were latchkey kids. When I started going home after school, Alone was the very first Oprah Winfrey show. And I really looked up to Oprah in the way she was able to talk to people and learn about lives that were things that maybe I didn't see in my own community. Back in small town Louisiana, opened up a whole new world to me.
My childhood was full of family, so my role models were my immediate and extended family members. And while many of them are no longer physically here with us, I still have all of their teachings, the lessons, the love for family, the hard work ethic, laughter and talking that applies to my life now, that I hope my daughters will carry into their lives and hopefully eventually their families.
My mother is definitely the strongest role model in my life. She was the instrumental person in getting us out of Cuba. She taught me the importance of being independent, being resilient, and also as a working mom, she taught me that you could balance a career, family, and God.
I am very hopeful about the future of women leaders in St. Pete. It's very promising.
Already we have women in management positions and in leadership positions.
We have women in some of the places that we've been wanting to be for decades.
There's lots of women in every single role in the city, whether it's police officers, firefighters, and leadership.
The one thing that I love about the female leadership that's in place is that they are making a path for other women to follow.
But we also have a lot of work to do because I think we can diversify that pool of women still.
You have to have people of all walks of life. Everyone brings something different to the table, and it's important to hear all of those perspectives in order to find something that works best for everyone. After all, we're representing a very diverse, very large city now.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
The future of women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor women in your life.
This month and every month.
I think a lot of people don't realize how long we've been together and how long I have been working within the studio. Like, just because they don't see me all the time doesn't mean that I haven't been integral to the studio and that you haven't been integral to my life. Like, you've been my mentor here since 2008, and I love this space. And this is my home. And as a filmmaker, because I am a filmmaker, we always have this thing called our passion project. Like, this is the film that I have to make before I die. I'll spend all my money to make it. Like, it's one of those types of things. And I sat back one day and I started thinking, do I have that project as a filmmaker? And that project for me was the studio. I knew I wanted it with all my being and fiber and love to lead this organization, to pour back into this organization that poured into me.
You want to actually give back without even saying, I'm giving back. It's just, Oprah calls it a full circle moment. And I just knew, and the Board of Trustees knew, that you would be a good steward of this assignment.
But also, you are still going to be a guiding light for me. You're still going to be a mentor.
It's just a natural progression, and that you were around all these years to take over. The nuance of this place is simply, well, I've distilled it to the answer is always yes.
Always yes.
Because that affirms we're gonna do this.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best resident you can be. A little tip from our Good Neighbor Guide. On this special edition, we will also help you be the most prepared resident you can be. Welcome to our special edition Good Neighbor Guide. Coming to you from the City of St. Pete's production studio to talk about something super serious, hurricane season. Here's one thing we can't control, where and when a tropical system will make landfall. But here's what we can control, being prepared. So let's talk about what you should be ready for, before, during, and after a tropical system. Let's start at the beginning, what to do before the storm. Can we roll that before the storm animation? I love that. Right now, even before a storm is approaching, you should sign up for Alert St. Pete. If you haven't heard about it, it's pretty amazing. Also, it's free. You can receive notifications including mandatory evacuations, hurricane information, flooding, and other local emergencies. When it comes to a storm, you've got to have a plan. Prepare your home to weather the storm, know your evacuation zone, and make sure you have an evacuation plan. Stay with family or friends in a non-evacuation zone, in a hotel in a non-evacuation zone, or in one of Pinellas County's public shelters. A disaster supply kit is highly recommended. To learn more about what to include in your supply kit, let's toss it out to our field reporter, Ava.
Thanks, Bianca. When you're in a hurricane's path, a disaster supply kit can make a huge difference. So let's talk a little bit about what items you should consider including in your supply kit.
Wait, Ava, what's happening there? Where are you?
What do you mean?
Well, it's clearly sunny where you are, but it also looks windy and rainy. How is that possible?
Guys, take five. Sorry about that, Bianca. Let's get back to the disaster supply kit. In the event you have to evacuate, a prepared supply kit can make a huge difference. Experts say basic. Emergency supply kit can include the following items. You should have enough water and food packed to last you at least 7 days. Additional suggested items include a battery-powered or hand-cranked radio, flashlight, first aid kit, extra batteries, and chargers for all your electronics, cash if possible, and any important documents you may need, and some items to help pass the time. Prescription medications, glasses, infant formula, and diapers, any pet food, and extra water are also good things to consider. Being prepared will keep you one step ahead of the game. Back to you, Bianca.
Good tips to be ready before the storm arrives. Thanks, Ava. Now let's talk about what to do during the storm. You'll hear a lot of talk about tropical storm and hurricane watches and warnings. Being familiar with the difference is important. A watch means the potential exists for severe weather and you should stay informed. Remain ready to move quickly as conditions can change rapidly. But a warning means that severe and disruptive weather is imminent and you should take action immediately. Safety is critical during a storm. Do not walk, swim, or drive through flood waters. If you did not evacuate in time, stay away from windows and take shelter in a small interior room until the storm passes. After the storm, if you did evacuate, do not return home until officials give the all clear. Damage, road closures, and power outages are all possibilities after a storm. So check news reports over the radio or on social media to stay informed. If you encounter an intersection with an inoperable traffic signal, treat it as a four-way stop. Stay clear of any down-powered lines. Report outages to the Mayor's Action Center or your energy provider. And remember, the city has some low-lying areas, so if you see standing water, do not attempt to drive through it. Check the info at the bottom of the screen for ways to contact the Mayor's Action Center. This guide is not all-inclusive. For more thorough information, like checklist, a flood zone map, and other resources, visit stprepares.com. And our county's partners website, pinellascounty.org/emergency. A tropical storm or hurricane is a serious matter. If you're prepared, this stuff is so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, including our homes, businesses, pets, and neighbors. When a storm approaches, look out for each other. Rescue efforts are most successful when we all keep an eye out for each other. We can all do our part and take care of St. Pete the best we can and follow St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
Maybe it's a little bit of my kind of hippie roots that makes me believe that music can change the world, and I feel we're doing our part in doing that. I'm Brad Winkos, founder of TrueFire. We're based here in the Warehouse Arts District of St. Petersburg. TrueFire is a publisher of interactive video software for music education. In the Warehouse Arts District, you still have a lot of warehouses and industry, but you have artisans, you have pottery, you have painters, studios. What do we have? 3 or 4 breweries even. So you've got this really kind of hip scene that's growing up Central Avenue. We're really looking forward to what the Warehouse Arts District is going to look like in 5 years. I think it's going to be one of the country's premier art centers. When we present a course, you're either streaming that course or you're downloading the course. And it's not just the video that's a part of the lesson, it's sheet music, interactive tablature, backing tracks, charts. So there's a lot of digital assets that comprise a TrueFire video lesson. I wish we had more teachers here in St. Petersburg, but typically we'll fly them in from Europe, South America, all over the States, Canada, fly them into St. Petersburg, put them up at one of the nice hotels downtown.
When I'm in St. Petersburg, I'm happy. For that reason, I wrote a couple of songs in my acoustic album dedicated to St. Pete.
When I was growing up, if you wanted to play guitar, you couldn't even learn that in school. You had to go find another guitar player. There were no books, there were no DVDs. Certainly wasn't any internet, so you'd found another guitar player. Today, you can sit a student in front of a screen. You can show them multiple angles so that they can see the right hand, the left hand, everything that the player, the teacher is doing. So you're watching a video, you have a little map for where to put your fingers, you're listening, and you're able to learn how to play music. We do live broadcasts every time an artist comes to town. Streams around the world. For those 60 minutes, we have people of all creed, color. For that hour, we are one, we are a family. We share a passion. That's a very, very powerful influence.
Hi, I'm Jane and I work at Sunken Gardens, and my job is to take care of the parrots, 2 kookaburras, and a flock of flamingos, interact with them and just really enjoy the little slice of paradise at Sunken Gardens. What we're doing is, before we open at 10, getting everything done so that when the public arrives, all the birds are out and fed and happy. They're all unique. They all say different things, and it's just a lot of fun to interact with them. I love this job because it's unique. I don't think I'd ever find another one like it. It's just a really fun experience for me. Flamingos are very sociable and like people, love the people that handle them, and they're very sweet. So the fact that we have 2 that have been here over 62 years, it's kind of amazing. We also take care of the tortoises. We have South American red-footed tortoises and a huge old alligator snapping turtle. Sunken Gardens is an incredibly beautiful place. If the city hadn't bought it, who knows what this would be like now. To me, it is just an incredible, beautiful place. And when you're in here, you don't even realize that you're in the middle of a busy city. At the end of the day, when I leave, after they're all back inside in their cages, they all tell us bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye. The worst part of my day, I guess, is pulling out onto 4th Street. It's just really fun to work here and incredible, good, fun job.
name Evan. I graduated from St. Pete.
St. Pete? All right, good to meet you.
My name Mario.
Mario.
St. Pete.
Another Green Devil?
We have a license A, B, and C that allow you to move up through the ranks of a treatment plant.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, everybody.
The Mayor's Future Ready Academy is an innovative approach to providing opportunities for our young people and also fulfilling some of our workforce needs in city departments like Parks and Recreation, Sanitation, and Public Works. This was an innovative way that our departments thought to open the doors of opportunity to let our young people know about the career path, not just a job, but a career with the city of St. Petersburg.
Hey, good morning. There you go. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send y'all with a field group. I think one is going to be manhole inspections.
Our Future Ready Academy really consists of going through each department through the city and then learning new experiences through each department and what each department consists of. You get to learn a lot.
Well, I'm with Water Resources Department right now, and we came out here to this manhole to see if the float should be moved.
The blower is ventilating the air right now, pushing all the toxic gas out and bringing fresh air in.
Today, we're trying to get the flow meter changed from one manhole to the next one. And one manhole, there's a lot of sludge, and then the other one, we just found out it is sludge in that one as well.
We have to use a blower to blow all the toxic gas out and put fresh air in the manhole so it's safe for somebody to go down there.
It's a good way to look at what they do behind the scenes. Coming out here, you actually see like they test the waters for how fast it's traveling, and they test the waters like to see like the gases and what's in it.
They clean out at the lift stations things that come through the toilet filtration system. That's like the flush wipes, they're really not flushable or biodegradable. There's just a lot of things that people flush that don't need to be flushed.
Today I'm with Park and Rec, the construction crew.
They building a clay pit. We had to stack all the bricks up and then make our own mix, spread it in so it can lock.
The cadets have opportunities to earn some other certifications outside of the classroom. These cadets were working on their CDLB, which means once they complete this particular program, they will be CDLB certified, which means that they'll be able to operate certain vehicles that you have to have the CDLB permits for.
So y'all did it. I'm proud of y'all. I swear I'm so proud of y'all.
Today I'm with the SPTO department and I'm with the traffic group.
Across the road, there's another pole box. Once we pull it through there, we're gonna run it up the pole and out onto the arm.
Today we were setting up radars, which kind of scan the cars when they pull up to the lights, giving signals to the lights so that they could turn.
We have sensors that will see cars. And what we did is we needed to add 2 sensors for north and south coming out of the dog track and coming out of apartment complex.
I've never been up that high, other than in like an airplane, but seeing the wires and how everything works was really cool. I want to have a job with the city so I can start my career, and then from that point on, just keep moving up.
You are a leader. You are important. You deserve everything that you desire. And St. Petersburg is a great place for you to achieve those things. Is that right?
The program was good. At some points it was a little hard to kind of, I guess, keep going, keep pushing through it. But being here today, it's really good. I feel very accomplished.
He started out and he continued and completed everything that he set out to do.
so I'm proud of him.
I just think it's incredible when we talk about this program. 9 graduates, 6 full-time opportunities, 3 CDLs, 1 part-time. I mean, it's just incredible to think about what you've accomplished in that time period.
I feel like I'm real proud of myself. I feel like I did a good job throughout the whole program, you know, not giving up and just keep working so I can better myself in life.
I'm just so thankful for the program. It gives him a start in life, and I'm really, really proud of him.
You are the first. You set the standard, and you've proven the concept of this program. We want to make sure that whether you're with us for 5 years or for 50 years, that you know that you have the foundation to move forward in life and achieve anything that you all want to achieve. Another great day in St. Pete. We're here at the St. Pete Yacht Club celebrating the 52nd Regatta del Sol Al Sol race. And it's also a celebration of our sister city relationship with Isla Mujeres and the country of Mexico.
Isla Mujeres and St. Petersburg are sister city. The main reason is La Regatta del Sol Al Sol. We are connected. We share culture.
It's really a great relationship that helps build economic trade and visitation between the 2 locations. And we want to continue to build on that relationship as we go forward. So it's a great celebration tonight.
Isla Mujeres and St. Petersburg have a long-standing relationship going back to 1969. This race started then, and it was one of a series of races from cities along the U.S. Gulf Coast going to Isla Mujeres. Right now there's only 2 of those races that have survived to this day.
For St. Petersburg, that means we have 2 sister cities, Takamatsu, Japan, which is our oldest, and Isla Mujeres, which was started in 2016. I mean, it's really just a way to recognize the connections that we have with another city around the world and build that economic and cultural connection.
It's an amazing relationship. It's a great relationship. We have a great relationship with Mayor Welch. We have a lot of events together. And now, the Association of Mexican Mayors has a recognition, an award, the name is ALMA, to Mayor Welch. The reason is the great relationship with Mexico.
We really want to be in touch and make sure that the entire world knows that we welcome everyone to participate with St. Pete in our economic growth and enjoying everything that St. Pete has.
Buen viaje. Bienvenidos a México.
My name is Shakayla Berthelo, and I am the first to graduate from the Gibbs High School EMT program and get hired on with St. Pete Fire and Rescue. A trailblazer is someone who is a discoverer, a creator, who takes risks. They aren't afraid to put themselves out there, and they're constantly trying to better themselves, not only for personal growth, though, for those around them. They're leading and they're bringing people with them. It's called the EMT program, EMT Preparatory Program at Gibbs High School. It's essentially 3 years long, and you'll go through what's the traditional EMT program that people would do outside of doing it through high school. But the classes that you take your sophomore, junior, and senior year are preparatory classes, kind of set you up for what you're going to encounter when you start EMT school. It was definitely challenging, for sure, and a lot of hardships to get over, but I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world, because it set me up for this. Like, it gave me a ridiculous amount of opportunities, and I am so, so grateful for that. Growing up, I think I had two pretty important trailblazers. One would probably be Shirley Chisholm, who was the first Black female to join the U.S. Congress. It was monumental, especially at that time, because you didn't see a lot of strong Black females in positions like those. And also, Madam C.J. Walker, she's the first Black millionaire in America. She started her own hair care line for Black natural hair. And I think that is also incredible. Those are probably the two biggest trailblazers I had growing up. Just kind of let me know that if they can do it, I can do it, no matter what it is. I am a representation of you can do it. You set your mind to it and you can do it. Absolutely, do not hesitate, do it, because you can. So I say for people who are kind of struggling with that, or like struggling with the confidence of not being able to do something, I say just do it. Just do it, because you're only hurting yourself by not doing it. So just put yourself out there. You never know what's gonna happen.
The American Rescue Plan Act provides relief funds to governments negatively affected by COVID-19. The City of St. Petersburg has received about $45 million in the ARPA funds for investment and have identified key projects that will directly impact St. Pete residents, focusing 75% of funds on affordable housing and support, and 25% of funds on health and social equity efforts. These projects also fall within Mayor Ken Welsh's 5 pillars of progress: housing opportunities for all, neighborhood health and safety, equitable development, arts and business opportunities, education and youth opportunities, environment, infrastructure, and resilience. So, what happens next? We plan to spend ARPA funds in the following categories: $34 million for housing affordability and support, and $11 million for health and social equity. Here's a closer look at the plan. To address the affordable housing crisis in the city, 75% of the ARPA funds will be allocated to affordable housing and support. The city received the Housing Champion Award from the Florida Housing Coalition, which recognizes the city for dedicating the highest percentage of COVID-19 state and local fiscal recovery funds from the ARPA to affordable housing. What might that housing assistance look like? Financial assistance toward things like new housing units, shelters for families in need, and additional supportive services. With the rest of the funds, the plan addresses mental health challenges and food insecurity. 25% of the ARPA funds will be used to develop projects that treat root causes of these conditions and situations. Things like food security programs, mental health counseling, youth development and nonprofit funding, and other neighborhood services. For more information about the city's use of ARPA funds, visit stp.org/ARPA.
Everybody wants to know what the future holds for 620. And I'd have to say, first and foremost, my job and my duty is to make sure that we continue to reflect the entire community. I think that what I am introducing to the world is how I see art and the stories in which I want to celebrate in the community. And so what we do will probably remain the same. How we do it is the thing that shifts a little bit, right? And the stories that we choose to tell. I want when people leave here, they're like, wow, that was a great story. Or continue to, what's going on at the studio? Because, it's Friday night and I want to do something. Let me go check it out. I really want that to be the thing. The studio becomes the place.
I think the validation is, the answer is yes. Yes, we can. Yes, we will. And yes, we did.
The future is bright.
Why not? I'm inluminated that you have accepted this assignment.
I'm excited about the assignment. I don't take it for granted. I don't think it's gonna be super easy, but I know it's going to be challenging in the way I like to be challenged.
Yes, and if it wasn't, you wouldn't have taken it.
I wouldn't have taken it.
So, I think it's one of those things, and this is what fortune looks like, or good fortune smells like and tastes like. You're coming in and you meet right at that point where it's this makes complete sense.
It feels like my whole career, I've just found a job, but never the job. Finding the perfect job that suits my life has always been challenging. I've always sort of just felt like a number at the places where I worked, so I think that I'm ready to find a job that will give me the benefits that I deserve. They always say that you're only as strong as your own network, so I'm expanding that. Beginning today, I'm asking anyone and everyone I meet if they know where I should work. Hey, don't you wish that you had a job that would contribute to your retirement fund without having to contribute your own money?
You should work where I work then.
It probably makes sense that I can't find the perfect job situation. I mean, who would ever leave if you had it so good? Hey, wouldn't you freak out if you could find a job that would provide you with a doctor that you could see anytime, without a copay even?
Yeah, and how about most common prescriptions too?
Yeah. Wait, is that a thing?
Yeah, you should work where I work.
Everyone always says, find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. But I feel like a job like that doesn't actually exist. It's just a thing that people say. Hey. You know what I want? I want a job that carries over my sick and vacation leave, instead of it just going away if I don't use it.
Well, you should work where I work.
Maybe my expectations are too high. Maybe a job is just a job. I mean, who really works somewhere that has the perfect package? Hey, little guy. You have it made, don't you? I should take a page out of your book. Get a job without a desk.
I don't have a desk.
Wish I could find that job.
Well, you should work where I work.
I'm starting to think that there is a place that has the benefits that matter to me. A place where I can find a solid work-life balance, but there's no way there's any job possibilities, right?
You really should work where we work.
Wait, you guys too?
Yeah, man, there's plenty of job opportunities at the city of St. Pete.
Where would I even begin?
Easy. Just go to stpete.org/jobs and then go from there.
Oh, I have to go.
Okay, wait. He's got our mic.
I need to work where they work.
Cut.
Did it!
The Pinellas Trail is probably the best way I've found to get all over the county without worrying about traffic or my pace. It's just a way to get around and have fun.
So in the spring, say on a weekend, on a Sunday, you'd find lots of folks out just walking, biking, just really enjoying the weather.
So the trail starts downtown by the water, and it goes all the way to Tarpon Springs, if I'm not mistaken. And I like it because it kind of cuts back behind the neighborhoods. There's murals, there's tree coverage, and it just kind of winds through the most beautiful parts of the city.
It's an awesome engineering feat, and it dissects the middle of an urban city, and at the same time, you feel like you're off to yourself. You're a little bit secluded, ample places for you to run, ride, and even collect your thoughts.
It's pretty quiet and peaceful. Quiet in the sense that there's typically during the day a lot of users on the trail, so you're never by yourself, but everybody's kind of in their own world, so it's not a lot of noise.
We were looking for a place that would be a hub for a healthy and active community, and one of the big things we wanted here was to have a place where people could run and walk right near our location. Pinellas Trail, which is right behind our facility, turned out to be the perfect location.
We do lots of events here at the store. We do probably about 100 free community group runs from here where we're using the trail.
Have a great walk, have a great run, guys.
The running community in St. Pete is so supportive and so encouraging of all of the runners, no matter your pace. Everybody's just encouraging you along the way. And so when I went to my first group run, I invited my mom to come and do an evening walk with me, and that became part of our weekly routine, particularly in the spring.
We do 2 runs a week, Monday and Thursdays, where we're running on the trail. So that's 100 times every year right there that we're out running on the trail with a group of people.
I retired from Pinellas County in urban planning, and so I was involved in the initial planning for the Pinellas Trail. We saw it as a means of providing a facility that could be used not just for recreation, but health-related benefits as we deal with obesity and other issues. So our planning was from the perspective of an alternative to on-road facilities.
So a lot of times here in the store, we encourage people, just go out there and see what happens. Don't have any set expectation for how far you're going to go, how fast you're going to go. Just get on the trail and have fun.
The scenery is probably why I started using the trail as much as I did. The murals, number one, are my absolute favorite thing, and they're constantly changing.
Not far from here, it's called Stonehenge Park. They have some beautiful murals painted on the bridges.
Stonehenge Park is like one of those really cool wonders of art, and it's just right here. Nobody knows about it.
So you'll have a cool blend between really fun art, awesome plants life. There's all sorts of berries and things growing I didn't know about back there. You learn a little bit more every time you go. Good morning. I love to specialize.
When I was working still, we did surveys along the trail, and on any given weekday, we found about 1/3 of the users were using it as a commute alternative.
If you've never tried the Pinellas Trail, I urge you to do so. You can walk it, you can run it, you can rent a bike at just about every few miles. You'll find a bike shop that's got bikes for rent.
And we've had people come in and verbalize like their thanks, but also like you just see them out there and they just look radiant. They look awesome, they're healthy, happy, and you can tell that they're glad they're doing what they're doing. We're just appreciative that we had a part in their success.
Trails give me the opportunity to really get out there and feel safe. There's bike lanes in some places, but to have a fully dedicated place, that helps a lot. It's more than just a long stretch of pavement. It's a community.
The trail is a wonder that brings everybody together.
Hey, Bubba.
Hey, good morning. Hey, you ready to come out? You ready for breakfast?
My name's Amy DePalma, and I am a nature preserve ranger here at Boyd Hill. The specialty of my job is overseeing the Birds of Prey program. We take in permanently injured, non-releasable birds of prey, and we turn them into avian ambassadors. We take these birds all throughout the county, from the Saturday morning market to schools to assisted living facilities. When you're talking about conservation, sometimes it can be kind of a bore, but when you have a great horned owl sitting on your arm talking about conservation, people are a lot more inclined to listen, to pay attention, especially since these birds have injuries due to human interaction in some way. Conservation efforts in general are really important around the world, but specifically here at Boyd Hill because we do live in one of the most densely populated counties in all of Florida. It's really important to conserve these small parcels of land. All of these birds that we have here live throughout Florida. We also have to worry about their diet and feeding them, so we weigh them almost daily to make sure that their food fluctuates with their body weights. We also have to do medical care, but aside from me, we have 54 volunteers that help make this program run day to day. There's a lot of maintenance that goes along with these birds, and it's a group effort. It's not just me. Step up. Up. No, you want to face everyone, huh? You got an audience. They're just like people. They have good days and bad days. So sometimes when you walk in, they want nothing to do with you, and other times you're walking around the corner and they're chirping and yelling saying, "Come in here and feed me." So it's really, really, probably one of my favorite parts of the job is just interacting with these birds.
Hey, Dance. Yeah, so this is Dancer. He's a red-tailed hawk. He is 19 years old.
I mean, I get to spend my day in a nature preserve. So I am surrounded by nature and surrounded by nature-minded people, which really excites me. So interacting with kids and adults and just spreading my passion is really what I love about this job.
I'm Leo Anderson, co-owner of Taste of the Island Marketplace and Restaurant, 2231 34th Street South. I'm a family man and also a minister. I've been here in St. Pete now 5 years, and I've been loving it. Life here is great. It's a great place to live, great place to rear my family. This year makes 30 years that my family's actually been running the restaurant business in St. Pete. Started into it with my uncle, who's my partner in the business, who had the restaurant already, so I kind of bought into the restaurant. The idea of the grocery store was always there. It's just that we fast-tracked it because this was empty and it was right beside. So, came in and started doing, the reconnaissance and what it would take to get the market off the ground. We have a very friendly atmosphere. We have a very, very welcoming family atmosphere. That's number one. We pride ourselves in treating people good, whether you're paying us or not. We want you to feel at home. From spices to ground provisions to just snacks. We bring in chips from Jamaica. We bring in a lot of drinks from Jamaica. We bring in spices from Grenada. We bring in fresh soursop, which is a highly sought after item from Grenada and from Dominica. We really try to take the stuff that we're used to on the island and bringing it into St. Pete and let people who have tasted it or would like to try it, they can come on over and and indulge. From customer to the generals in charge of running the city and so on, we have felt the presence and we feel welcome. As I say, it's a love affair. We are here to stay, really, in St. Pete. I mean, 30 years already, and we're just getting started, because as you can see, what the family is trying to do is pass it from one generation to the next, and hopefully, God tarry, I'll be able to pass it to the next generation.
District 6 reaches from 22nd Street to the west, Bahama Shores to the south. It goes up to 9th Avenue North and east to Tampa Bay. I'm your council member for District 6, Gina Driscoll. I'm standing in front of one of the many murals you can find in this area. The Shine Mural Fest is a big part of this district. Another great event in District 6 is the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. This 3-day race takes place along our beautiful waterfront in downtown. Waterfront is a big part of this area, with a number of waterfront parks, from Lassing to Vinoy Park by the historic Vinoy Hotel. History is rich here with the 22nd Street South District, more commonly known as the Deuces. You can see a mural representing this history at the I-275 underpass. And that's what I love about District 6. The arts are everywhere. You see it in our murals, our museums, the galleries and the theaters, but you'll also find the art of food, the art of beer, the art of going full force or taking it easy. District 6 is about the art of being who you are, the art of being St. Pete.
This is our first City Hall on tour for 2024. We're here at Pinellas Technical College, and it's an opportunity for the community to talk to any of our departments, from sanitation to codes to law enforcement, police, or fire, about our community, about their recommendations, their concerns, and get feedback on the spot.
Community folks who are where you're at. The City Hall on Tour is designed to put you in spaces where people live in real time.
It's also a focus on education and career paths, and that's why we're here at Pinellas Technical College. They're a great partner with us. You heard about the Mayor's Future Ready Academy, where we have 12 young people who are going through on-the-job training in various city departments like sanitation and public works.
For our Future Ready Academy, we really consist of going through each department through the city and then learning new experiences through each department and what each department consists of. So you kind of get a win-win in each opportunity. So it's kind of a lot through each department. You get to learn a lot.
We look at the city of St. Petersburg, from the historic gas plant to all of the housing developments that are going on, corridor development. Most of those are driven by the trades. Plumbers, electricians, craftsmen of all kinds.
It's also a focus this year on careers and getting folks connected to career paths. We try to have these around the city. We had 4 last year. This year we'll have 3, and another one dedicated to youth. That's how we all move forward together.
Food has always been a passion of mine. My passion from food comes from my grandfather. It was really just born out of the fact that I believe that he wanted to show us the world, and he did that through everyone's different cuisines. So we would have really elaborate holiday parties, and we would have Thanksgivings would be all designated toward a different country, and he wanted to introduce us to that country, and it was through their food. So one of the things, we had a Japanese spread. I was not vegan at that point, but Just the art of the cuisine, I was able to like eat with my eyes, and it just made me fall in love with sushi. When I went vegan, I realized I couldn't have sushi anymore. So it kind of started with a cookbook, and I did a pop-up, and then we were sold out, and then I kind of just went from there. I just did pop-ups, markets, and festivals, and I started delivering sushi to people's houses, and it kind of just caught on. I thought to myself, it would be nice to have a place, like a home base, for everyone to come to me, and then also, again, give vegans the experience of what sushi is. Being in St. Pete, I feel like everything is happening on Central. I feel like Central is where a lot of businesses want to be. On a normal day, we would go through 4 pots of rice, and that was like a great day. And now coming to the new space, like we're going through like 8, 9, 10 pots of rice in one night, which is like, for us, is crazy.
When I decided to transition and retire, and you had told me if I ever retire, you would like to throw your hat in the ring. And I said, there is no ring. And then I turned it over to the Board of Trustees, but I did give them this 411. Erica is an intelligent, credentialed person, working artist, but she's an artist. And I think that's important. And whatever degree of difference that is, how an artist approaches the thing, that's what I wanted. And you went through the process, and that's what the board agreed on. The future is always bright, but under your tutelage, it's gonna be delicious.
I thank you for that.
No, because, my generation, the baby boomers, we don't tend to get off the stage. You got to get the hook. Oh, there's always one other thing we can do. And I'm looking forward to that, seeing what's next.
I think we talked about it before, we have the same sentiment about the space and what our job is. My job is to maintain the heartbeat that has already been created in this space. I am not here to alter the heartbeat. I'm here to take this heartbeat and strengthen it and bring a bigger light so that the world can see it as much as I can, and to take that to whatever that next level is.
Well, as I told the Board of Trustees, we're getting an A+ candidate that you would normally have to scour nationally. And then she has the added thing of she knows this community, and the community knows her.
I'm walking in the footsteps of a founder of an organization that is beloved. But I know that I gotta try it. And I know that we can do it.
District 2 is the northernmost district in St. Petersburg. It's bound by Tampa Bay to the north and east, 28th Street to the west, and as far south as Tennessee Avenue northeast. I'm Councilmember Brandy Gabbard, your representative for District 2. Today, we are at Power Design Inc., the city's largest private employer and a majority women-led business that has continuously been ranked one of Tampa Bay's best places to work. District 2 is the gateway to St. Petersburg for many coming from Tampa and North Pinellas. Its geography is one of the main reasons we are sought after by some of Tampa Bay's premier corporations, such as Jabil, HSN, FIS, and Raymond James. People may come for the jobs, but they stay for everything else we have to offer. As one of the fastest growing areas of St. Pete, we have a diverse mix of housing opportunities that include neighborhoods nestled along Tampa Bay, offering residents plenty of opportunities to take advantage of the St. Petersburg sunshine. You can spend your day grabbing a kayak or paddleboard from Urban Kai, playing some beach volleyball at Rec Deck, or checking out the wildlife and mangroves at Whedon Island. One of the jewels of our district is Riviera Bay Park with its extensive walking trails, playground, outdoor gym, and my personal favorite, the St. Pete Bee Hotel, located within the butterfly garden that is filled with native plants and pollinators. After a long day outside, you can relax and unwind at one of our great local restaurants, such as Noble Crust or Paul's Chicago Pizza. And if you want something a little more exciting, come take a swing at the new Top Golf, located in Carillon, offering fun for the entire family. I am proud to represent this diverse area of our city. You can literally do it all here. Work, live, dine, play, go to school, and worship all in your backyard. If you're looking for a new place to call home or to just spend the day, check out District 2.
Wardsville, that was actually named for perhaps a businessman and his wife who was maybe for a while the postmistress in town.
They took care of everybody's mail here, and we needed a name, and we were Wardsville until, you know, the magical day where we became St. Petersburg.
And speaking of that, how did it happen?
That's a great story. If you ride the trolleys, you hear a great story about, you know, a coin flip where, you know, Peter DeMenz and John Williams, who owned most of what is now downtown St. Petersburg, General John Williams, flipped a coin, right? The winner gets the name of the city, loser gets the name of the first hotel. Makes complete sense, right? The city is St. Petersburg, named after St. Petersburg, Russia, where Peter DeMenz is from. The Detroit Hotel is our first hotel, named after Detroit, Michigan, where Williams is from. Great story, but it's not true. We needed a name. And the postmaster wanted a name. Peter DeMenz had a press conference saying he was taking his train to St. Petersburg. John Williams didn't want to call it St. Petersburg. So there's all kinds of discussion. So what do you think happened after that?
I think somebody, perhaps one of the partners in that railroad enterprise, said, look, we have to name this after Peter DeMenz, and so we're going to name it St. Petersburg, and you go to the post office and tell Ms. Ward that's what it's going to be. And that's probably about how it happened, as simple as that.
It's as close as it came.
My name is Michael Kottman, and this is Twin Brooks Golf Course. I oversee all of the facilities here that maintain the golf course and try to get it in pristine condition. It's a 9-hole golf course. We have a practice facility in the back, which is 3 practice holes. It's a really unique facility because it's in the middle of the city. It's really a benefit to the city because what we do here is we provide a place for play that's more reasonable than any of the other golf courses in the area. We have guys that come out here that are 80 years old. For them, this is an exercise. It's a chance to get out of the house and to do something. And for the kids, it's an opportunity to get off of the streets and to learn the game. My day begins around 5 o'clock. Make the assignments for everybody, make sure everybody's got the tools and protections that they need. So we set up the golf course, get that done, and then we'll do all of our other stuff. We'll mow fairways, we'll mow rough, we'll trim trees, we'll do hedges, and any other thing that pops up. So it becomes pretty daunting at times, but we manage to get it done, one bite at a time. So every day is a different adventure. When I got on this particular property, we didn't have fairways, we didn't have moguls, we didn't have mounds. Now we have a primary place to play where it looks like an 18-hole manicured golf course, even though it's 9 holes. There's a satisfaction that you get when the transformation process, to see it go from what it was to your vision, is so fulfilling.
I'll talk a little bit about the Vinoy, because it, back in the day, used to be a big major building in town that would catch people's eye right away, and they'd ask questions about it. What is this thing? The gentleman who built it was Amer Vinoy Lofner. And the story goes, and this goes into the category of lore again, I think, but he and his wife had a place on Beach Drive, right across from where that Vinoy would be built. Mm-hmm. And they were having a party that went on to 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. And at some point, he bet Walter Hagen, one of the era's foremost golfers, that he couldn't drive a golf ball off the crystal of his watch without breaking the crystal. And he said, if you can do that, then I'm going to build a big hotel over there. It was no big deal for Hagen. He stepped up, whack, 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 3 balls. This was in about 1923, and Lofner was a man of his word. He built that hotel. It took him about 11 months, and I believe it opened on New Year's Eve of 1925. Rui, does that sound right?
It did.
My name is Jacoby Chambliss, and I'm a traffic signal technician here with the City of St. Pete. We maintain our traffic signals here. We have the signal heads, we got the cabinets, we have the controllers, we got the conflict monitors, so we just make sure that everything stays operational and safe. This is a very important job. We make sure that people get to work on time. We make sure you get there safely. That's one of the most important things, is just being safe. Without traffic signals, life would be chaos for us. We come in, we get our orders from our manager. We check our trucks and make sure we have everything we need for today. Our orders could be anywhere from maintaining a cabinet where we go out and clean it out and just make sure all the timing and everything's up to par. From there, it could be calls we get in from citizens saying, hey, you got lights out, and we'll take care of different things. That you got poles that get hit. It's always something different. It's a highly hazardous job. You're dealing with electricity, high voltage you're dealing with, the weather. It's a rough job to be out there. You got traffic coming by you, all types of speed. But I can tell you that the City of St. Pete They take pride in what we do as far as taking care of our signals, and we're out here swapping our equipment out at a rapid pace here. We're trying to change out all these cabinets. We're putting in new controllers. We're doing a lot to make sure the city stays safe and to upgrade and change with the times. Every day is just always an adventure. It's always something more to learn. I enjoy the people I work with. I enjoy the city of St. Pete. I enjoy what I do. I enjoy helping the citizens. I just enjoy what I do, man. It's a great job.
It's hard to imagine a time before sunken gardens existed in St. Petersburg. You would have to go back more than a century to see the land as it once was, a sinkhole. In 1911, George Turner Sr. and his wife Eula purchased 4.1 acres of land 1 mile north of the emerging city center. Due to the sinkhole on site, the land sat 15 feet below street level. But George, a plumber by trade, had an idea. He devised his own terracotta tile system, effectively draining the sinkhole, leaving behind a rich, mucky soil. Perfect conditions for his favorite hobby, gardening. Living a good life with lots of luck in the Florida real estate world, the Turners were doing well. However, after a series of hurricanes and freezes in the area and the downturn of the real estate business in 1926, the Turners were soon left with just the garden. And to make ends meet, they opened a fruit and vegetable stand. Soon, neighbors began to stroll through George's tropical garden, enjoying an array of plants from around the world. In 1934, Mr. Turner began charging 15 cents to enter his subtropical paradise of royal palms, banana trees, coffee plants, and more. It's hard to imagine the old sinkhole site would become a natural paradise. For 3 generations, the Turners ran Sunken Gardens for almost a century, building a world-renowned attraction complete with beauty contests, celebrities, models, flamingos, and other exotic animals. A lot can happen in 100 years. Freezes, economic downturns, and a breed of new amusement parks opening close by. So, in 1989, the Turner grandsons put Sunken Gardens up for sale. And 10 years later, the residents of St. Petersburg voted for a one-time tax increase so the city itself could purchase the gardens. This tropical oasis still stands as one of Florida's oldest and last remaining roadside attractions. Thanks to generations of the Turner family's dedication, a community grassroots effort, and a bit of luck.
The new Minority and Women Business Enterprise Program, referred to as the MWBE program, aims to promote business and economic development for minority-owned business enterprises and women-owned business enterprises in the St. Pete area. Equity and business opportunities are key priorities in Mayor Ken Welch and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The MWBE will be administered by the City of St. Petersburg's Office of Supplier Diversity, created to promote fair and equal business opportunities, ensuring equity in contracts and procurement for all members of our community who want to do business with the City of St. Petersburg. The city awards millions of dollars in contracts each year for services, supplies, and construction, which results in the creation of a wide variety of opportunities. The new MWBE program will create participation percentage requirements, providing more opportunities for St. Pete's diverse business community. For more information on qualifications, eligibility, and how to apply, visit stpete.org/MWBE.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best president you can be. A little tip from your Good Neighbor Guide. It's time to talk some trash. Well, not really, but we are talking about waste here. We all have waste, and so what we do with it is super important. Let's break it down. The good, the bad, the do's, and don'ts. The city works around the clock to dispose of our various waste, so let's do our part by being a good neighbor. So, when it comes to your trash collection day, remember, place your container with the lid opening facing the street by 7 a.m. And don't forget, remove your container from the curb by 7 p.m. later that day. Here's what not to put in your container: appliances, furniture, and any hazardous materials, such as batteries, paint, electronics, and more. But there's good news, people. The city will pick up the following items for free. Box springs, footboards, refrigerators, car batteries, fuel tanks, sofas, car tires, headboards, stoves, dishwashers, mattresses, washers, doors, nightstands, water heaters, dryers, ovens, and windows. There's a super helpful link on the bottom of this screen that will give you more details on special pickups. Yard project got you loaded with yard waste? No worries. We've got you covered with 5 brush sites around the city. St. Pete residents can drop off yard waste and other organic byproducts for free. You just have to show proof of city residency like a driver's license or utility bill. Just remember, yard waste must not contain plastics or metal. Limbs and logs should be less than 5 feet long, and tree stumps should weigh less than 300 pounds. While we're here, let's cover recycling, because eliminating waste is the right thing to do. Let's break down what the City of St. Pete recycles. Here's what to recycle: aluminum and steel cans and lids, cardboard, glass containers, milk and juice cartons, all paper materials, plastics labeled number 1 through 7, and plastic cups and bottles. What isn't recyclable? Ceramics, electronics, flimsy plastic like food wrap, anything tainted by food, think pizza box. Light bulbs, batteries, mirrors, plastic bags, or styrofoam. One more time for the people in the back. No plastic bags in the recycling bin. Thank you. There's a printable Good Neighbor Guide and a whole bunch more information on this topic that can be found on the City of St. Petersburg's website. The St. Pete Collects app is also a super convenient way to help you with all your waste matter questions and schedules. Join us in the road to zero. St. Pete's plan to be zero waste by 2050. And remember the 6 R's: refuse, reduce, repair, reuse, recycle, and rot. This stuff is so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, so let's do our part by following St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
I want it to be fun. I want people to ask questions like, why are the cows flying? Why does the girl have 2 faces? All of my artwork, I want to hint at a story that you can fill the blanks in with. My artwork tells my story of navigating femininity, faith, and Latinidad through my paintings. Having something that is gonna live on and that people will stumble upon, like, wow, this really is super cool. I'm Christy. I've always been an artist. It's never really been a choice that I've made.
Hey guys, Ken Welch here again on our Sunrunner tour. Today I'm with Catherine Woods, who was the artist that did so much of the work that you'll see at the stops. Thank you for joining us, Catherine.
Oh, my pleasure.
Tell us a little bit about what the art means.
Absolutely. Since St. Pete is such a mural city, if you took all the glasses out of all the shelters and put them together, it kind of looks like a mural, a continuous mural. If you take the glasses and where they are at all the 16 stops, they all relate to the neighborhood. So it's like the welcoming front porch to the community in the neighborhood that it's in.
What's the message you want to convey to folks who might be from out of town that see that?
I just want them to feel the joy of St. Petersburg. The colors are joyful, the way the sun comes through it's a very happy thing, and I just want them to feel that.
And what drew you to this project in the first place? How'd you become
Oh my gosh,
involved?
how could you say no to that big canvas? There's 2 glasses per station, and each one is 5 foot by 7 foot, 16 stations, so that's a lot of glass, and that's a lot of chance to get a message across and do a lot of beautiful color.
Well, thank you. It's beautiful art.
My pleasure.
And it tells the story of St. Petersburg.
It does.
Thank you, Catherine.
My pleasure.
Hurricane Helene, which is strengthening.
They've passed out more than 33,000 sandbags to people.
Hurricane Helene's powerful and deadly storm surge.
We've been seeing flooding.
This is the worst I've ever seen.
Hurricane Milton has just exploded in strength
The
overnight.
second major storm to slam Florida in just 2 weeks.
In the Gulf of Mexico in nearly 2 decades.
In St. Petersburg, where the stadium's rooftop has literally...
Fire officials say this crane has collapsed.
The back-to-back storms turned this neighborhood inside out. Residents have been scrambling to find housing for weeks.
It was just looking like a war zone, like something I'd never seen before, and I never thought I would see it, because we were always so optimistic about nothing coming to St. Pete.
But it turns out we ended up having 28 inches of water in our house.
We had about just shy of 4 feet of water in the house.
When I came back after Helene, my entire house and 3 vehicles were destroyed.
It was devastating to see our neighborhood ripped apart.
It really began to set in that this has happened and that many of our residents were going to experience something that they had never experienced before.
It was almost unbelievable that we would be faced with these kinds of disasters one after the other.
Trailer parks for people living in tents next to their homes. Now we got this other storm coming dead at us. I was really scared for those people.
It's hard to wrap my mind around the fact that we've just spent 5 days in the community trying to help people that lost everything, and here comes another storm.
I've lived in St. Pete my entire life. I've never seen people come together with such energy.
It was within our capabilities and therefore our responsibility to step in and help.
I had the resources, and I felt like if you have the ability, you have the responsibility to do whatever you can.
I'm not going to worry about myself, but I'm going to try to make sure 5,000 families have a hot meal tonight.
It hit home, and we immediately jumped into action.
I just put a post out saying, if anybody's hungry and can make it over to Maryland Avenue, I'm grilling hot dogs and hamburgers. We have some water and so forth.
People probably, their food has gone bad, and can we get some people together to place some food trucks around strategically to distribute food to people at no charge.
Stores are closed, they can't eat, so we were making hot, ready to eat food.
Just to see so many hometown heroes out cleaning up neighborhoods, but really I learned that St. Pete is so resilient and we have a wonderful community.
The supplies came pouring in from all of our friends and our coworkers, and it started out in our garage and it grew into a 1,600 square foot house full of toiletries, baby clothes, food.
I think it really brought home, especially for me, that what really matters is that you have your family, your loved ones, your neighbors, and if you have an opportunity to help someone, that you take advantage of it.
It really settled me in a space of not only are we one community, but as our mayor always says, we're one St. Pete.
People were not emotionally prepared for this. People were not physically prepared for this. And whatever facet that you can think of, we all needed support.
Support, especially the Relief Market and Grill, headed by Matt Thorne. They were our lifeline.
Tragedies, I think it's so important for the community to help each other.
Just the community pulling together and doing as much as they can for us neighbors.
It's not about money, it's not about profit, it's about making sure that I repay the benefits that the community has sort of paid to me in the past.
We were helping each other out, and it was actually a very positive experience in a pretty negative situation.
Whether it's a hug, a meal, it goes a long way during those crucial and critical times.
We were so appreciative.
Your efforts are appreciated, and they do make a difference in the community.
So I really just want to say thank you.
Thank you for this community.
Thank you for taking the time. It means more than you even know.
Located in the heart of the city is the famous Al Lang Field, where every winter great names in baseball appear to limber up their muscles in St. Petersburg sunshine. This modern stadium was recently dedicated to Al Lang, St. Petersburg's ambassador to the baseball world.
For generations, St. Petersburg has been more than a home to the game of baseball. It's been a sanctuary, a symbol of our collective spirit. The crack of the wooden bat is just as much a symbol of St. Pete as sunshine and brown pelicans.
Whether you're a big league baseball player or just a fan who likes to watch the big boys in action, you'll find that a cordial welcome awaits you when you come to St. Petersburg.
Spring training, Al Lang Stadium, Hall of Fame players, Negro League pioneers, and hometown heroes. All part of what makes St. Pete whole. Elements that eventually lead to our own hometown team.
That Major League Baseball has voted 28-0 to award expansion franchises to Tampa, St. Petersburg, and Phoenix, Arizona.
And now we stand at a fork in the road, the dawn of a new era of baseball in St. Petersburg, and a lot riding on its success.
They're more than baseball, they are community. Without the Rays in the community, where would we be?
Tampa Bay Rays should stay in St. Pete. They're a huge part of the Canadian culture. Go Rays!
It's a family gathering. It's a ministry where you gather together and love on people.
Girls like us love the Rays.
It's part of our community. It's something that can do. It's fun.
The Rays are St. Pete.
This project extends beyond a new world-class baseball stadium, beyond the housing opportunities for all, beyond significant cultural benefits, and beyond a district destination for residents and visitors. Baseball is who we are. Let's embark on this journey collectively, ensuring that as our skyline evolves, the spirit of St. Petersburg remains eternally vibrant.
So Bobby, I have heard the origin story of your relationship with Jamie and how that kept you here, but I don't think I've ever heard why you wanted to start the studio.
Well, you know, that's a very good question, but I think it stemmed most from, I mean, somebody told me this years later that Jamie was just trying to find something for me to do because Dave Ellis and myself, we had not fully formed what the studio would be. And Jim was out looking for a building, found this place, and we were calling it a theater, but not necessarily. And I had never run a nonprofit before. I'd worked for dozens of them, but I'd never run one. And so I think it was a convergence of several things, and we just grew into it being what we now understand to be the studio, which is something David Ellis and myself never did an elevator speech or the one sound bite. It's many things. Lately, people have been calling it St. Petersburg's living room, which sounds nice. It's a home for the visual and performing arts, but it's evolved. But we never had a specific defining, we're gonna do this. It just evolved.
Well, there were separate facilities. It was total discrimination, really. It was just a second classness that I wouldn't want to behold be on anyone, because it wasn't humane. It wasn't human.
We African Americans could not eat at the lunch counters. We could not even sit on those green benches downtown. We were not treated equally as the white citizens in this city. In 1963, I was hired on the St. Petersburg Police Department. And when I went to work at the police station,